A year of life and $1 billion in cash. Which one would you pick? This old man has billions of dollars. But life came to an end. The sons are all at the bedside, waiting to divide up the inheritance, but at that moment, a mysterious man suddenly appeared. He took out his pocket watch and waved it gently. The bodyguards are all locked in place. Come to the rich bed. A pocket watch. The surplus life of the rich is immediately displayed overhead. There are only 5 minutes left. Men introduce themselves in no hurry. He calls himself an immortal merchant. For a fifth of your annual income, you can buy a year of life from him. But the eldest son is very distressed. Even if it's a fifth, it's worth billions. The rich man raised his trembling hand. Just spit out one word. Live. The man reached out and snapped his fingers. Brush out of thin air to conjure up a contract in front of the rich. Just sign it. The contract goes into effect immediately. At this time, the rich man's life is in 10 seconds. The man insisted that the rich man sign the agreement himself. For the last glimmer of hope. Under the incredible gaze of everyone, a rich man who's been lying in bed for over a year, miraculously sat up, signed his name at the last second of his life. The contract instantly turned into a ball of golden light, melting into a depleted body. Even the withered palm. It's like a spring of life. At this moment, the remaining lifespan shows 365 days and 01 seconds. The rich man excitedly covered his chest. This body seems to have returned to a few years ago. Still old, but full of life. When the rich come around and want to buy a few more years, only to find that men disappear with a list of accounts. Time and space return to normal this time. It's like a rich man from another life standing at the window, remembering man's magic tricks. I guess this guy must be a peerless expert. Warn everyone to keep their mouths shut immediately. But what he doesn't know, this so-called expert was worrying about rent yesterday. So the man's name is Lu Li. Ben is a normal 996 office worker, every day for a few pieces of silver desperately living. Yesterday he commuted as usual. Is lamenting his dissatisfaction with life, and I almost got hit by a man. I was about to scold men for being blind, and I found this man with a head. A 3-second countdown appears. Before he could react, the man was killed on the spot by a speeding car. And then something incredible happened. He saw the tops of everyone's heads. There's a countdown. A closer look reveals the remaining lifespan of each of them. At first I thought it was an illusion. Just about to rub my eyes. Only to find a pocket watch in his hand. He tried to press it. The rain that originally leaked from Zhejiang, it stopped in mid-air. He touched the man standing still next to him. There was no reaction. But the moment he pulled his hand back, a trace of green light was extracted from the man's body. At the same time, and 10 minutes less life on top of your head. Lu Li was shocked. Not only can I pause time and life expectancy. He tried to throw the green light at the woman next to him. Woman hit by green light. Sure enough, the lifespan above her head increased. Lu Li was overjoyed. I actually have this heaven-defying ability. Then why does he work? From now on, he's gonna be the best. But soon he was distressed. How can I change money if I have the ability? Do you want to sell your life? So he thought of a way. I took out all the 30W I had saved for more than 10 years. And sit in the park looking for someone who needs money. Zhang Wentao 65 years old, remaining lifespan 2 years 35 days. All the information swept past my eyes. Although he'll talk to anyone for money, who sells time? But he still hopes to find someone with a longer life. Life is precious. Soon he's locked onto a man handing out flyers. Zhang Bowen 21 years old, remaining life 65 years 126 days. What a young life. My first client would be you. The man was clutching the 60 yuan salary he had just received. He has to work harder for the goddess Apple 14. I went to a small restaurant and ordered the cheapest fried noodles. It's a relief to finally get some rest. There was a sudden click in my ear. Everything in Zhou has stopped. He looked around in horror, trying to escape. Lu Li appeared out of nowhere. Let men relax. He just came to close a deal. And then toss out a box full of cash. I'd pay 300,000 for a year of your life. College student looking at the box in front of him. Swallows. I can't believe it. With this money, the goddess mobile phone has. He can buy things he's been thinking about for a long time. Can life be sold? Luli didn't believe him. Hand picked up, showing a life expectancy of 65 years and 126 days. Then he took out a time acquisition contract and handed it to him. You have 10 seconds to think. The goddess appears in the minds of college students. Gritting his teeth, he signed his name. The next second, the contract turned into a golden light and melted into Luli's body. College student overhead, the countdown to life has also changed from 65 years to 64 years. Successful completion of the transaction. Luli couldn't hide his joy. Leave a card for the boy. One snap of his fingers and he disappears into the restaurant, and then there's the opening scene. Luli was selected. The second generation of the Rome family is dying. A dying man in such a high position. Best to be your first customer. And making $1 billion so fast. This made Luli even more impatient. Looking for the next target. This driver is only 40 years old. But the face tortured by life is old. It was already very difficult to pay high tuition fees for his son. Just now, I received a notice that my father is seriously ill. It's bad luck. Luli listened to uncle complain that life was not easy. Maybe compassion votes. So he dropped off 20 grand and a note. If you need money, come to me. But next time it won't be free. The driver was very moved. And bowed deeply in the direction he was leaving. Luli returned home in a good mood. Suddenly I heard a strange noise coming from the sofa. Closer look. A drunk girl lying on top of it, disheveled. But this is not his girlfriend. He's a roommate. Luli was afraid that she would catch cold, so he took a blanket and tried to cover her. Unexpectedly, the girl suddenly woke up, was about to explain. The girl waved her hand and snorted and went back to her room. Luli was not surprised. Because he knew a girl wanted a rich kid. Of course she doesn't like poor people like herself. But watching the girl close the door, Luli couldn't help but smile. I'd love to see how she knows. What kind of expression will it be after being rich now? So early the next morning, Luli found Yang Zhen'er. The real estate agent who works decides to buy a mansion. Yang Zhen'er was surprised to find out that it was Luli. I didn't expect the poor loser to save enough down payment. Immediately squeezed out the colleagues next to him. And offered him a warm welcome. And he said, for the sake of friends. I picked out a few cheap houses with room for appreciation. Luli knew with a glance. It's all old, remote places. So he threw it aside and said, I'm buying a villa. Yang Zhen'er's face immediately darkened. She knew Luli's strength too well. Return villa, don't waste your energy on wild animals. She stood up immediately and left without looking back. Send a newcomer to receive Luli. As soon as the newcomer opens the album, he is ready to introduce himself. Luli interrupted her. I'll buy your most expensive villa. The rookie's face is blank. I thought Luli didn't know the price. Hurry to explain that the price of this villa is more than 50 million. Even if it's a deposit, it's 50. Luli threw out a gold card. And no deposit. Just buy it in full. The sales lady next door called out that this is the rich man. And Yang Zhen'er's intestines are all green with regret. That suite alone is worth 300,000. I can't believe I gave it up. What's even more unacceptable, I decided to marry a rich man. But missed a chance to get close to Enchi. No, she has to fix it. So that night, Yang Zhen'er got drunk and pushed open Luli's door. Luli, you're such a bad guy. Hiding his identity from me. I want you. 3 cups penalty. He even pretended to accidentally spill wine on Luli. Stick out your tongue and lick it. Luli doesn't pretend to be a gentleman. Pick it up. And then violently threw it on the couch. Yang Zhen'er closed her eyes slightly, waiting for the next storm. But Luli was standing there with a cold face. It turned out that he had already guessed Yang Zhen'er's little emissaries. Luli, did you hear that the honey trap was exposed? Yang Zhen'er quickly explained that she was not intentional. Luli didn't let her continue. I love it when a scheming girl like you panders. Then the two of them communicated further on the sofa. And it got too close. The next morning, Yang Zhen'er forgot to go to work. Just as she was rushing out of the room. But Luli stopped her. Don't have to go to work. Just help me cook at home from now on. Yang Zhen'er felt warm in her heart. Is this acceptance? So happily. Ran to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Luli. Looking at the busy Yang Zhen'er, Luli smiled. That's the magic of money. After breakfast, Luli was just about to leave. I got a phone call. It's the driver uncle from before. Because his father is dying, he is being rescued. It's a lot of money to pay for the medicine. Uncle expressed excitement. Long as it is not illegal, you can do anything you want. Luli grinned. Absolutely not illegal, I just want your life. He snapped his fingers. The surroundings were instantly plunged into darkness. At the same time, the remaining lifespan appears above Uncle's head. 13 years and 57 days, look at these numbers. He's still a little incredulous. Try asking how much you can sell. Luli explained his pricing rules. Annual income less than $100,000, for $300,000 a year. Uncle decided to sell for 3 years. The rest of the decade. Enough to see a son marry and have children. At the current annual income of $150,000. Luli raised his hand, put the time trading contract in front of Uncle. When you actually get 1.35 million. Uncle was relieved. But the back of the departure building is a few points. But there are too many poor people in the world. Luli couldn't help either. Just as he turned to go home. Suddenly, a wine bottle fell at his feet. Next to him, a sick, fast yellow hair shouted. It's an 82 Rafi. You owe me $1 million. Luli laughed. You've only got 26 days left. It's gonna cost more than $1 million. The man was stunned. Because he does have cancer and it's terminal. Even if you come out to spend money, you still have no money to cure diseases, be compelled helpless, but the notice says he has 2 months to live. Luli didn't believe him, so he pressed his pocket watch. The man's surroundings were instantly plunged into darkness. At the same time, a string of numbers appeared above his head. It's the countdown to life. Knowing that this is real, the man calmed down. What does a dying man want from me? Luli saw that he was a smart man and stopped talking nonsense. I can help you live longer. But at the cost of your loyalty and your freedom. The man took a puff of his cigarette. I have nothing anyway. What's wrong with living? And he dropped to his knees. As long as we survive. Peng Hao is your loyal dog. Luli smiled with satisfaction. Give Peng Hao 100 days of life. Age saw a golden light falling from the sky. Peng Hao's countdown suddenly changed from 26 to 126. Feel the changes in your body. The last trace of doubt in his mind was completely dissipated. Kneeling on the ground, Luli kowtowed 3 times. This is the first of his men. Luli generously dropped 100,000. Let him pack his bag first. And then help yourself. So Luli wanted to build an organization that can last. Buying and selling time by yourself. Sooner or later, they'll be exposed to the sun. Soon. Peng Hao, who was cleaned up, came over. Luli was quite satisfied. Throw in 2 employee contracts. Tell him he can ask himself 3 things. Unexpectedly, Peng Hao signed his name without even looking at it. A request and not mention it. Because he came out of his house. He was already prepared to die. And now I'm alive. And I don't expect anything else. Luli nodded. Looks like this guy's got a soft spot. Then the first task was arranged. Tell him to look for old Master Rome, who bought his life before. Borrow a few professionals to help you locate a hacker. Turns out he was planning to build an encrypted client trading platform. We need a top hacker. I saw it on the news yesterday. The world's largest supercomputer. By an unknown hacker. Written by a psychologist. The other party is probably dying. So if you want to accomplish something big and world famous, that's exactly what he needs. At this time, somewhere in the world. A hacker enjoying his world-shaking feat. Just before it was finished, chest. And then suddenly there's this cramp. He was reaching for his medicine. The computer suddenly went into alarm, by unknown assailants. Then there was a snap of fingers. The surroundings were instantly plunged into darkness. At the same time, a series of countdown clocks were displayed overhead. Luli's voice came from the computer. Hello, Mr. Robert. You only have 10 days left to live. I'm sorry about that. If you want to live, come to me. Remember, you only have 10 days. Although I don't know who Luli is. But in order to survive. Robert flew overnight across the Pacific Ocean to the east. After many twists and turns through IP positioning, finally found Luli in the last hour of his life. But Luli was watching with a serious expression. Peng Hao suddenly collapsed on the sofa. He's acting like he's to the days of the cancer outbreak. But I have given him these days. Note that people live for more than a year. This isn't supposed to happen. So he took a tube of blood and looked at it under a microscope. And found that if he extended Peng Hao's life, both normal cells and cancer cells, increases life expectancy, so he had a whim. Trying to alter the lifespan of certain cancer cells. Sure enough, as long as you can see the countdown thing, can change time. Then wouldn't this cure all cancers? Luli excitedly called Peng Hao and immediately started the experiment. Shorten the lifespan of the cancerous cells in his body. A burst of golden light erupted. Peng Hao can obviously feel it. It's not the same as before. The pain in the body has completely disappeared. It's a wonderful feeling. Knock, knock, knock. Robert looked at Luli arrogantly. You're the time wizard. It doesn't look like much. But when Luli gave him 100 days of life, Robert immediately felt like a new man. Run over and hug Luli's thigh. I love him. Even if it's a cow or a horse. So Luli stopped talking nonsense. Throw out 2 contracts. Robert signed his name without even reading it. Luli gave him 2 quests. The first step is to build a global database. All the seriously ill rich have to be marked. The second is to make a chat software that is sufficiently private. Give the client enough mystery. At the same time, inside the Rong family villa, the housekeeper delivered a mysterious package. It was sent by Mr. Liu. Old Rong immediately became excited. He's still regretting not buying a few more years last time. Now, finally, we have news from Mr. Liu. Openable case. Only to find out it was just an ordinary cell phone. And there's a note on the back. It says welcome to the Longevity Club. The club members have a hierarchy. Level 1 membership requires 1,000 points. How to upgrade membership? Half needs money to exchange. Different levels of members can redeem different lifespans. Level 2 can be exchanged for 1 year, and Level 2 can be exchanged for 3 years. Old Master Rome listened. It's like touching a new world. Gather everyone immediately for a family meeting. When they heard about the Club of Longevity, are starting to question whether it's real. Some even argue that the legitimacy of this organization. Old Master Rome snorted coldly. I'm not asking for your opinion. Nobody tries to investigate Mr. Luck. If you anger them, we may not be able to afford it. Just then, the phone rang. Everyone gathered around curiously. Prompt him to join a WeChat chat group. The members of the group have only numbers and no names. After some digging, the competition found that the group of friends may be hundreds of years old. This discovery shocked Rong Lao and swallowed his saliva. What kind of world did he touch? As a top tycoon, he thinks he's seen the world. But when you see those 100-year-old bastards in the group, it was also a moment of shock. And this group called Immortality, we don't know when it existed. Only that they had 3 guidelines. Number 1, protect the planet. Second, develop technology, especially cosmic technology. Third, to achieve the perfect evolution of the human body. So this terrorist organization, they must not offend. Just then, phone rang again. But it's not a red packet, it's a rookie quest. The club needs a 3,000 square foot villa. Reward points 500. 1,000 points gives you a year of life. Elder Rong immediately sent everyone. We have to find the right villa before dark. But what the old man doesn't know, he's actually the only real person in this group. All of this was an illusion set up by Luli. His Immortality Club just started. Of course not. Less than an hour. Old Rome sent over the villa information that met the requirements. Luli chose a building that was further away from the city. Immediately took Peng Hao and Robert to check. Elder Rong has been waiting at the villa entrance for a long time. In his eyes, Luli is an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. I dare not neglect. After some small talk, let your nephew show you around the villa. Luli was quite satisfied after reading it, nodded to Robert. The next second, Rong Lao's mobile phone indicates that 500 points have been received, and as a novice reward, there are quests issued, 100 bonus points. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. 400 points short of buying another year of life. After sending off old Rong, Luli began to plan for the future. As immortal merchants, time is endless for him. So there's no rush. As long as the development is stable, it will always succeed, and the building of the global rich database He's comfortable with Robert. After all, the strength of the world's top hackers is not bragging. But as the organization grew, Pang Hao alone is a little thin on security issues. It's flexible, but it's wild. Or lack of combat experience. So he asked Robert to post quests in the group. Hiring a top retired Special Forces soldier. Old Rome thought he was old and strong. Fork got a job. Get your men out of here. Find the best one and give it to Mr. Liu. After screening thousands of Special Forces, Soldier King Zhang Xiao was sent to Lu Li. Lu Li was very satisfied with this rigid aura. Call Ho out immediately. Let the Special Forces open their hands and teach them well. Pang Hao Gong was a little disdainful at first. In less than 3 seconds, the instructor knocked him to the ground. Pang Hao looked at the strong instructor. Is this the Soldier King of Special Forces? But he wasn't one to give up easily. It's a quick stride. But even if it's a full-force blow, it's impossible to break through the instructor's defense, a set of combination punches. He doesn't even know it. The two of them practiced all afternoon. The instructor found that Pang Hao made rapid progress despite his poor foundation, especially the tenacity that he likes very much. Lu Li watched as everything went according to plan. Get your pocket watch ready to give them a speed bump. 100 times the power of time into the room. Just as Lu Li was about to leave. Laughing, I received a phone call from an acquaintance, a college student who sold a year of his life before. I didn't know this kid was the ultimate ring dog. In order to pursue the beauty, not only did he book a fancy restaurant, but he proposed. She also bought all kinds of bags and luxury goods for the school belle. It's been quite a period. $300,000 in a week. Now, in order to maintain the image of rich kids, I found Lu Li again. Lu Li thought he only wanted to sell for another year, so he waved his hand and showed that he had a 64-year life expectancy. But the man was crazy. You have so many lives, can you sell more? Lu Li took a sip of coffee and told him calmly. Although he can choose his time of sale. But for every year of life sold, the body ages by 1 year. He's in his prime. There are many opportunities in the future, but the man didn't waver. Instead, he gritted his teeth and simply rounded it up. He decided to sell it for 4 years, not 5 years. That's just enough to buy a fancy car for his girlfriend. Because she said she'd marry him if she bought a car. Lu Li saw how determined he was. Although disdainful, there is no reason to refuse, so he handed over the time sales contract directly. Once again, no regrets after confirming male major. This is the last time a man's facial do breaks his hair. When I saw the $1.5 million, men run back to school without looking back. But Lu Li looked at his back and muttered to himself. We'll meet again. And he immediately informed Robert. Find a suitable buyer. The 100 million I earned last time has already been spent. We need to find another rich man who's dying to expand our resources. Robert soon found out. The Song family, one of the 4 great families of Shanghai, Chief Song Shixiang has fallen ill. He controls half of the domestic entertainment industry. There are 7 or 8 A-list artists under him alone. Not only is this guy well connected, the money is only a lot more than the Rong family. And there's a chance in a few days. Song Shixiang, 97, wants to marry a little wife. Give yourself a boost. The Rong family will definitely go to this scene. And so, on that day, Lu Li was just saying hello. The Rong family immediately sent a limousine to pick them up. At this moment, at the wedding of Old Master Song, celebrities from all walks of international superstars are arriving. Just then, the Rong family motorcade, also of the 4 great families, entered. Song and his son immediately went forward to welcome him, but the eldest son of the Rong family did not greet them, but run quickly to the back. The car opens the door. Everyone turned. What kind of person can the Song family personally welcome? Could it be that old Master Rong was here personally? But no one expected. A young man in his early 20s got out of the car. All the major media have speculated, who is Lu Li? But before they can investigate, Lu Li immediately ordered the Rong family to join him, ask reporters to delete all photos about themselves. Soon the wedding will begin. Beautiful bride, noble as a princess. The robust Master Song is also extraordinary. And as soon as I picked up the microphone, the old man couldn't stop coughing. And he's gonna die soon. Lu Li saw this and walked out. Press the pocket watch in your hand. The guests instantly fell into a time freeze. The Song father and son were stunned by the strange sight, scared out of his wits, but the old man has seen a lot. Calm down immediately and ask, who are you? Lu Li smiled. I'm your last straw. With a wave of the wrist, Song Shixiang's lifespan popped up immediately. It's only 1 day and 1 hour. Old Master Song thought he had met a soul seducer. Lu Li smiled. I'm an immortal merchant. You can also call me Mr. Lu. And Lu Li, who claims to be an immortal merchant. Old Master Song immediately thought of Old Master Rong. A dying man miraculously came back to life. This made him look at the man in front of him. Lu Li chuckled. They say you can't buy an inch of time. But in my hands, money can buy you an inch of time. His pricing is very simple. For 1/5 of our annual income, you can buy a year of life from him. But you better hurry. Because you don't have much time. He left 2 business cards and turned to step down. Wait for Old Master Song to react. Everything around me is back to normal. Old Song looked at the business card in his hand and was a little excited. Afraid of missing the chance to save his life, he quickly chased after him, but he just happened to have an opportunity to please Lu Li. Yang Zhen'er heard that Lu Li was going to the wedding. There are also many stars present. I'm crazy about it. She insisted on pestering Lu Li to bring her along. Suddenly seeing so many stars, Yang Zhen'er excitedly asked for a group photo. And then I accidentally dropped my drink on a third-rate actress. Female stars say nothing. A backhand is a slap. Even in front of everyone. He also poured a drink on Yang Zhen'er. Look at the crowd whispering. The actress still feels humiliated. When raised his hand and gave Yang Zhen'er a slap. And this time, she'll be knocked to the ground. Yang Zhen'er looked at the crowd in pain. Is this the high society she's always wanted? Well, that's funny. Just as the actress wanted to further humiliate Yang Zhen. Lu Li came over. Snorted coldly, I suggest you let her go. Old Master Song, who chased after him, naturally, he would not miss this opportunity to perform. Make this actress apologize immediately. When the actress saw Old Master Song coming, she wanted to refute him. However, Fork saw Old Song's respectful attitude towards Lu Li. And I know I can't afford to offend you. Bend over and apologize. Unexpectedly, Old Master Song said with a straight face that it was not enough. The actress had to grit her teeth. Lowered his head again and apologized loudly. But Old Song still looked at her coldly. Not enough. The actress knows she kicked the iron plate this time. So he hardened his heart. In front of all the celebrities, he slapped himself hard. Lu Li couldn't be bothered to argue with such a small fry, just bent down and whispered. I still like your arrogant look on the screen. After saying that, he hugged Yang Zhen'er and turned around to leave. Old Master Song didn't dare to ask him to stay, Fork afraid not to buy life. So he came to visit early the next morning. The moment they step on the villa, everything around me is trapped and still. Only Lu Li seemed to be walking slowly on the river of time. Old Master Song could not help but feel a trace of awe in his heart. Mr. Lu, sorry we're late. Lu Li raised his hand and revealed Old Master Song's lifespan. 4 hours and 15 minutes left. Song Shixiang saw this scene. Tell your son to take out the check. Ask Lu Li to sell him a year of life. Lu Li calculated as he opened the envelope. Song Shixiang, your company's share dividends are 1.2 billion a year. It's hard to hear him calculate so clearly. Old Master Song secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we checked with the Rong family ancestor beforehand. I wouldn't dare spend a penny less. Old Master Song watched. Time to buy contracts out of thin air. I didn't read it carefully. He couldn't wait to sign his name. The next second, the contract turned into a golden light and drilled into his body. And then something unexpected happened. Old Master Song covered his heart. And fell without warning. His son looked at Lu Li in disbelief. Mr. Lu, what's going on? But the old man took a deep breath. Sat up abruptly. I touched my heart and it didn't hurt anymore. That's a marvelous move. He was excited to buy a few more years. Lu Li's face was cold. I'll see you out. It's not that he's too rich. But knowing that you want to grow in the long run, we have to keep the top billionaires on the hook. Old Master Song felt the changes in his body. Lu Li was becoming more mysterious. Quickly asked his son to transfer the money as soon as possible. Not a penny less. At the same time, Lu Li heaved a sigh of relief after completing this order. Don't worry about making money in a short time. Then he asked Pang Hao how he had been training recently. Pang Hao immediately lowered his head in silence. Sorry sir. I still can't beat the instructor. Lu Li didn't blame him. Because Pang Hao was already in a state of accelerated time. Tortured for a whole year. His changes are visible to the naked eye. So he comforted him not to rush. Instructor by Gina is 1 in 10,000. Then he left to find Robert. Ask how the global database is set up. I didn't expect this kid to sneak a peek at Jinwei's biography. And he praised Hua Fei for being so beautiful. Although caught slacking off at the scene. But Robert didn't panic. To show that you've taken 70% of the world's richest people. There's even a talent pool. The best talent in the world is included. So Luli randomly searched for a genius designer. Unexpectedly, a girl named Tan Yenyu really popped up. Even at 28 years old. But it was rated as early as 2017, Forbes' most promising designers. But also in the same year was diagnosed with brain hospital. What Luli lacked right now was talent. This nature is not missed. So he immediately went to the hospital where the girl was. At this moment, a girl with a yellow face, lying in bed embroidery. The patient has been anointed. There was no fear of death on his face. And humming unknown operas. And that's when time stopped. An unfamiliar figure appeared in the ward. You must be Miss Tan Yenyu. My surname is Liu, is an immortal businessman. There's an organization for geniuses in this world. It's called the Club of Eternal Life. I've come to ask you to be my partner. And it shows the girl's surplus life. 3 months and 22 days. If you agree to join us, you can have eternal life. From now on, you won't have to suffer from disease anymore. Luli thought she'd be happy to accept it. Who can refuse eternal life? But Tan Yenyu lowered her head sadly. Forget it. It's life or death. Ever since I got my terminal illness, I've seen the cold side of the world. And in my ugly state. What's the point of living? Luli was speechless. I didn't know she valued beauty more than life. But this wasn't difficult for Luli. He pulled out his pocket watch. Say mommy, 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 to accelerate the lifespan of cancer cells in her body. And make it quick to kill. Wait for the light to dissipate. Tan Yenyu seems to have done some exercise, breathing heavily. When she touched her cheek. And found that not only did the skin regain elasticity, even shaved hair grows back. She stroked her lost hair. He bit his lip hard to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Because since she was terminally ill, the whole appearance became neither human nor ghost. Everything around me has changed. She even had suicidal thoughts many times. But today, we have a chance to be reborn. Tan Yenyu knelt down with a thud. Excitement towards Luli. Mister, I am willing. Let me serve you from now on. To repay Luli's kindness, thank you. Tan Yenyu came to the Eternal Life Club the next day. Even though she's a design genius. But the planning ability is very strong, so Luli specifically asked her to develop the Eternal Club. Planning for nearly a year. The rest is to stabilize and find more customers. Luli received news that someone was secretly investigating him. So he asked Robert to check it with his clairvoyant system. Soon locked onto a building. It turns out that the humiliated actress. He's the lover of the number 2 in Xiao's group. She went crying to Zhou Hanyang for revenge. After some investigation, Robert found out that Zhou Hanyang was not a good person either. Although on the surface it's real estate. But behind the scenes, what's wrong? Not only to lure women in prostitution, and forced photo threats. He's also known as a deadbeat in real estate circles. Building unfinished buildings is a common occurrence. I don't know how many migrant workers have been cheated of their hard-earned money. A few days ago, he fought with the police for a DUI escape. And these are just the tip of the iceberg. I heard he was forced to demolish a house. To bury an old couple alive. Luli was furious when he heard this. He may not be the hero who saved the world. But since the other party has offended him. And he doesn't mind doing the right thing. But this scourge has gone unpunished. There must be a strong umbrella behind it. So it needs to be done in secret. At the same time, inside the training ground, Pang Hao made rapid progress under the high-intensity torture of instructors. From the very beginning of the one-sided step aim, so far, there's been some coming and going. The instructor is also very fond of this kid. He's inexperienced, but he's a tough opponent. Luli was very satisfied with the training results. Decided to give this task to Pang Hao. Pang Hao was shocked. Although he knew Luli was taking him in. One day you'll have to do something for yourself. But I didn't think the first thing was to make myself S-person. Pang Hao was surprised. But he also agreed to it. Luli wasn't in a hurry. Let him go home and rest for the night. We'll do it tomorrow. Watched him leave. Luli knew he was not as calm as he seemed. But this is what he has to go through. If we can't overcome this psychological barrier, then his value would be greatly diminished. And all my hard work will be wasted. Pang Hao set the water temperature to the lowest level in the room. The cold current soothed his flustered heart. He knew. I trained so hard for this day. So there's nothing to hesitate about. Then he took out a sharp dagger. If Luli hadn't given him the chance to be reborn, he would have ended his own life with this dagger. Now it's time to repay the favor. He has to show his worth. And to complete this mission perfectly. The next night, Pang Hao arrived at the hall on time to report for duty. Luli was pleased to see that he was in good shape. Then the two came. Coffee shop not far from Zhou Villa. Ask Pang Hao to speed up time 100 times. At this speed, let alone the naked eye, even surveillance cameras can't get a clear picture. Although there are many bodyguards, but he believes Pang Hao can solve it. And his request was simple. That's wiped out. Luli pressed his pocket watch. Time slows down to almost standstill. Pang Hao quickly ran towards the Zhou family villa. Two bodyguards patrolling the compound. I felt a shadow passing by. I noticed something, but I didn't take it seriously. Because there's a pure-blooded, high-carb dog in the hospital. Nothing escapes his nose. The blade swipes across the neck of the Casso in an instant. Pang Hao didn't expect this dog's sense of smell to be so sensitive. We'll have to take the risk of getting rid of the dog first, but also feel the magic of time acceleration. Killing me in this state would be easy. Soon Pang Hao found Zhou Hanyang's hiding place. The ghostly speed scared the bodyguard silly. The blade swiped across the throat of a bodyguard. The other bodyguard didn't see Pang Hao's movements clearly. He was stabbed to death. Blood ticked red on the ground. In less than 2 seconds, they were brothers. Pang Hao pushed open the innermost room. Looking at the man in bed. He found you. Night of murder. The ground was stained with blood. A pair of black hands in the room are looking for something. And on the bed lay a man's body. Pang Hao looks at the woman in the photo. I thought to myself, these animals are simply inferior to QS, taking out a photo loan. I don't know how many young girls. But it's all over now. He regretted. Just let Fatty die so quickly. If hell can meet, he's gonna slow it down. Coffee shop. 3 figures walked in. Drop the bag. Mister, I'm back. Everything you need is here. And the damn people are taken care of. Luli was very satisfied with Pang Hao's speed. Ask him how he feels about seeing blood for the first time. Pang Hao may be talking about small problems. But clenched fists reveal inner insecurity. Think back to yourself a month ago. Just a punk with cancer. He drinks himself to death every day. To end life as soon as possible. At this point, Luli's appearance saved him. And gave him 2 years of life by extraordinary means. And he decided to die to repay his kindness. Luli could see Pang Hao's mental burden. Let's face it, some scumbags die, to some extent. Is not necessarily a good thing. They've done a lot of evil and they're still out there. It's a natural outcome. He didn't wait for Pang Hao to answer. Let him go home and rest for a few days. He deserves a reward. Pang Hao stared at the bag on the table and was stunned. He seemed to understand what Luli meant. For those who were harmed by Zhou Hanyang, he deserves to die, and his death isn't a bad thing. Pang Hao, who wanted to do everything, came to the training hall the next day. Asked the instructor to fight him again. He's not gonna lose this time. The instructor looked at the confident Pang Hao and grinned. I'm not gonna be soft. There was a violent fight on the training ground. The instructor took a hard hit. The body fell to the ground with a thud. I didn't expect Pang Hao. One night and you're already this strong. Not only are the eyes firmer. And the punches became vicious. Something that was holding him back. Finally let go? At the same time, outside the Zhou family villa, a woman in a hip skirt came hurrying up. Puttering in his mouth. Director Zhou's health is getting worse recently. I went to bed so early yesterday. I'm angry at the thought of this. When I came inside, I couldn't see the bodyguards. A sweep of the corner of his eye. Suddenly something strange happened. Quickly ran over to check. The little secretary was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. Kill, murder. Soon, the police sealed off the scene. Found them both dead in bed with a sharp knife to their throats. It's a clean kill. But there's one thing that's really strange about forensics. 2 bodyguards and a dog outside. The time of death of both men is almost the same. But a few hundred square meters of crime scene, even a lap takes more than a minute. And how did this killer do it? The captain turned around and shouted, "What about surveillance?" But his subordinate said that all the information had been taken away by the Zhou family. The captain sighed. Looks like this isn't a case for them. He left the scene after his men secured it. At this moment, inside the Eternal Life Club, Robert is asking Luli the same question. Is it really okay that the surveillance data was taken away by the Zhou family? Luli told him not to worry. Zhou Hanyang usually does evil. And many enemies. Besides, they have allies. And Luli wasn't referring to anyone else. All the family members in the Rong family's old house have arrived. The Rong family ancestor was also asking about Zhou Hanyang's death. The eldest son told the ancestor. All this started because of Zhao Manji. She is Zhou Hanyang's Q-wife. A few days ago, at the Song family's wedding banquet, she had a problem with Luli's woman. Was slapped in public. So he had a grudge and asked Zhou Hanyang to investigate. The ancestor smiled coldly. What a stupid woman. Mr. Lu's information is, of course, a disguise of identity. How could she find out so easily? But to please Luli, and to preempt the right to eternal life, the Rong family must suppress this matter. Then he looked at the dark guard in the corner. Get in the way of eliminating. What they didn't know was, their conversations were monitored by Luli. And that's exactly what he was thinking. Even if he does nothing, these families are fighting for profit, and I'll do my best to protect myself. And all he had to do was sit back. Take advantage. However, in Zhou's residence, the news that his brother Zhou Hanyang was assassinated, it soon reached my brother's ears. The subordinate is hesitating to tell the investigation results. Big Zhou glared. If you don't know, you'll die. I had no choice but to turn on the surveillance cameras. I saw that the dog was still eating meat happily for a second. The next, blood on the spot. This amazing scene also scared the big Zhou Dong. Without waiting for him to ask, subordinates directly slowed down the video by 10 times, but I can only see a shadow. Cut the dog's throat at incredible speed. And 10 times slower is the limit of the equipment. But this guy's going 100 times faster. Big Zhou is unbelievable. Played back the surveillance video over 20 times, to finally believe it. Who did his brother offend? He turned to the secretary who called the cops. The secretary told him what happened at the Song family's wedding banquet, and told them everything. When I heard that old master Song was dying, and he's standing up for a young man, and he knows something's wrong. How can someone like old master Song be ordinary? This little cutie got himself killed. You dragged your brother down with you? At this time, my subordinate provided another important clue. Recently, the Rong and Song families of the 4 families have been moving frequently. 2 old men who were almost out of town. Jing suddenly got better. Like he's got a few more years left. Big Zhou sighed. Stand up straight and clench your fists. This matter ends here. No one is allowed to investigate any further. Everything that happened in this room today. And they're all rotting in their stomachs. Otherwise, I'll die with my brother. Because he knew that both families can work together to protect. Not someone the Zhou family can mess with. We're not gonna do anything. He can't act rashly anymore. And he doesn't know that because of his patience. And saved my own life. Everything that happened in that room was under Robert's watch. Look at the Zhou family's fear. Robert chuckled. Indeed, in the face of unknown forces, even the strongest person will second you. Life with Mr. Lu is simply too interesting. Then the alarm went off. He set up a senior talent detection mechanism. Competition prompt appears with a talent rating of 10. When he opened the file, he was shocked. Field of expertise, this fire is the field of immunology of 102-year-old Tang Jarue. Nationality, heaven's absolute authority in the realm of life and heaven. For the sake of national development, decisively give up generous treatment and return home. He's the one who brought out countless frontline researchers today. A legend that only appears in textbooks. I can't believe he's dying. He didn't dare delay and quickly found Luli. Luli was excited to read old Tang's information. Such a top talent, if you can join his team. So, the development of the Immortality Club will take another big step forward, so he decided decisively to pay a personal visit to this unparalleled scholar. When he came out of the room and looked through the window, I saw Tang Lao lying there quietly. Only 1 day and 2 hours of life left. Luli secretly decided to ignore the public in private. Such a great old man should not end here. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Tang Lao finally woke up. Looking at the granddaughter who accompanied him, he was secretly sad. I am most worried about this granddaughter. I wish I could see her with a family. At this moment, Lu Li's voice rang out. Old gentleman, let's not jump to conclusions. In my opinion, you have plenty of time. The old man has only one day to live. To face the chance of eternal life, but he chose to give up. Because he'd rather kill himself than betray our country. Rejection in the face of old age, Lu Li smiled. He's essentially a man of this country. Why would he force old Tang, do something harmful to the motherland? Promise to face Lu Li. Old Tang finally accepted the indoctrination of longevity. Suddenly, a golden light was forcibly injected into his body. It's as if there's a force in the room. Come in, after a moment. This feeling, the good old man sat sweating on the bed. The body has never been so relaxed. As if the soul had been baptized. Lu Li said he needed to prepare for the funeral as soon as possible, because Dawn is a legend in the field of life research. And if you suddenly come back from the dead, that's gonna be a global sensation. Old Tang did not refuse either. Just 3 days to say goodbye to my kids. And then he's gonna be a new guy. To the Eternal Club. My granddaughter woke up the next morning. But I saw Grandpa standing at the window in high spirits. She threw herself into Grandpa's arms excitedly. It's a bad time for the family. But Grandpa told her he didn't have much time left. It's just a flash in the pan. Tell your granddaughter to call her children as soon as possible. He has a will to announce. Soon all of Tang's children were present. Everyone looked at their father solemnly. The old man opened his mouth and gave most of his inheritance. Donate all research funds to research funds. Only a small portion is left for the favorite granddaughter. The eldest son heard the tone of his father's confession. And he fell to his knees with a thud. Pray for my father to use his research to cure diseases. I believe it will be cured. Old Tang is very angry. Because he knew the research. At least 10 years to mature. If we start human trials early, that's a crime. The eldest son burst into tears when he heard his father's words. He really can't bear to part with his father. My father dedicated his life to his country. Although little attention was paid to them, but the sons and daughters have always been proud of their fathers. Old Tang's heart ached. And he didn't say anything about immortality. Just let the eldest son stay. There's something I need to tell him alone. After everyone leaves, Tang Lao asked his son to give his death certificate as soon as possible. And send yourself home. If anyone asks me about you again, I'll tell them you were cremated. The son did not understand why his father wanted to play dead. Old Tang didn't explain too much. He just told him, there are many things in the world that ordinary people cannot understand. There's no explanation. Go out this door. Everything he said today must rot in his stomach. The son looked at his father's serious expression. I had no choice but to agree to do everything. In the afternoon, Tang Lao returned to his hometown by car. Not only did they have family with them, there are hundreds of students who want to send Tang Lao one last trip. Old Tang was in the middle of the crowd. The students came forward one by one to say goodbye, looking at the dying teacher. The eyes of the students are full of sadness and reluctance. That thin figure will forever be engraved in their hearts. Old Tang inside the house touched everything in the old house. The woman in the portrait is still so young. Unfortunately, I am already old. Muttering, waiting for me. Now is not the time to call you. After recalling, the old man sat alone in his chair. Thinking about everything in the hospital. Maybe it's just me. It's like a dream. How can there be immortal merchants in the world? Lu Li didn't know when. Appears on the sofa in the corner. Old Tang, I've come to fulfill our contract. Are you ready? Moment later. Wait for your granddaughter to come back to the room, but I can't see my grandfather. The family was terrified and rushed to find it. Finally in a golden rice field. I found that familiar figure. Hear the cries of children. Old Tang did not stop. Just turn around and smile at your children. Young in the golden waves of wheat. Let the eldest son instantly remember the conversation in the ward, so I held back my tears and stopped chasing. Soon, Old Tang's figure disappeared into the golden rice paddies. Under a tree not far away. Lu Li had been waiting for a long time. He identified Tang as the head of the biochemistry department. From now on, Tang Jiarui disappeared. A man named Tommy. To be fourth in the Club of Eternal Life. Full member. It turns out that Tang Laoi came to the Eternal Life Club, came up with the idea of creating a biological laboratory, dedicated to life engineering. And studies have shown, from millions of years ago, in addition to the accumulation of knowledge, evolution has stopped completely physiologically. If we can break through this lock, then this result will change the world. Lu Li looked at the information in his hand. Although the investment is at least several hundred million, But this direction fits perfectly, the third program of founding the club. To achieve the perfect evolution of the human body, so he was very decisive to agree to Tang Lao to establish a laboratory. But there are many talents, but they can't all be bought with longevity, so he decided to put. Next up, the people recruited into the Eternal Club, divided into core members and ordinary employees. The next day, some of the world's best scientists received an invitation. There's a test attached to it. You have to pass the test to go to the interview. This bespectacled man is one of them. At first he didn't care. I thought it was another headhunter who was trying to be mysterious, but when I saw the test questions, I was not calm in an instant. It's definitely a top scholar. To have studied human immunity and virology so thoroughly. Such a powerful god, he must meet him personally. So he decided to quit his current garbage job. Leave for home immediately. To this never-before-heard-of creature. When he arrived at the address, he realized. Only 3 people got the questions right, including themselves, but the other 2 are internationally renowned gods. At this moment, Luli personally welcomed the 3 high-level talents. When I came to the conference room, it didn't take long for the interviewer to open the door. It was Mr. Tang, alias Tangli. Glasses man sounds like a strange name. Immediately questioned it. Forgive me. I don't think I've ever heard of it in science. Mr. Tang Li's name. What did he accomplish? Why are you interviewing us? Old Tang was not angry after listening. Instead, she looked at him and smiled. You must be Dr. Zhu Xiuxuan. Reputation aside. About the hidden questions you asked in the interview questions. Is my answer satisfactory? Glasses man was shocked. Is he the one who, in one sentence, to solve a problem that's been bothering me for years? Then immediately bow and apologize. Claiming to be a student is rude. In order to make this interview important to this group of arrogant talents, Luli indicated that old Tang's academic level was immeasurable. If Mr. Tang Li chooses, he's willing to hire someone for an 8-figure salary, research new results and commissions. The 3 of them were shocked. This is a price that is difficult to get abroad. So I immediately got serious. After a 2-hour interview, the 3 were eventually convinced by Tang Lao's academic knowledge. And the lab's work is on track. In order to get Tang to devote himself to his research, Luli specially invited another executive director. But biological research doesn't happen overnight. To accelerate this process, Luli wondered if he could do it like before. It's like speeding up training for Ping Hao, a study for Tang Lao et al. Add 100-fold time flow. But that way, he has to be there all the time. But Luli doesn't have that much time. Unless we can create a stable time acceleration space. So he tried to speed up time. Control in one area. In the next second, a terrifying suction force instantly take a lot of his life out of his body. Luli wanted to take his hand off. And I can't control it. Fortunately, I dropped my watch in time. To stop the transmission of time, Luli panted as he recalled what had just happened. It's easy to accelerate a pot of flowers 100 times by yourself. Why is it so hard to create space at 5 times the speed? Did he break one of those rules? Just as he looked back at the table, he woke up suddenly. Just now I was accelerating towards a plane. And forgot to think about the top and bottom and the open spaces. So the area that goes up and down is infinite. And time is built in 3 dimensions and 4 dimensions, even higher dimensions. A plane naturally cannot bind time. The corners of his mouth curled up at the thought. That was a close call. So he carefully tried again. This time, we changed the square into a 3-dimensional space. Sure enough, 5 times the time flow this time. It's fixed inside. It's not sustainable. But with a little practice, Luli believed that he would soon be able to give old Tang set up a time acceleration laboratory. Just when he wanted to keep practicing, Zhang Xiao, the Special Forces soldier who helped Peng Hao train before, found him. He's the only outsider in the club now. Luli was still a little wary of him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaoi came in and hesitated. Mr. Lu, I want to talk to you. Zhang Xiao didn't know what Luli was doing. But by observing these days, I know he's no ordinary man. At the same time, Luli was examining Zhang Xiao, a real king. Compared to Ping Hao, who was slowly cultivated, he has more combat experience. And money can drive it. However, Luli didn't agree immediately. Instead, he threw a piece of information over. Ask him if there's any way to create a kind of fatal but not immediately fatal injuries. Zhang Xiao frowned. it's easier to kill them. Often this kind of half-dead is the hardest thing to do. But in order to join the club for eternity, he agreed to give Luli a try. Luli saw his concern. It means Peng Hao will assist him this time, and will provide him with special privileges. Hearing this, Zheng Xiao was shocked. Finally, we can access the secrets of time. It turns out that Tan Yanyu not long ago, a file suddenly arrived. Because the Rong and Song families have been moving closely recently, the other two of the four families in Shanghai. And I noticed the club for eternity. And was investigating. In order to gain the upper hand, Luli decided to strike first. At present, the most powerful one is Chen Jia. The family is run by four brothers. They're the Green Gang on the surface. Ostensibly a businessman, but he's running a mob business. He controls underground forces all over the country, even their tentacles have reached abroad. It can be said that it is a real black and white all around, and the Chen brothers are all in their prime. Even if the person in charge is dying, it's not as easy to control as the Rong and Song families. Unless something unexpected happened. Robert found two recent Chen family heads to inspect the work in Shanghai. Although the exact cause is unknown, but Luli decided to do his part. Since they believe in the weak, then he'll tell the Chen family who can control their lives. In order to ensure foolproof, Luli decided to lead the team himself. The Chen brothers are usually cautious when traveling. There must be a lot of bodyguards for business this time. The only chance to snipe. 10 seconds after they get out of the car and enter the restaurant, so before we do anything, Luli added 100x time acceleration to both players. Although Zhang Xiao had already guessed that Luli had this ability, but I feel time moving slowly around me. Still speechless in shock. I can't help but sigh in my heart. This acceleration of time is amazing. Zhang Xiao quickly moved his position. Less than 2 seconds to reach the predetermined position, just in time for the Chen family boss to get out of the bulletproof car. Zhang Xiao was not in a hurry to start, because Luli's request was deadly, but not instantly. When the time comes, Zhang Xiao immediately pulled the trigger. A specially designed bullet came out of the muzzle. But it wasn't the Chen family boss. It's hard concrete. Boss Chen suddenly felt a chill in his stomach. The result is a bow, only to find blood gushing from his abdomen. It turns out that Zhang Xiao used cement to make bullets turn. Reduce some power. It won't kill Boss Chen instantly. Boys, protect the boss. Hide behind the car. The second son of Chen family was very anxious when he saw his elder brother injured. Angry looks at his subordinates. Tell them to find the killer as soon as possible. The men quickly analyzed the surroundings. Thinking about it, only the rooftop of the building opposite has a chance to shoot. Chen Laoer was furious at the moment. He'll reward 10 million to anyone who can avenge his brother. There must be a brave man under the reward. The boys are shooting like crazy, regardless of their lives. But their movements are in the eyes of Zhang Xiao, who is accelerated by time. It's like a snail. He fired several shots and took his men away one by one. Then turned the gun on Chen Laoer. Only to find out that the other party only showed his head. If this goes down in one shot, it'll bloom on the spot. Just as he was trying to change his sniper position, I heard a pistol cocking in my headphones. The next second, Peng Hao appeared beside Chen Laoer. A ghostly figure flashed by. Bang! Shot through Chen Laoer's kidney. The younger brother who came here was instantly stunned, because they didn't even see who shot him. Chen Laoer covered his wound in disbelief. He didn't figure out who was trying to kill them until he was unconscious. The boys were in a panic for a while. We had to rush the two bosses to the hospital. But a gunshot wound of this magnitude, the doctor can only save his life temporarily. There's nothing they can do about it once the gut gets infected. At this time, Chen Laosan also rushed to the hospital. He grabbed the doctor and threatened. If my brothers don't survive, I'll bury your family. But he didn't know that Luli had also come to the hospital. Time in the ward suddenly stopped. Boss Chen, who was unconscious, immediately woke up. Trembling, he looked at Luli and thought it was death. Luli shook his head. I'm an immortal merchant on the brink of death. Today I come smelling death. Do you want to buy life? For 2 digits, 1/5 of your annual income, I can save you. He picked up his hand, showing the remaining lifespan of the brothers. The race is less than 3 hours away. Boss Chen panicked instantly. He's got money, but he only has 1 life. He held out his trembling hand. Spit out a word as hard as you can. We bought. Tan Yanyu saw this. Hand over 2-time sale contracts. Contract signing. The next second, it's golden. It melted into the Chen brothers' bodies. Boss Chen instantly felt different. Looked down. The wound on his waist is healing at a visible rate. In just a few seconds, the body recovers to its original state. Then Boss Chen showed a suspicious look. The brothers were assassinated for no reason. One shot and Luli shows up. Isn't this clearly calculating yourself? Luli did not admit it. Because of their gangster status. Isn't it normal to be assassinated? And advised him to think differently. If I hadn't been here today, then the two brothers will really die. Before Boss Chen could react, Luli disappeared into the ward. Just a reminder on the way out. Even though your wounds are healed, but they only live for a year. Let's figure out what to do next. Wait until Luli walks out of the hospital. He called Robert immediately. To get him to put the whole. Get rid of that block. We can't leave anything behind. Robert, as a top hacker. It's a matter of minutes. Just when he wanted to claim credit from Luli, talent detection alarm suddenly sounded. Turn on the computer and look. The world's top quantum physicist had a heart attack and collapsed at home. If we don't save him, he'll die. But Robert's a Pacific Ocean away. What should he do? Suddenly he had an idea. Hacked into police equipment throughout the United States. Just 1 minute. All police cars within a few kilometers appeared at Anthony's doorstep and saw him safely loaded into the ambulance. Robert was relieved. Looks like he's alive for a while. He immediately reported to Luli. For such top talent. Naturally, Luli valued it, a brilliant physicist. But to be able to transform human beings, the existence of a truly human universe, Luli was ready to leave immediately and recruit people. But Peng Hao told him at this time. The Chen brothers are coming tomorrow. They've been in gangs for years. There's no one here but Luli. Anthony's gonna have to let someone else go. So Luli found it. Old Tang, also a top scientist. And it turns out that when I first entered the lab, Old Tang can't wait. Show him the results of the experiment. The other day, he transferred the mutated beta virus, injected into mice. Even though the rat's strength and speed increased. But there's still some rejection. A burst of energy in a short time. The body can't handle it. He asked Luli one thing. Can you think of a way to make a time acceleration space? So he can experiment faster. Luli saw this. Immediately asked Old Tang to follow him. He's got a gift in store. I wanted to perfect it. If it's useful now, there's no need to wait. Yeah. The time acceleration space he developed in episode 10. Although it can only be increased to 5 times. However, Old Tang still pounced on it as if he had found a treasure. With this acceleration space, it was a godsend for his experiments. But it also makes him more attached to the lab. So Tang Lao took out a pendant. Inside is a cancer cell. As long as Luli gave him 10 times split speed. As a top scientist, Anthony's gonna be here when he sees it. Then Luli asked Tan Yenyu, who was in grade 8, to lead the team. Peng Hao was in charge of security, and take the pendant to America. Time is tight. When they get off the plane, they go straight to Anthony's hospital. Pretending to be a visiting student. And that's how we got into the ward. Anthony looked like a strange woman. Was about to ask. Tan Yenyu took out the pendant. You know Mr. Tang Jiarui, right? This is his gift to you. Anthony was a little confused when he heard this. Didn't Tang Jiarui pass away some time ago? Is it a relic? But when he saw cancer cells through his portable microscope, is splitting apart at an incredible rate. Was instantly stunned. That's impossible. Tan Yenyu sees the time is ripe. He told the secret that Tang Lao was still alive. And this method of time acceleration is her boss's specialty. Anthony asked in disbelief who she was. Tan Yenyu pushed her glasses. Have you ever heard of an immortal merchant? The next day, Anthony couldn't help but wonder. Follow them into the country. Just get out of the car and be shocked by the oncoming man. Your soup? Why do you look so young? This is crazy. How did you do it? Look at the incoherent Anthony. Tan Yenyu patted him on the shoulder. Our boss will help you with all this. He's waiting for you up there. Anthony was shocked. Is this still the world he knows? Whether it's the vision in the pendant, or is it Old Tang's resurrection? If all this is true, does God really exist in China? He's even more impatient. Want to meet their boss back home. Mr. Anthony, it's been a long journey. Did you like my little gift? And then, without waiting for Anthony to answer, Luli waved his hand to show his remaining lifespan. Anthony looked up. Is this my time? He's never seen anything like it. His legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Everything he saw today completely shattered a physicist's worldview. I didn't think anyone could do that. Luli took out the time contract and presented it to him. Signed his name. From now on, you're a member of the Eternal Club. With the signing of the contract, Luli forcibly injected lifespan into his body. Anthony was instantly enveloped in golden light. A tingling sensation spread all over his body. The golden light gradually dissipated. He felt the changes in his body. This healthy feeling is wonderful. It's a godlike move. Luli looked at Anthony, who was incoherent. He doesn't understand a word. What is this foreigner saying? And the phone rings. And it eased his embarrassment. So it's the Chen brothers. Ever since Luli gave them life a few days ago, they were discharged immediately. The reason I'm here now. They were also secretly investigating Luli's identity. Beijing, it's like it's all planned. The two came to the villa. A man in white who passed by caught Boss Chen's attention, dressed like a roan. I didn't have time to think. I came to the study, seeing Luli again. They don't have the arrogance of the past few days. Very low-key shouted, "Hello, Mr. Lu." Guess after a few days of probing. Still can't tell Luli's depth. Boss Chen gestured to his brother. Give Luli the money to buy lifespan. Calculated at 1/5 of the annual income of the two shares. This happens to be 1 billion people. Luli gave them bad news. Although their bodies healed under time acceleration, but the length of life has not recovered. It's only for 360 days. Hearing this, the Chen brothers were shocked. Boss Chen quickly asked if the two of them were not good enough. Please accommodate me, Mr. Lu. Give them more life. Luli smiled and shook his head. Money for him. It's just a means of trade. If you want to live longer, need to join his club. You have to complete the mission to earn points. And the length of life in exchange is, depending on their rank in the club. Hearing this, the two brothers looked at each other. This Pan rule is something they didn't expect. Before leaving, Chen Laoer looked at the villa bodyguards, trying to get some information out of him. Except for the rules of the club. And nothing else. Chen Laoer was very angry in the car. How can a lousy bodyguard be so arrogant? But Boss Chen told him honestly. This organization is mysterious. You can't lose the big for the small. At this time, the younger brother reported the results of their investigation. The man in white we just bumped into. It's Master Roan's personal butler. And the bouncer at the door. He's a special forces soldier. Who've actually fought on the battlefield. Heard the news. Boss Chen laughed instead of getting angry. Things are getting interesting. Even though you have to pay to live now. But instead, he got the chance to live forever. Even the Rong family of the 4 great families is here. I think the other members are also considered extraordinary. That's a connection you can't buy. Maybe the Chen family. And that's where we can go further. At the same time, inside the Rong mansion, the butler relayed Luli's praise to Elder Rong. It turns out that physicist Anthony was seriously ill a few days ago. The Rong family took the initiative to send a private jet back and forth. That's what kept Anthony going. The moment I saw Luli was also very generous with gifts. He gets 100 points as a reward. Old Master Rong calculated in his heart. Another 300 can be exchanged for a year of life. But the Chen brothers added. It's not good news for him. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain, and these are 4 tigers in their prime. At this time, the Chen brothers also invited themselves. Boss Chen made it clear right away. My brothers have joined the Eternal Club. But they're new to the business, and they're shallow. I hope we can form an alliance with the Rong family. Together on the path to true immortality. The 98-year-old Master Rong is a man of spirit. And then turn around and tell them. The recording was given to Luli. Luli laughed to himself as he listened to their conspiracy. The Chen brothers are indeed ambitious. But teach them not to use physics all the time. This time he's gonna outsmart. This clever decision cost 100 yuan, sell a year of your life. Unexpectedly, Luli directly sent a $300,000 card dropped on the table, because he bought life. The lowest price is 300,000. Chimal was shocked. I didn't expect to pay so much for it. He reached for it in disbelief. But Luli grabbed him. Hand over the money, hand over the life. Luli snorted coldly. Energy that contains the breath of life. Coming out of the horse. A moment later, a ball appeared in Luli's hand. I accept your life. At this time, Shigong only reacted, I really lost a year of my life. But when he thought about 300,000. And laughed again. That'll keep him cool for a long time. Mr. Lu, you're a living Buddha. Luli, look at him. I can't help but try to persuade him. You know, you could use the money to start a little business. Wouldn't it be nice to have a more stable life? Begging to write but not caring. A man like him has no dreams, no demands. Enjoy as much as you can. All those office workers out there working all day. Fight your ass off to the end. He might die one day. Might as well enjoy it now. Then he turned around and left. Luli stopped him again. Aren't you curious how much life you have left? Begged to write shook his head. Mr. Lu, don't spoil the mood. We'll meet another. And then he just ran away. Luli laughed. He's also the most special person I've ever met. Either you need time. He really didn't want to find such a great god. Turns out as the club grew, Luli lacks a brain power. A woman named Du Wei-wen attracted his attention. Although only 40 years old, he is the director of the National Center for Foreign Strategy. The research area covers all international political culture and foreign policy. Luli was thirsty for talents, but he also made a mistake. Beijing, a young and healthy man like that is not easy to control. Robert then tells us something important. Although Du Wei-wen has a long life expectancy, but she has a 5-year-old daughter. Brain cancer was diagnosed last year. Now, Bao is in his late stages and dying soon. During this period of time, Du Wei-wen was not in the mood to work, mostly taking my daughter around for consultations. So Luli decided to recruit his daughter. At this time in the hospital, Du Wei-wen is nervously waiting for the test results. The doctor told her. The child's tumor has deteriorated significantly. According to the current situation, even the best hospitals abroad can't help it. Hearing this result, ask the strong Du Wei-wen to collapse instantly. Tears fall uncontrollably. She had a hard time accepting the outcome. Pray that the doctor will find a way anyway. She's willing to do whatever it takes. And the little girl in the hallway, clearly unaware of his condition, still trying to figure out what to eat for dessert this afternoon. Just then a man sat down next to her. It was Luli who had just arrived at the hospital. The little girl looked at his sad face. Ask him innocently. Big brother has trouble too? Luli smiled. Everyone has problems, right? Hearing this, the little girl sighed like Luli. Yeah, it bothers me, too. I've been having headaches lately. I've lost all my hair. I don't know when I'll be able to go back to school. Luli praised. She looks cooler now. Girls pouting. That's not my style. I'm gonna grow that long, beautiful hair. While chatting, Luli took advantage of the opportunity. A look at the little girl's lifespan. Only 3 months and 19 days. It's a pity to see innocent girls. So he looked at the little girl and said, bare hair really doesn't suit you. Big brother, let me give you a gift. But at this moment, Du Wei-wen ran over in a panic. She saw her daughter from afar, sitting next to a stranger. I thought Luli was a bad guy. As soon as I got close, it's like the body's frozen. She immediately noticed that Luli was different. Time seems to have stopped, but this man was not affected. Wrong. Not static. It's slower. The next second, she's free to move. But everything around you, including his daughter, is still in a static state. But Du Wei-wen is not afraid. She asked Luli if he could control time. And why are you looking for yourself? Luli was shocked. Du Wei-wen saw the secret of time at a glance. This quick thinking is amazing. And that's exactly what he needs. Luli smiled. Not only would I not hurt your daughter, and save her life. Then he put his hand on the little girl's head. Du Wei-wen was frightened. I thought Luli was going to hurt my daughter. I rushed forward to stop it, but it was too late. The next second, dazzling golden light exploded from Luli. He's forcing the cancer cells to divide. And the little girl's life expectancy is soaring. Du Wei-wen, unbelievable. Look at the message above your daughter's head. There is such a wonderful power in the world. When this is over, Du Wei-wen asked Luli who he was. What do you want? Luli didn't keep him in suspense anymore. Tell her she's from the Eternal Club. She is now officially invited to join them. But Du Wei-wen is very cautious. Didn't completely believe Luli's story. But since I can come to her, it has to be about her. It's already been investigated. But some things, even if you threaten your daughter. And she would never agree. Luli smiled. This year of life is a gift to you. As for whether to join us or not, we'll decide when we get there. Without waiting for Du Weiwen to respond, leave a business card and disappear. Du Weiwen thought he was hallucinating. Until she saw her daughter. The hair that would otherwise have fallen out of chemotherapy, miraculously grew out. Just to confirm that it wasn't a dream. Maybe. This man can really cure his daughter's terminal illness. She crouched down to examine her daughter's hair. Make sure it's not a decoy. But I'm still worried. And quickly let the doctor give her a full body examination. And it turns out there's nothing unusual. After confirming that Luli didn't mean anything, Du Weiwen decided to go to the Eternal Life Club first. It was supposed to be a mysterious underground organization. We won't know until we get there. It's a luxury villa. There's not even a guard inside. Just two old men sitting there talking. But when she saw the face of one of the old men, his pupils widened instantly. Isn't that Mr. Tang who just died? But she quickly dismissed the idea. Because that face is so much younger than Tom. But the more I look at it, the more it looks like it. In order to confirm his hypothesis, she tentatively called out old Tang's name. Tang Xiaorui. I didn't expect the old man on the sofa really turned around. Du Weiwen was stunned. Last month, she attended Tom's funeral. How is he rejuvenating now? I think Du Weiwen will definitely be recruited. Old Tang didn't hide it either, and told her story from beginning to end. Du Weiwen also slowly accepted it, this incredible thing. At this moment, Luli also came down from upstairs. Anthony pounced on Luli as soon as he saw him. Desperately hoping that he could give himself. Demonstrate the evolution of viruses. Old Tang coughed when he saw this. Tell him to wait until Mr. Lu's reception is over before we talk. Luli pushed his glasses and didn't care. This is a good opportunity for Du Weiwen to understand. What's their club doing? It turns out that these days, with Anthony's help, the experiment is progressing at a rapid pace. They're taking the slug to extract a new hemostatic material, temporarily named T. This material can be used under any conditions. Paste on liver, skin, bones, even arteries. Du Weiwen was shocked again after listening. This biomaterial, it's black tech. Even fundamentally, subvert the concept of hemostasis in the past years. You're Tang Xiaorui. He's the only one who could have come up with something this bad. She understood instantly. Why did old Tang fake his death? And you're gonna have to walk this way. And she believed in Tom. Would never do anything harmful to the country. So at this moment also strengthened her determination to join. Maybe this is really where solve the problem of female terminal illness. Du Weiwen immediately saw Luli. He immediately expressed his willingness to join the Eternal Club, and for the development of the club, she also has some suggestions of her own. Luli was delighted. Believe me, you won't regret today's decision. With the signing of the contract, Du Weiwen felt his body. It's like being filled with some kind of power. It's like there's some kind of restriction imposed on it. Luli warned her seriously. If you violate the contract, the penalty clause above is no joke. Du Weiwen sighed. Now that we've decided to add people, and she's gonna do everything she can. Then Luli explained to her the current situation at the Eternal Club. Ask her what she thinks about the future. Du Weiwen knew this was a test for himself. After a moment of contemplation, a core was proposed. That's faith. To take the club's ideas to the elite of the society. If you want to spread the faith, well, that's assuming the club lives forever. Not only has to have a future. They're going to create clubs. Traces of 1,000 years of history. Not only hearsay, but also reality. Make everyone feel like the club forever. Really developed over thousands of years. There is also a member invitation mode after that, and try to make a few changes. As president, you can't always, to sell life itself. Not only does it slow down the acquisition, it lowers the status. She suggested that Luli should be among the existing club members. Choose a spokesperson. Get him to spread the word about the club around. A referral system can also be used. If you have more than 3 people to guarantee, you can come and see Luli. Eligibility to join the club. Luli couldn't help but nod. Professional is different. Du Weiwen put forward a bold idea at this time. Maybe many years from now, when the club is strong enough, they no longer need to hide. It can even be open on the surface. And that's when we can do it all over the world. Creating a time bank. Open the acquisition of time to the people of the world. Some reward for useless time. The more Luli listened, the more he felt it was feasible. Time bank. What a brilliant idea. Now he felt that looking for Du Weiwen was more and more important. Being a brain trust is the right choice. And Du Weiwen brought him surprises that did not stop. She called in Tom and Professor Anthony. Ask them what they can do. Can you simulate the conditions in which prehistoric creatures were born? In other words, she wants to create a miniature world. 0 to yes. To induce the evolution of an organism. Anthony shouted after hearing this. Impossible. This is simply unrealistic. Old Tang is considering the possibility of planning. If it's normal, it's impossible. The beginning of life begins with 6.6 billion years ago in the Milky Way. Fork after hundreds of millions of years of evolution, the oldest forms of life. And then tens of millions of years passed, and then there were creatures. But it's an idea that's been around for a long time in the scientific community. As long as the elements such as hydrogen and oxygen are well controlled, it's theoretically possible. But who can wait thousands of years? Unless they can control time. And Mr. Liu happens to have this ability. Just give this miniature world. With an n-fold time acceleration, all of this is possible. Then Luli, as creator. You can harvest the lifespan of that batch of creatures at will. In other words, he can then produce his own time. The more Luli listened, the more excited he became, and if that happens, he'll have endless time. He decided to call it Project Genesis, and designated it the Club of Eternal Life. One of the most central goals. Second is Tang Lao's Life Project. And Anthony's Black Tech Project. The club will also give priority to maximum financial support. And after the test just now, Luli was quite satisfied with Du Weiwen's ability to work. As a sign of encouragement, ask Du Weiwen to bring his daughter tomorrow. He will extend his life. Du Weiwen sighed softly. It seems that I have passed the examination. Luli then handed over the customer information. Let her pick one of them. As an outside agent for the club. When Du Weiwen saw inside, could not help but gasp. They're all top families. Especially the 98-year-old Rong. He's very well respected in domestic circles. He's the best fit for the job right now. This was also in line with Luli's thoughts. At this time, the Rong family mansion meet. Grandpa Rong is having breakfast with his sons. Suddenly received a call. After learning that Luli had summoned him, his expression immediately became serious, because the general release task, it's all in the community. It must be important to say it in person right now. The sons speculated. Did you meet privately with the Chun family before? Make Luli unhappy. Watching my sons panic. The old man's angry haul. They're useless. The conversation between him and the Chen brothers. Handed it over to Luli word for word. How could he be mad at us? But is this meeting a blessing or a curse? We won't know until we get there. Not long after, old Rome came to the Eternal Life Club alone. You're gonna keep a low profile the minute you meet. Show respect to Luli. I didn't wait for more pleasantries. Du Weiwen, who was on the side, greeted old Rong first. Luli also introduced. This is his new advisor. From now on, she will take over all external affairs. Old Rong carefully studied the woman in front of him. Mr. Liu can be interested. There must be something special about this guy, so they both tested each other. Luli watched as the two of them started chatting. I can't listen anymore. Let's get down to business. He invited old Master Rong to come this time because I have an important assignment. I wonder if Elder Rong is willing to represent the Rong family, to be an outside agent for the club forever. Old Rong is prepared. But it's still a little off guard. Du Weiwen explained it this time. They saw the Rong family's influence in the secular world. Hopefully, he'll be carefully screened. Help the club attract some customers with needs. And they're gonna build a school in Rong's house. A laboratory based on science and technology. To sell drugs and supplements that can prolong your life. After a moment of silence, Luli thought he'd agree. But Rong Lao's lips curled up and he began to pick up the shelf. It means there's too much at stake. I need to go back and think about it. Luli laughed in his heart. The old man thinks he has to. He immediately expressed his trust in him, to make him a proxy. But since it's so difficult, he won't force it. Tell Du Weiwen to inform the next candidate immediately. Rong Laoi immediately panicked when he heard this, hurried to apologize. I'm getting old. I don't understand Mr. Liu's good intentions. If you don't mind, from now on their own family. I'm gonna do great for the club. Select the right customer. Luli sneered in his heart. What an ungrateful man. After sending this old fox away, Luli heaved a sigh of relief. I thought it was going to be great. I didn't expect it to take a lot of trouble, but Du Weiwen's opinion is different from his. I think Ron Lao knows how to be worldly. He's a veteran. It's like doing business. Often blindly catering may not make buyers feel at ease. Luli instantly understood. I thought to myself, as expected, old Ginger is still spicy. The old man spent his whole life weighing the pros and cons. As the club's agent, it seems to be no problem. Next, Du Weiwen Fork proposed, the club's last weakness. And that's concealment. If this kind of reckless zen continues, it's bound to get noticed by some secret service. For them, who are still underdeveloped, it could be a disaster. But what they didn't know, there are already people who are secretly to investigate the everlasting club. This dog just doesn't eat bones because it eats meat. The next second, they're dead. But a dozen people in the conference room played the surveillance video back over 20 times. No one saw how the dog died. Until I slowed it down 10 times. I saw a shadow cut the dog's throat at incredible speed. Everyone was shocked. No way. How can a human be that fast? This isn't a cultivation world. But when they put video special treatment, slow down to 100 times, people finally see that shadow is a person. So this is the government's special investigation unit, specializing in mysterious events. Half a month ago, a billionaire was assassinated. But there's nothing at the scene. Just this weird surveillance video. And that speed is no longer enough. Use martial arts to explain. Unless this guy has some kind of psychic ability, what seems like a joke is the only explanation for this video. The minister no longer concealed it. He's comparing everything. Tell everyone everything. The person in the video is not the ability person himself, he's just a killer on a mission. It's the mystery behind this that's at stake. But some people question it. Can non-competent people use their abilities? The minister told the crowd with a serious face. This mystery man not only controls the flow of time, and it can change people's lives. Turns out they found out, a taxi driver and a janitor. Suddenly millions of dollars in accounts. Facing interrogation, was scared, and he's still refusing to reveal the source of the funding, until the janitor found out. The money you gave your life for. It was used by his son to show off and squander everything. To tell her all her secrets. Turns out they were working with a guy, forever merchant trading. Selling the rest of his life for money. Because of some kind of contractual constraint, they can't recall the businessman's face. But through multiple investigations, and we've been able to basically determine the range. Today, experts, please come here to brainstorm. To paint a portrait of this mysterious figure. And give them an attitude to communicate with. Most importantly, is this person good or bad for us? Is it necessary to erase it from the world? But before the minister could finish, was interrupted by one person. Is that a question of necessity? If he can really sell life, then he's probably to be able to see the human surplus. Then his own lifespan has changed. Without noticing? The minister hesitated as soon as he said this. He really didn't consider the situation. And the expert didn't struggle. He went on, let's put that aside. If the other party can really control the flow of time, then we're standing still in his eyes. Minister, you and your agents, do you have the confidence to beat him? The more experts talk, the more excited they get, screaming at his ignorance. This is basically a clash of two time realms. We can't even touch him, let alone defeat him. At this time, the bald man on the side also realized. So all the high-tech weapons we have. At 100 times acceleration, it's almost static. He could have easily evaded it. So in a way, if there's a war, we'll be defenseless. It was a one-sided murder. The minister broke out in cold sweat. There's some conjecture, but there's some truth. So the opinions given by experts is to try not to be enemies. Or not found. To kill him in one blow. It must not be hostile. The bald man also made suggestions at this time. Why don't you test each other's attitude first? If we can develop into allies, isn't it better than being an enemy? Right here in the heat of the meeting. Luli's side also exploded. Robert hurried to find Luli. That's not good. They've bought life from people. all taken away secretly for investigation, and Robert tried to locate them. And it's like these people just disappeared. Du Wei Wen immediately reacted. The club must have been. The official secret service is on to it. Lu Li sighed. What should come will come eventually. I blame myself for being reckless. Didn't erase the trail in time. But whether it's building a lab or organize long-term development, they can't bypass the country. So the investigation of the relevant departments. Lu Li wasn't afraid. He's just worried about his men getting implicated. Most important thing now was, confirm official attitude towards the club. If possible. He doesn't want to be an enemy. Even his ultimate goal is cooperation with officials. As the investigation team discussed how to proceed, the team leader received orders from his superiors, suspend all investigations into the actions of the Eternal Club. The team looks beautiful. Even they're not qualified to take over? It turns out that all this is the credit of Tang Lao. The superior of the investigation team is an old acquaintance of him. I have great trust in Tang Lao's character. He vouched for himself. For this conversation, Old Tang and the opposite side exchanged a few greetings. Give the phone to Lu Li. Is it war or cooperation? It's up to Lu Li. Du Wei Wen looked at him worriedly. Lu Li smiled and took the call. Only heard the laughter of the opposite side. Hello, Mr. Lu. We've heard a lot about you. Lu Li was stunned. So you've been paying attention to yourself? He'll soon realize. It must be because of Zhou Hanyang's death. Brought to their attention. He was really thoughtless about it. At this time, the opposite side said coldly, in our view, there are only 3 kinds of people in this world. Smart people, stupid people, and ordinary people. Mr. Lu, that's who you are. Lu Li was silent for a moment. Turn your head and look at your men. I think, I may not be the smartest guy in the world. A fool who wants to compete with his country, hearing Lu Li's answer. Laughing on the other end of the phone. Mr. Lu is really an interesting person. I'd like to ask you a question of personal curiosity. If war breaks out, what are your odds? Lu Li also heard the other parties probing. He didn't respond positively. It just means that if there's a war, that must have been a time-consuming and laborious last resort. Why can't we all win? If you need time, I'd love to help. There was laughter on the phone again. I'm impressed by your offer. But now, let's talk business. 10 minutes later, Lu Li hung up with a smile. Du Wei Wen hurriedly asked how the conversation had gone. Lu Li will tell them what we agreed on. Number 1, without jeopardizing social order. The relevant departments will no longer interfere with the development of the club. The second worker is very concerned about members like Tang Lao who have risen from the dead. The authorities will provide a new legal identity for free. Third, if the club's message is maliciously disseminated, they'll be responsible for refuting rumors and deleting them. And the fourth and most crucial point. The biological lab they were trying to build has been officially sanctioned. That is, the club was officially sanctioned. Of course, there are conditions. When the experiment has the latest research results, unconditionally prioritize their use. After all, the official thigh is not a white hug. Du Wei Wen was excited after listening to it. What we need most is peaceful coexistence. Now that the club is officially licensed, our domestic development will enter a stable fast lane. There won't be any worries for a while. Lu Li was very satisfied with this conversation. Reciprocity is the way he wants immortality. Then he turned to look at Du Wei Wen. Inform the Rong family now. Their work can begin. Take down all the rich people in Shanghai in the shortest time possible. Du Wei Wen immediately nodded and went to do it. Lu Li turned around and looked at Elder Tang. I'll have to trouble you to work overtime. I have a feeling the Club of Eternal Life is about to usher a new chapter. As the club grows, it gets better. Domestic companies have also blossomed everywhere. Lu Li cast his gaze to the overseas base. But as expansion demands, the pressures and difficulties he faced multiplied. But with the efforts of the members, it's only a matter of time before the club is perfect. And in order to continue to grow rapidly, all these years he's been under Pinghao's escort, moving from city to city. From tens of millions of people. The most suitable trading partner. There are too many people in this world who are bothered by money. He helped a father who held the family back. Of course, some of them not only didn't get out of the way, and you're trapped in a deeper swamp of desire. But for him, time is just a chip he buys and sells. He doesn't have good or bad attributes. All suffering is your choice. And with the increase in lifetime acquisitions, he had a vague feeling. Time is bound to him. Like a part of him. He can feel exactly. An evolution could take as long as 1,000 years. Looking at the pocket watch in his hand, he's looking forward to the next change. He couldn't help laughing at the thought. It's so boring not to do something with so much time. How about optimizing the world yourself? Watching the world slowly change. Build a dream utopia yourself. And he became the only god in the world. Of course, Peng Hao doesn't know about such arrogant ideas. He just wanted to say thank you to Lu Li. He was a dying man. If it wasn't for Lu Li's invitation, it's probably already a handful of dirt. Lu Li didn't want him to think too much. Everyone has their own value. He's worth nothing now but driving well. Suddenly a wedding invitation broke the silence. Lu Li remembered the last time the Zhou family investigated him, thanks to my old colleague Lu Yang's reminder. Before he could get the upper hand. In return for his kindness, it's only right to go to the wedding yourself. Not to mention, he hasn't enjoyed it in a long time. Ordinary people's lives, seeing Lu Li attend his wedding as promised. Lu Yang is very happy. Because I was at the company. They are both teachers and friends. As a senior, Lu Li always took care of him. Look at the sweet couple. Lu Li was happy for them. People are like this. Get used to a life. Colleagues toasted. Lu Li was affected by the atmosphere and drank a few more cups. Manager Lin also noticed, this Lu Li who suddenly resigned a few years ago. Look at him. He's dressed to the nines, it's very different from before. Curious, he asked Lu Li what he was doing. Lu Li didn't want to scare them. It's just vague. A small business where time is exchanged for money. Manager Lin nodded with satisfaction. As long as you're not better than yourself. Suddenly, he's so elegant. I thought this kid was the boss of a big company. A lively thank you dinner. Ending in a toast. Crowd thinned. Manager Lin is also sitting on the steps, waiting for his wife to pick him up in his new BMW. Don't forget to show off the performance of your new car to Lu Li. Just then. A phone call completely changed his face. My wife's feet are rusty. Accidentally hit by a car. Seeing the manager in trouble. The people who haven't left yet, in the spirit of strength and numbers. So we decided to go and check it out. Come to the scene are dumbfounded. Manager Lin also collapsed to the ground. There was a little golden man lying on the ground. His wife blamed him for his grievances. My driving skills are not good, and you have to show her off. What should I do if something happens? Manager Lin was silent for a moment without blame, just spit out 3 words. Sell the house. Then a man in suspenders broke the silence. Don't look so sad. It's just a car. I'm glad he's okay. When this statement came out, wife sees hope. Apologizing to the owner. I'm so sorry. I was careless. The man grinned. It's okay. You didn't mean it. It's not easy for everyone, since you're being so nice. So, pay the price. The husband and wife were stunned. I saw the two of them. The man almost died laughing. Yanked the manager by the collar. Hey, you don't think that? I'd say you don't have to pay for it. Are you crazy? Don't understand. How can a fool have such a hot wife? Colleagues hear such humiliating words. It's also anger. But men continue to laugh at them. All over the place. My car's worth $10 million. Change or not? I ask you poor people. Can one of you help pay for it? Look at the silence. Men are more arrogant. What's the use of numbers? They're just a bunch of poor bitches. You don't have to lose money if you want. Get down on your knees and do it. I'll let you. The manager was shocked. 1,000? Although I lost my self-esteem, it's the only way to keep our family together. Before he could answer, the man turned his head again. He looked at his wife. One more condition. You don't have to kowtow. Give me your pretty wife for the night. We'll call it quits. The manager knew he was entertaining himself. He was furious, and he punched him. But he's no match for a man. The punch was sent flying. You don't ask around. What do I do? 2 dows. Either pay or accompany. Your choice. After saying that, he looked at the crowd again. 1 today counts as 1. No one's leaving until this is settled. Then a voice interrupted him. I'll pay you 10 million. Everyone was shocked when he said this. Looking for the source of the sound. Lu Li walked out with a cold face. Men are not afraid to die. I asked him if he wanted it to be public or private. Lu Li laughed. You'll see. At this moment, there was a rhythmic sound of footsteps. Pang Hao loosened his collar and walked over quickly. When you're 2 meters away from a man. Leaped up. Punch in the man's face. His whole face was deformed. The man shouted loudly, "Do you know who I am?" Pang Hao looked at him coldly. Kick him in the face. Don't wait for men to argue. A fork is a sidekick that sends him flying. Pang Hao said nothing at all. Just punch him in the face. Until the man is completely speechless. At this point Lu Li walked up. Throw a bank card at a man. There's enough money here to buy you a new car. The rest is for your medical expenses, and I advise you to stop harassing my colleagues. Or I'll make sure you never eat 3 dishes at a time again. Processed. Lu Li wanted to comfort everyone. Unexpectedly, his colleagues all looked at him in horror. Greetings to Lu Li. Even Lu Yan unconsciously took a step back. Seeing this, Lu Li understood. Without saying anything, he left with Pang Hao. Back in the car, Lu Li felt something. Did you see the look in their eyes? We used to be the same. Are ordinary, anonymous people. We can talk about a lot of things. We can talk about anything, but now there's an insurmountable chasm. It's full of jealousy and fear. He's really happy today. It's just a shame it's the last time. Suddenly, he just felt his heart pounding. A palpitating sensation came over him. At this point, his surplus lifespan begins to distort. Who is affecting my life in the banquet? Does anyone want to assassinate me? This killer is on a clearance mission. Suddenly, I realized someone was approaching from behind. He just turned his gun. I saw a figure flash by. The next second, there was a sharp pain in his shoulder. He looked at the man in the distance in disbelief. Crazy to pull the trigger, trying to kill him. But all of them are easily evaded by men. Damn it! Just as he was reloading his magazine, the figure came quickly. He felt his head sink. Finally completely lost consciousness. The minister watched the fight on the recorder. I was furious. It's not a fight on a level. Then his face turned grave. Just as the experts suspected. This Lu Li really has the ability to predict danger. With the terrifying ability of time. They don't stand a chance. Fortunately, Lu Li wasn't a violent person. Secret Service agents on mission. He was wounded, not dead. But he's also responsible for the probe. At least on the surface, they just made a deal with Lu Li. The authorities are gonna keep this operation, defined as their own private actions. Of course, he was prepared to take the fall. Beijing, such a dangerous guy. No, test it, how can I rest assured? Pang Hao asked Lu Li about it at that time. Do you want him alive? Beijing is still on the same side on the surface. Lu Li was ready to give them another chance. And it's understandable that this kind of unwilling probing. What country would easily tolerate an uncontrolled existence? And they'll only be allowed to cross the line once. Happen again. That's war. At this moment, Lu Li, and I got a call from an old friend. I don't know if you remember. The one who tried to impress the belle, Zhang Bowen, who sells 2 consecutive lifetimes. I don't know what he's been through all these years. He's in his 20s. And now he's acting like a middle-aged uncle. Lu Li wasn't surprised. He knew this man would come looking for him again. Zhang Bowen saw that Lu Li was here. Run over and say hello. Mr. Lu, you look the same. You haven't changed a bit, Lu Li smiled. But you, Mr. Chang. You look haggard. It's like you're wasting more than money. If I remember correctly. This is the 3rd time we've met, right? Then this time. How much time do you want to sell me? Zhang Bowen looked hesitantly at Lu Li. Can I see how long I have left? Voice just fell. Lu Li waved his hand. The surplus lifespan of a man is shown. Zhang Bowen looked at the data and was simply happy. It's all amazing. I still have more than 50 years to live. Then he grinned and laughed. That's a lot of money. Lu Li looked at Zhang Bowen, who was a little crazy. Curious to ask him what he's been doing lately. Zhang Bowen didn't hide anything from Lu Li. Ever since I graduated. Because I don't have experience, I'm being bullied everywhere. Not only are they underpaid, but they're being told what to do. He's had enough of this dependence. Since you work for others, you're looked down upon. Then he'll start his own business. But starting a business requires a lot of money. So he thought of Lu Li again. He begged Luli to help him this time. Luli looked at this arrogant man. Smiled coldly. There's no help between us. You and I are just doing business. Then he looked at Zhang Bowen evilly. So how long do you want to sell it this time? At this time Zhang Bowen swallowed nervously and returned to the water. 4 years. Look at the man's firm eyes. Luli didn't try to persuade him either. Just stick out your pocket watch and shout. Then I'll take your 4 years. 10 minutes later, it started raining outside. Looking at Zhang Bowen's back in the rainstorm, Luli sighed. I finally saved up enough for 1,000 years, and just as he predicted. Over a certain amount of accumulated life, there are also some new changes in abilities. It feels like a part of the body. He can manipulate time at will. Not only has the ability to accelerate and decelerate improved, even the ability to buy and sell time is upgrading. Maybe he can try to delegate help to buy life. But it's all his imagination. This requires experimentation. Before that, Luli has something very important to do. As the lab continues to expand, his thirst for talent is growing stronger. So the headhunter is Luli. Send a senior talent advisor. Chenko had already inquired about this company before he came. In just a few years, it has developed to the first scale of Shanghai, but she never thought. The boss is so young. Luli went straight to business. He owns a pharmaceutical factory and 2 laboratories. We're short of some top talent in physics and new materials. Preferably a professional doctor or above. As many of them as you can get. Chenka said after listening. This kind of top talent itself is a high-income group. If we're gonna get them, it can be costly. Luli didn't care. He has no concept of these so-called values. Just tell Chenku. She can set the price. Any problem that money can solve is not a problem. As a headhunter, she must know what kind of salary will impress her target. It's a simple sentence. She sets prices, Luli pays. Hearing this, Chenko was also shocked by Luli's heroism. She's seen plenty of rich people. This is the first time I've met someone so rich, but what surprised her was yet to come. Luli asked. How much does it cost to poach her? Chenko was also shocked. Beijing does their business. Because of confidentiality agreements, the penalty is ridiculously high. Luli smiled. Come to work tomorrow. With his connections and status, liquidated damages can be easily settled. And he'll soon be starting a headhunting department. That's why he wanted to poach Chenku. Seeing Luli so strong. Naturally, she was willing to follow the strong in their development. Looking at Chenku's departing figure, Luli also planned to investigate time's new ability. Pang Hao walked slowly with a grandfather clock and put it on the ground with a thud. Luli looked at the grandfather clock before him, smiled evilly. 1,000 years of life, what effect can it bring to him? And then he starts activating his powers. Try to speed up time 1,000 times against a clock. As he expected. 100-fold acceleration and 1,000-fold acceleration have the same effect. Can be in another dimension of spacetime. Maintain a steady state of unchanging. Only in 1,000 times the time domain. He was able to do more. With the click of his pocket watch. And the time is back to normal. Pang Hao thought, Luli is ready to begin. This surprised Pang Hao. It's amazing. For someone who's already familiar with 100 times speed, he didn't notice Luli's experiment before. Luli explained to him. This is the 1,000-fold time acceleration after evolution. I guess I can get you to do it later, to experience the thrill of 1,000 times faster. Pang Hao was shocked again. Because 100 times faster has already made him sit on his seat. 1,000 times, then he's invincible. Luli was also very satisfied with the results of this test. But there's still one more test to be done. That's 1,000 times slower. Because the slow effect has unpredictable conditions. It's better for him to keep Pang Hao away. I didn't expect Pang Hao, exaggerated to dodge more than 10 meters. Luli smiled helplessly. And leave him alone. And then he starts activating his abilities. The pocket watch immediately emitted a golden light. Deceleration with time note. There's nothing wrong with the grandfather clock. Just when he thought the deceleration field was successful. Accidents suddenly happened. The grandfather clock cracked. The pendulum is like a speeding missile. Whizzed into the opposite wall. This scene scared Pang Hao into a cold sweat. I almost lost my life here. Luli saw something strange about the pendulum on the wall. He thought the pendulum and grandfather clock would stop together. I didn't expect the pendulum to exist as an independent entity. At this point he thought, the Earth rotates at 460 meters per second. But for an object that's slowed down 1,000 times, that's almost 4,600 meters per second. Alright, but the grandfather clock has stopped, but the pendulum is an object hovering in the air. But it didn't affect them. It's ejected like a bullet. So he came to the conclusion. When objects are connected to the ground, decelerating the field does not change its motion state. But if the object is suspended in the air, with the help of extreme deceleration, it's bound to cause a lot of damage. Luli's expression was solemn. It's a contest between time and space. He's gonna have to be careful. Men were supposed to live 30 days. But the immortal merchant appreciates them and grinds them down, to train him to be the sharpest weapon. But today Luli asked him to fight his master. Or a master who's driving 100 times faster. It made him feel weak instantly. I tried to find an excuse to avoid this competition. Luli sees him full of crap but he doesn't get on. He was also angry and scolded directly. Seeing this situation, Pang Hao had no choice but to brace himself and rush forward. First, a black tiger steals his heart, and then there's the dragon tail. It's a decent fight. Luli saw that he was still not serious, and completely put a straight face on it. Pang Hao knew the boss was really angry. So I had to get ready for battle. At this time, Zhang Xiaoling said coldly, and he just went straight for it. Sudden acceleration. Although Pang Hao barely dodged, he still took a punch. This attack at 100 times acceleration, it's almost invisible to the average person. It is basically impossible to capture its figure with the naked eye. But after years of training Pang Hao, even if you can't beat time acceleration, I can still barely catch it. The trajectory of the opponent's movements. But this isn't what Luli wanted. He doesn't want to have the upper hand. It's all about crushing. And then he uses his powers. Pang Hao was given 1,000-fold time acceleration. This also surprised Zhang Xiao. Looking at Pang Hao, who looks like a scion, he started to get a little scared for no reason. The battle between the two has also reversed from this moment. Suddenly Pang Haojing disappeared into thin air, then it turned into several afterimages and attacked Zhang Xiao. Then Zhang Xiao was mercilessly beaten. Suspended in the air for several seconds. It didn't fall off. Seeing this, Luli smiled with satisfaction. That's what he wants. Although Zhang Xiao also has 100-fold time acceleration, but Pang Hao, who has been blessed 1,000 times, he can't even see a shadow. Let alone put up an effective fight. Because damn it for time. 0 to 100 and 100 to 1,000. This isn't a simple tenfold enlargement. They're not on the same level. At this time, Pang Hao played more and more vigorously. A race followed and came behind Zhang Xiao, ready to make a very evil attack on him. Only heard in the training ground. The mourners who constantly surround Zhang Xiao. Moments later, Luli finally stopped this farce. Pang Hao at that time did not know why he was already in the shape of a bruised face. Luli was very satisfied with the results of this battle. Then he told Zhang Xiao and Pang Hao to form a team. He asked Zhang Xiao to bring all the new recruits. The team gathered in the gym. But there's no rush for them to train. Instead, he asked Pang Hao to follow his previous instructions. Take them to a fancy spa. Enjoy it. Pang Hao in the sauna. I don't know why Luli did this. But Zhang Xiao saw it very clearly. Mr. Lu wants these new people. For once in your life. And once that desire is torn open, they'll never go back. During this week, they're enjoying themselves for the rest of their lives. I'm not sure I'll ever get the same treatment again. Daily sumptuous dinner with beautiful women. And Luli wanted them to understand. Only follow him. Their fate can be changed forever. But there's always something different. The prince did not join them for a long time. I'm still practicing every day. He knew there was no such thing as a self-help lunch. Sooner or later, you have to pay back. As he expected. A week later, Zhang Xiao suddenly gathered them together. Look at them slouching. He could not help but look at the crowd mockingly. Have you ever thought? What kind of work? To deserve such luxury. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Only the prince has long been in a right mind. We are knives. A sharp knife. Luli looked at Wang Zizhou with satisfaction. He loves smart people who know what they're doing. Everything is fair. Only hard work can be rewarded. Want to live this life of luxury? Through the most desperate training and torture. Only the strong are recognized by the Eternal Club. So technically, I'm not your boss yet. You have to complete your training to become a full member. You will be ranked according to potential. From number 1 with the highest potential to number 12 at the end of the crane. The further back you go, the fewer resources you have. The person who ranked last 3 times in a row will be eliminated and replaced by a new recruit, so you're both comrades and enemies. The assessment system is cruel. But I'm giving you the chance to get to the top of the pyramid. There are 12 contracts here. Sign it. Training will officially begin. But let me remind you. Once the contract goes into effect, your lives are no longer yours. Of course, I'm not gonna force you. You still have a choice. This spa hotel will remain open for another 7 days. Even if you don't take the job. Or you can continue to have fun here. But after that, you will return to your original world. Return to God's path for you. But if you want to fight and change your life, then sign the contract and come with me. A hot seaside. A group of strong soldiers are training hard. As he expected, after all the luxuries, no one chose to give up. And he's using time acceleration to get his speed team. A year's worth of training in just a few days. So for Luli now, he couldn't loosen it for a second. And after a few days of training, they realized their days are extra long. And only where they are sunny. The other side of the ocean is always dark. So they decided that they were adding people, definitely not an ordinary organization. Luli also told everyone very frankly. The power they possess. It's not something that this world can explain. Everyone who's ever gonna be here will be a one-sided warrior. On missions around the world. Murder, bloodshed, even death threats. It's all part of the routine. But all this in return. A reward you can't imagine. And a chance to be the best of the best. But before that, you have to understand. This isn't house. Once you choose to join, you can't quit again. And I, as owner of the club, and you'll have the power to kill you. Then Luli's expression turned cold. And if you're conscious, take a step forward. This will be the last time I ask your opinion. Voice just fell. Wang Zizhou was the first to stand up without hesitation. And then one by one, they choose to join us. Because this is their last chance to turn things around. If you give up now, I'm afraid I'll never be able to stand up again in my life. And it's mediocrity. Why don't you take a gamble and be the best? And Luli looked at these wolves. And I know when it's time, give them their first assignment. To test their strength. Luli selected 3 targets for the assessment. They are Zhao Dehua, who is engaged in overseas trade. Retired mercenary Wan Hai. Hu Baoshan served as an underground and black market intelligence agent. These 3 people, it plays an important role in the overseas development of the club. So Luli asked, Pang Hao and Zhang Xiao led a team respectively. We must bring them to him as soon as possible. And this time it's not just about testing new players. It's also a test for Pang Hao. Although Zhang Xiao is a handy weapon. But he wasn't a core member after all. Pang Hao also made up his mind to face Luli's instructions. He will never fail to live up to your expectations. A day later, they'll reach the target city. Pang Hao's team has already locked onto Zhao Dahua's vehicle. In order to avoid stun snakes, Pang Hao asked the team members to lurk and track first, and then we'll find a way to do it. Unexpectedly, the other driver is not vegetarian. Soon, he noticed something unusual behind him. At this time, Pang Hao also made arrangements. Start preparing to close the net, but at this time, the other party is abnormal. Even if it's a green light, it doesn't move. He thought it was bad. Before he makes a move, Zhao Dehua suddenly accelerated against the red light and rushed past. Pang Hao also knows that he has been exposed. He immediately ordered his men to pursue. This is their team's first mission. You can't let the target get away. Fortunately, he prepared an ambush beforehand. The rest of the team drove up at this point. 2 cars in parallel, directly in front of the target. He forced the opponent's speed down. There's nothing the bodyguards can do about it. Pang Hao suddenly jumped from the roof of the car and lunged at them. He raised his arms high. And it hit them hard on the roof. Without waiting for everyone in the car to react, Pang Hao broke the window with a goose flip. The next second, an arm rested on Zhao Dahua's shoulder. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Our boss wants to see you. At the same time, in the hallway of a fancy hotel, a few unconscious bodyguards lay scattered. And this streaking man is number 2. Hu Baoshan. compared to Pang Hao's speed and passion. Zhang Xiao here can be said to be effortless, because Hu Bashan is still a businessman after all, with Zhao Dehua who has been in Africa all year round, or lack of vigilance. With the capture of both targets, the deciding point of this match, it's on the last mercenary. But before that, they need to get these two to Luli first. Soon, the two of them were taken to the Eternal Club. The sudden encounter made them still look sad. Luli broke the silence. Welcome, my friends. This is the Club of Eternal Life, and I am the owner of this place. You can call me Mr. Lu. I invite you both here. And to make a deal. But when it did, Hu Baoshan was directly angry. Who kidnaps to do business? And your boy? Nothing. Just give me a big pussy pocket. Is that how you treat people? Luli felt helpless. He guessed that it must be Zhang Shogun. This old man always starts talking first. Zhao Dehua, who was on the side, still wanted to muddle through it this time, claiming to be just an ordinary businessman. They must have the wrong guy. Luli exposed his true identity. Africa's largest international traders. And doing business with a lot of kings and generals. How can someone like that be a small businessman? Hu Bashan couldn't listen anymore and asked Luli. What is he trying to do? Luli smiled coldly. These are two-time buyout contracts. All I want you to do is to take my place and go around the world collecting useless life. There are risks involved. But the benefits are enormous. Luli looked at them in disbelief. He had to continue his old ways. Waved his hand. Time froze instantly. Their lives are also visible above their heads. Relative to Hu Baoshan's fear, Zhao Dehua was a little excited. If Luli could really buy and sell time. And when they accept the commission, will they have this amazing ability? Hu Bashan is still skeptical at this time. Confirm Luli's thoughts again. He wants to know if we cooperate. What's in it for him? Luli smiled. Show him the lifespan above his head. Hu Bashan finally understood at this time. Nodded and accepted this bizarre collaboration, and Zhao Dehua can't wait to start. Luli told them not to worry. Because, there's still one client missing. Original men are the chosen targets of the Eternal Club. When he left the house, he sensed someone following him. So he burned a couple of rookies. Then he turned and ran. Because years of battlefield experience. He did not think, there's only one team to catch him. And he was right. Pang Hao was also observing the situation in the dark. Because this isn't just a mission. It is also a tactical contest between him and Zhang Xiao, but if we fight him, he won't win. So it's time to play with your head. Prince still doesn't understand what he wants to do. Pang Hao smiled coldly. You heard of. Is the mantis catching the cicada behind the oriole? At this time, Wang Hai thought he had lost his pursuers. But unexpectedly just arrived at the alley back. Zhang Xiao blocked his way. But against a tough opponent. Even Zhang Xiao, who was born in the special forces, and I'm exhausted. Wang Hai laughed. He looks like a bear and runs fast. Looks like he won't be able to avoid a fight. The two of them accelerated and rushed to each other at the same time. As a result, Zhang Xiao's all-out attack was empty, for the King's Sea came from under him. A straight slide shovel slides 2 meters away, and then a couple of quick steps over the fence and disappeared. Zhang Xiao couldn't help but curse. How dare you fuck me? Chase after him, and Wang Hai ran while also taking the valve. I have been very low-key since I returned to China. Even the shopping was done in cash. Who's after this? After an unknown period of time, Wang Hai quietly hid in the corner. He secretly observed Zhang Zhao's every move. The reason I chose to live this complex slum. Because guerrilla warfare is what he's best at. He couldn't help but sneer. These chickens will never catch themselves. But that's how fast they hit you. Zhang Zhao's men are also elite players. Wang Hai was soon found. The rest of the team also heard and rushed over. In the face of the siege of the crowd, Wang Hai directly came to a cicada shell. And ran away again with his shirt off. And all this was seen by the prince for a long time. And he didn't forget to taunt his opponent's team. All these people can't catch up to one target. This is stupid. Go back and practice more. The anger of the crowd cannot be met. Come down and fight them if you can. Prince Jiao revealed a strange smile. Anyway, Hare, thank you very much. It takes so much energy out of the prey. A small gift is not a tribute. Brother invites you to eat candy. Then he waved his hand. The rest of Pang Hao's team And they're popping up. Pick up the bucket, splash the syrup down to the 4 people below. Suddenly the curses in the alley began to ring out. And Wang Hai, who has never stopped, is already exhausted. If there's another containment, I'm afraid 8 bottles of kidney treasure won't last. After many twists and turns, he finally came to his secret path, but all his hair stood up in anger. Which one of you is blocking this? Before he could finish, Zhang Xiaohong rushed at him fiercely with her eyes. In Wang Hai's eyes, Zhang Xiao is as fierce as a big bear. But one is not enough. At this time Pang Hao also jumped down from the roof. The two of them have the same aura, as strong as a bloodthirsty beast. Just looking at my legs makes me lose control. This is a battle of life and death. Few rounds down. The fierce battle also ended in a flash. Finally, Zhang Xiao, who had already exhausted most of his physical strength, he could only be beaten to the ground by Pang Hao. Instructor, looks like I won this time. Soon, Wang Hai was also brought to Lu Li. Despite being caught, but he's still a rebel. Lu Li didn't bother introducing himself. Instead, they care about who wins this mission. Pang Hao smiled. Of course, the one who knows how to use his brain wins. Wang Hai immediately became restless when he heard this, so I'm a competitor. What kind of bewitching soup did this boy feed them? Worth fighting for. Before he can figure it out, Lu Li called Pang Hao to him. And ready to give him the reward he deserves. A golden light appeared above Pang Hao's head. A terrifying energy, and quickly got inside him. I saw Pang Hao's original lifespan of 20 years, 5 years between warm eyes. Such a fantastic scene. Suddenly Wang Hai fell to the ground. He realized that he had lost his composure and quickly sat back down. Lu Li also started explaining the reason he's here. He hoped Wang Hai could to become a client of the club forever. Help him buy useless life all over the world. As a result, Wang Hai pretended to listen to it. What a joke. I'm not gonna be like them. You treat me like a dog. Pang Hao was furious when he heard this. Without hesitation, he threw the sharp blade at Wang Hai. This short distance, Wang Hai can't hide at all. Just when he thought he was doomed. But I haven't heard anything from the flying knife. Wait till he opens his eyes. Instantly shocked into a cold sweat. The knife stopped in front of him as if it were still. Lu Li reached out and gently took the throwing knife. He said all he had to say. Advise Wang Hai not to be ungrateful. He has enemies overseas all over the world. Joining the club makes him safer. See Lu Li's abilities. Wang Hai is now considered respectful. They know everything about you. They might be able to get back on their feet. Then he firmly spat out 2 words. I did. Lu Li smiled when he heard that. Wise man submits to circumstances. The next few days, Lu Li has been supervising Hu Baoshan and Zhao Dahua's physical training. Just hope they can do business overseas. At least you have the ability to protect yourself in the face of danger. Just as he was thinking about which country his ancestors bought the time, Tan Yenyu suddenly brought old Tang to look for her. It's a life engineering project. Have scored new progress. This mouse was injected with $1 billion worth of virus. And the next day, all his hair fell off. But it also confirms that sentence. He's bald and he's strong. Mutated mice, whether its strength or speed is greatly enhanced. And even the gene chain has changed. IQ even reaches the level of a 6-year-old child. Original, it's a product of the life project of the Everlasting Club. In the space created by Lu Li with 5 times the speed of time, evolution is taking place, only on follow-up observations. This mouse seems to have a tendency to be violent. Old Tang personally went to Lu Li to deal with this. I hope he pays another $1 billion. Build a P3 biological laboratory. Because the next stage he's going to do is he's going to experiment on people. Lu Li always answered old Tang's requests. But this time, Tang Lao has some concerns. Because he's never done human experiments. And he's a little bit of a moral hazard. Lu Li smiled when he heard that. None of this is a problem. He's been thinking about his subjects. If you want to go to the Pacific, just find some bad guys who live a good life. Subsequently, Lu Li asked Robert to list suitable candidates. And directly put this capture mission. Give it to Zhang Zhao's Falcon team. Zhang Xiui immediately became excited when he heard it. Make sure you finish the job. Before he left, he did not forget to mock Pang Hao for being obedient at home. Brother came back to buy you oranges to eat. Pang Hao was suddenly angry and his face was full of veins. Just as I was about to respond to this loser, Lu Li gave him a secret quest. Ask him to follow Zhang Zhao's training method. and create a more discreet team. Pang Hao agreed directly after listening. Lu Li saw that he didn't understand the meaning. I repeat it again. He means more discreet. Pang Hao was shocked when he heard this, then his eyes focused and he agreed again. Just then, Robert suddenly interrupted their conversation. Because he found out from the global talent pool. There's a top ecologist in Southeast Province. His academic standing in the industry is on the same level as Tang Lao. And he's presented at several prestigious academic conferences. Published research on the relationship between plants and soil. It's a huge help to the club's Genesis project. Lu Li was overjoyed. Finally found someone in ecology. He immediately decided to visit the top talent with Tang Lao immediately. At this time, Ho Lao was walking in the park. Different from other old people. He's not walking for exercise, he's looking for material. Now his greatest pleasure in retirement. That is, every day, live broadcasts are started on Shoudiao. Explain some knowledge of plants and insects to netizens. And while he was explaining to a monkey, two shadows suddenly appeared behind him. It was Elder Tang and Lu Li who had arrived overnight. The two of them looked as sincere as children. I think it's interesting. Perhaps only this kind of innocence can become a top scholar. And Lu Li needed this kind of pure but passionate talent. He waved his hand. The pocket watch in his hand buzzed. The next second, the monkey in the tree is shrouded in time domain. Is undergoing transformation at a visible rate. This strange scene instantly scared Ho Lao to the ground. Muttering impossible. He's a scientist. He'd never seen an insect change so fast. Just as he was wondering, old Tang behind him joked. You're old. You gotta be careful, a fall is no joke. Ho Laoui. I almost got scared. This old man looks so much like the dead Tang Jiarui. But he immediately stopped the fantasy idea. How can people come back from the dead? Lu Li slowly stepped forward. Since cicadas can be reborn. Why not? It seems to me that everything lives forever. Mr. Ho. There are secrets in this world that you can't touch. Ho Lao's face was full of disbelief. That's bullshit. That's fantasy. Lu Li didn't believe him. Raise your left hand again. Takes 100 times longer to slow down. The golden cicada was immediately enveloped by the time domain. In a blink of an eye, he returned to his childhood appearance. Ho Lao was so shocked that even his hair flew. It's an unnatural time to return to the lake. How did you do that? Who are you? Lu Li smiled. You can call me Mr. Lu. I'm an immortal merchant who sells time for a living. After Old Ho listened, he didn't pay attention to Lu Li's main point, but started muttering about the viability of time trading. Old Tang is also angry with this nerd. You're looking at me. Don't you see who I am? Ho Lao looked at his serious expression. At this point, even the most untrue speculation has become a reality. He finally understood what Lu Li meant by time trading. Can actually control the lifespan of an organism. Lu Li also made his intentions clear. That's with Tom. Create a whole new world of microcosm. Believes that with his knowledge, it must be able to compensate for the ecological balance of the microworld. Elder Ho was shocked by Lu Li's thoughts. Let's not talk about whether his harmony is enough. Even the growth of all things requires a long wait. If he wants to add people, he had to see the rapid evolution of things again. Lu Li heard Elder Ho's request. Without thinking about it, he agreed decisively. If this old man doesn't want to live, then he must use the strongest shock to keep his heart. Soon the three of them returned to the headquarters. Du Weiwen walked towards him. Sir, everything is arranged. You can show your guests around. Unexpectedly, Ho Lao exclaimed at this time. Du Weiwen? If it isn't the director of the National Center for Foreign Strategy, why are you working here? Lu Li smiled at him. Because we've been recruiting like-minded people from all over the world. Hearing this, the old man sighed in his heart. First, Tang Jiarui came back from the dead. Then the fork is the strategic center of Du Weiwen. To bring these two into the organization. What exactly are you trying to do? In the blink of an eye, Du Weiwen brought Ho Lao to their training room. It's called a room, but it's ridiculously big. It's bigger than the National Stadium from afar. Once inside, he almost cried out again. There are so many rare plants here. And they grew up in an environment that was very conducive to their evolution. At this time, Tang Jiarui also introduced the structure of the laboratory. They're doing everything they can to simulate the optimal environment for biological growth. But the most important part is still to be completed by Mr. Lu himself. Luli took out his pocket watch again. This time using 1000 times time acceleration. The plants in front of us grow at a rate visible to the naked eye. Slowly from flower bud to full bloom. But it's not over yet. After the flowers fade, evolution continues. Until it grows into something big. This was simply too inconceivable. Ho Lao stroked the plants beside him. This rapid growth, if it's expanded into a single area. Even one continent, one world. He couldn't imagine what it was like. Ho Lao instantly felt that his youth had returned. This feeling of comfort made his whole person sublimate. The running in the sunset is his youth that is past. Everyone saw Ho Lao's intoxicated appearance. It's also cold sweat. At this time, the old man asked very seriously, "Who did you say it took to build this microcosm?" Lu Li doesn't know why. He's an eco-environmentalist. Elder Ho turned to Lu Li. "So what did you find, Ni? How do you get the president of a country to voluntarily come home with you?" The old man did it in one video. Old Master Rong is here. After becoming the spokesperson for the Eternal Club, the Rong family will take this matter up and down, as the biggest task of the family. But how to do it perfectly? And invite enough members with enough gold. It was the only thing on his mind. And when it comes to screening for quality members, the king of Yaluo appeared in his sight. The Rong family started from the previous generation. He has close ties with the royal family of Yaluo. And he was an alumnus of King March X. From what he knows about March X, this man is a man of extreme attachment to power. Or every emperor in history. Longer lives lead to more power. So for inviting the king, it's not too hard to get into a club. But the difficulty lies in, how did they convince March X of immortality? And willing to follow them back to Shanghai. After the private jet arrived in Yaluo, March X came forward to welcome the arrival of the elder. Because every time they visit, will bring the royal family a lucrative project. Therefore, the enthusiasm for Rong Lao is naturally understandable. Had hardly sat, March X was concerned about the health of the old man. He heard recently. It's not good to hug your body. Old Rong smiled and looked at March X. How do you think I'm doing? Do you feel younger? As soon as he said this, Ma Chi realized, Elder Rong must have other motives for this trip. Just like he expected. Old Master Rong didn't keep me guessing. Just ask your nephew to get a computer. It was a video of himself in critical condition. When he saw Lu Li's incredible methods, even a knowledgeable king was stunned. Purchase life. But he couldn't help believing it. After all, Old Master Rong is a living example. He couldn't help but look up at Elder Rong. Senior, is this what you came here for? Who is this Mr. Lu? Old Master Rong didn't hide it either. I'm going to tell you everything that happened. And told it in a very simple way. March X was stunned to hear this. Money for life. What a bargain for them. In his position, money doesn't matter anymore. And more life is equivalent to the continuation of rights. Have the power. Making money is not easy. Thinking of this, March X immediately asked his personal physician to do a full body check for Mr. Wing. If that's true, he is willing to follow Elder Rong and his men to China immediately. To personally visit this mysterious Mr. Lu. Lu Li was still looking at Ho Gaoming's records. The top scientist joined the club to quickly take over the ecosystem work of the microworld and bring the Genesis project a step forward. Lu Li believes that one day in the future, he'll have countless miniature worlds. When the time comes, he can use the world as a chessboard, and everyone is his pawn. At this point, Du Weiwen appeared and interrupted his thoughts. So it's the Rong family reporting to him, news of King Yaluo's visit. Lu Li's eyes focused. It seems that letting the Rong family be the spokesperson of the club is correct. He was also the one who saw. The Rong family chose them after 100 years of history. At this time Du Weiwen put forward his own new ideas. If March X will join them. So the club's overseas base could be built in their country. Because Yaluo is located in the tropical islands, there are plenty of private islands around to explore. It's perfect for secret experiments. And she had a bold idea. It is best to be under the city of Yaluo. To build a massive underground base. The so-called Big Hidden City. Millions of people on the ground in the future will return, will be the best umbrella for overseas bases. Luli was also surprised by Du Weiwen's suggestion. He didn't think of the brains he invited to have such a brilliant idea. If it can be achieved, and no one can stop the club from growing, his board will get bigger and bigger. Marchax got out of the car and went nuts. I didn't expect Luli to meet here. If it weren't for Old Rome's repeated invitations, he really wanted to turn around and leave. Old Rome dared not neglect. He quickly introduced King Yaoluo to Luli. And Marchax was looking at the man in front of him. There's nothing special about it. Another 5 minutes later, seeing Luli, she still didn't speak and only ate skewers. March couldn't help but feel angry. Luli snapped his fingers. A clock pattern appeared in the void. As the ripples spread, everything except their surroundings was frozen in an instant. Marchax looked on in shock. He's in Old Rome's mouth. Only heard that Luli has the ability to buy and sell time. Didn't say he could still freeze time. This is crazy. So he couldn't help but look at Luli. Ask him to invite himself. What's the point? Luli pushed his eyes. There is an old saying in China. Big hidden city, small hidden wild. If you want to hide something, may wish to try, put it where it's most easily overlooked by the public. Like under a city. Marchax was instantly shocked by Luli's thoughts. He never imagined. Luli wanted to build a garden under the capital. How could he agree to such a ridiculous idea? Luli saw March's cold expression and knew what he was thinking. Even though you're the ruler of a kingdom, has enough money to make it happen. But I can offer you more than wealth. But to carry on all of this. And that includes the power you crave the most. So, my offer is simple. 50 years of life. In exchange for building rights under your city. If we can work well together in the future, I can even grant you eternal life. Marchax was once again stunned speechless. Eternal life, what an attractive offer. But as king? And he knows what bargaining is. He pretended to decline again. Of course Luli understood. Immediately use your second weight. Lu Weiwen appeared with the contract according to plan. Here are some of our initial customizations. If my overseas base is in your city, I'm going to build a lot of labs and pharmaceutical plants. And overseas trade will spread accordingly. These businesses are equivalent to a large number of employment opportunities, and countless orders overseas. These are all additions to our club. What does your majesty think? And no matter how big Maggie's appetite was, Luli filled it up. This cooperation has finally been finalized. Just when he wanted to discuss it with Luli, Luli handed it directly to Du Weiwen. After all, it's better to leave professional things to professional people. Then he asked Du Weiwen to bring the contract. Elder Rome thought Luli was in a hurry to sign the contract. Hurry up and persuade Beijing as agent. He's very interested. There's a lot of detail to work out. Luli laughed when he saw that he misunderstood. Relax. This contract is for you. Hearing this, Ron Lao decided to take a look. It's a 3-year contract. And it's free. Luli didn't understand. Get him to sign his name with a pen right away. It's a reward for his hard work recruiting members for the club. With the signing of the contract, his appearance, at a rate visible to the naked eye, there are fewer wrinkles on the face. This amazing scene shocked Marchax again. Heard it was one thing. This guy gets younger when he says so. If he'd been interested in buying and selling, if you still have doubts, then the old man in front of us, it can really be called reverse growth. This miracle is incredible. This man is like a god. Expect this. He was even more determined to cooperate with Luli. Old Rome, who has become younger, is also very happy at this moment. He quickly stood up and Cohen shook his arms and legs. It's good to be young. Marchax was also very satisfied with this cooperation. I want to have a few more drinks with Luli. Du Weiwen took over the conversation directly. Several people immediately began to discuss the overseas base. The next day came. Luli received Robert's report. It turns out that 3 agents who went abroad have returned. 3 trustees have just returned secretly from Africa today. Report to Luli immediately. The quartz clock in Luli's eyes spun rapidly. Life balance immediately appeared above Zhao Daohua's head. You're a top talent. Just 1 month. Each of them has been buying for more than 1,000 years. Luli was very satisfied with this situation. Is this the lifespan of the commission form? It seems that under contract. 1 hour and 30 seconds. They can't use those first 2 seconds. They can't use these hours for themselves. They can't use these hours for themselves. They can't use them for 22 seconds. But that's exactly what he wants. Beijing controls the time. He's enough. He looked at Zhao Dehua and the others again. Such a short time to acquire so much life. No one in Africa is good. He doesn't ask how these people do it. As long as the time can be successfully acquired. Then he held out his right hand. The room was filled with golden light. Lu Li's hands created a strong suction force. Zhao Dehua and the others instantly felt, the soul must be stripped away. At this moment, Lu Li slowly gathered a time orb on his chest. His own remaining lifespan is rapidly increasing. Finally, the golden light dissipated. His lifespan was fixed at 5,729 years and 89 days. In the face of tremendous life energy, Lu Li couldn't help but smile. Is this what it feels like to live 5,000 years? To know the history of China. It's only 5,000 years. Which means even if he doesn't do anything right now, he can also watch with ease. A fork, the rise and fall of a civilization. And as life expectancy increases, his abilities seem to be evolving again. At this point, he couldn't help but pull out his pocket watch and try again, as the dial turns. With a flash of golden light, when he opens his eyes again, I feel like I've come to the end of the universe. Is this the core of time? It's amazing what it feels like to walk through the void. Suddenly he looked straight ahead. What is this? Ray Xin. He stroked the thermometer before him. Suddenly Lu Li seemed to understand something. Is that how time works? Maybe he could walk in and take a look. But it's not the future he's going to, it's the past. At this time Zhao Dehua 3 people. After seeing Lu Li collect his lifespan, he didn't speak for a long time. I thought it was too few. I was just about to ask. Lu Li finally opened his eyes. You guys did a great job. I am satisfied. I'll deliver the reward as promised. But let's be clear. Go out this door. I hope there are things I shouldn't say that don't get out. Or I'll be ruthless. When this statement came out, the 3 of them were immediately frightened and repeatedly promised, the mysterious Mr. Lu. For them, it's like a god. They dare not rebel at all. Watching the 3 of them leave, Lu Li was still reminiscing about what he had just experienced. Even if you can control time yourself, it's still very shocking to face the sun heat and the illusion. So he couldn't resist activating his powers again, as he expected. This whole sky of green light. I think it's a river of time. Such a wonderful scene made him sigh. Over the millennia of human development, how many great things are in the river of time? It's a wonderful feeling to spy on everything. At this moment, it seems that as long as you cross people, the river can cross ancient and modern times, wandering through the ages. But all this starlight, it also seemed to be seducing Lu Li. It was as if he was luring Lu Li into stepping on people. In this river of time, Lu Li gradually lost his focus. Suddenly he was entangled by a strong suction force. He felt a change in his body, and that woke him up. Fortunately, he only touched a trace of energy. Otherwise the consequences are unthinkable. But his lifespan was cut by 100 years in an instant. At this moment, he was sweating profusely and thought to himself, what a close call, because he can sense it. If you're really caught up like that, there's only one outcome. And that's to disappear forever into time. Back in the study, Lu Li let out a long sigh of relief. At this point he told himself, even now and be sure to always be in awe of the rules of time. Because time for everyone. It's cold and cruel. It doesn't show mercy to anyone, including himself. But for this quest, he had some feelings, too. If it's true, one day I can go back to the past. Isn't that an interesting thing? Maybe he'll see some of the things. And the most beautiful of them all? Intern girls encounter hidden rules in the workplace on their first day of work. In front of you, greasy, dirty uncle. The girl was forced to sit next to her boss. Just as Shin was about to sit down, a big hand suddenly reached out. See it, touch it. But the next second, the man's palm suddenly turned over. Screams echoed throughout the hall. And this is the masterpiece of Lu Li's punishment mantra. In the spirit of doing good deeds without leaving an aim, just as Lu Li left with Pang Hao. Pang Hao inadvertently met Shin eyes. Shin saw this familiar face in front of him and couldn't help but guess. Why is this delivery guy here? Is this all a coincidence? It turns out that when Lu Li and March X met, he noticed this girl. She was working as a waitress at a barbecue stall. Maliciously harassing colleagues in the face of guests, she took the initiative to protect her colleagues and confronted them. Who knew that two big men would attack her without talking about martial arts? Not only is she not afraid, she's ready to fight. Lu Li had specially accelerated her speed 50 times. With the speed boost, she sent two people flying with 2 punches. See how powerful you are. She thought it was because she had been practicing free combat recently. For this sunny, capable, yet measured girl, Lu Li intentionally invited her to the club to take care of some trivial matters. Soon Robert found Shin Yochu's information. There is an elderly grandmother and 2 young sisters in the family. In order to protect his family's livelihood, she works at the company during the day. Night job allowance. Look at this ordinary. Lu Li was very satisfied with the information that showed his personality charm. He immediately ordered Pang Hao to send a greeting gift to the past. At Tan Yu's suggestion, Pang Hao dressed up as a courier and gave Shin Yuchu a pair of glasses. It was her new glasses that happened to be discovered by her boss. And that's where it all started, where she was taken to the club to be with clients. Lu Li, who had just left the club, received a phone call that made him nervous. He rushed back to the club. It turns out Robert found out he was tracking 2 Falcon members of the volunteer lost contact. He went through the communications equipment. And I didn't find anything unusual. And there's no signal interference in the operating area. He suspected that the other party's organization had detected the retaliation in advance. Hearing this, Lu Li immediately ordered Robert, pull up the video footage of the last 2 members missing. Then he called up one of his players and introduced it to Lu Li. The last known location of the 2 players was Greenwood County, Country R. At 8 a.m. on June 17. The target is Jiro Tsuchiya, a doctor who sells human chi. It takes 2 people to use the time difference to get him out of the hospital. But just around the corner, I saw the team members rush out first and take down a security guard. And then the video disappeared. Robert concluded from this. There must be a powerful organization behind this Tsuchiya Jiro, because Falcon team is scheduled to report every 30 minutes. But now the operation is not only interrupted. Even the emergency beacon was blocked. Plan step by step. High operational efficiency. It doesn't look like normal security. It can be done. Lu Li's tone was extremely cold. Everyone under the protection of the Longevity Club. I'm not giving up on any of them. Let's see how many of them dare touch Lu Li's men. A team of $10 million mercenaries. 2 men killed in 1 second. And the people who came were Zhang Xiao and Pang Hao. After Lu Li learned that 2 members had gone missing, an emergency mini-meeting was called. This investigation really found some amazing things. Tsuchiya Jiro is ostensibly a chief surgeon. Privately, he's the spokesperson for Tsuchiya Pharmaceutical. This syndicate has committed crimes over a century. Human trafficking, gas trafficking, etc. The acts are extremely brutal and rampant. They determined that there must be a high-level authorization behind this. This also raises concerns about missing members 2 and 3. Du Weiwen has a different opinion from others. Now the scope of the Eternal Club has begun to spread all over the world. Secret societies all over the world will gradually discover our existence. But our advantage is that Mr. Lu is still in the dark. They still know very little about who we are. Besides, 2 and 3 have been trained for a long time to accelerate. Their physical fitness is different from ordinary people. An experimental organization like this is not going to do it easily. At least until they figure out what's going on inside their target. 2 and 3 should be safe. And we have Sir's time blessing. So I think that within this time difference, it's the perfect time for us to go and save it. Robert immediately completed the helicopter coordinate route planning. Pang Hao turned around and asked Lu Li, who was silent. Sir, rules of engagement? Lu Li looked at him and said coldly, leave no one alive. The 2 of them saved number 3 in time before the mercenaries. Meanwhile, number 2 is chained to a room. Then the gate slowly rises. An old man and 2 security guards walked in. I heard 3 people babbling about this shit. Number 2 immediately greeted the 3 small days. As soon as he finished speaking, a fist hit him in the face. Then the old man stopped his men. He came up to number 2 and gagged him. After the two of them looked at each other, the old man left with his subordinates. Number 2 spat out the key the old man had given him. He really couldn't figure out what the old man wanted to do. A few minutes later, a bunch of doctors and security came in. Just as the doctor was about to touch number 2's head, he broke free and punched the doctor away. Then he grabbed his chair and rushed forward. 2 more people were killed almost at the same time. The last security guard to react tried to pull out his gun and shoot. Suddenly, a finger caught the trigger. The next second, number 2 waves his left hand, cuff through the guard's chin. After you've dealt with anyone who's in the way, the old man took off his mask and looked at him and said in Chinese, "Good boy, looks like I won this bet. My name is Ishikurishin, is an expert in biological neurology. 2 years ago, he was tricked into illegal human research by Tsuchiya Consortium. I wanted to get out, but I couldn't find the right time. Until today, when you showed up, I saw hope. How dare you attack Tsuchiya Jiro alone? And judging from his physical fitness, there must be something even bigger behind you." Looking at the old enemy camp who showed him kindness. Number 2 is trapped. He doesn't know whether to trust him or not. He wanted to wait for backup to arrive. For safety's sake, he followed Ishiguro's instructions to conduct a physical examination. For the guy who took out a digital mercenary barehanded. Tsuchiya Jiro went mad. He's too late to wait. I personally cut every inch of number 2's muscle. Fortunately, Ishikurishin tried to dissuade him. That's what bought him half a day. Looking at number 2 in his cell again. Ishikurishin was anxious. Make up your mind. Tsuchiya Jiro is a demon. If you don't make up your mind, we're all gonna die. Young man, we don't have much time. The corners of his mouth curled up when he heard time too. Mr. Ishiguro, do you know what time is? Meanwhile, inside Sakura Airport, Luli and Robert were slowly walking out. Robert picked up his phone and said, "Sir, Peng Chang and his men engaged in a brief firefight. And 3 is safe. They'll arrive at the safe house at the same time as the Falcon team." Luli smiled and said, "Tell them to slow down. Until I come and I'm going to teach my kids something today. Let him know that Luli's people are untouchable. How long does it take for an island to fall?" And the man's answer is 20 seconds is enough. It turned out that after arriving at the safe house, Robert soon found 2 in the black system. He's being held in the basement of a building. Luli was surprised to see the old man talking to him in the picture. Then he ordered Robert to find the information. Name, Hei Shirshin, age, 88. He was in charge of the neuroscience project. He's an authority in neuroscience. The main direction is human evolution. But after he published a paper on human evolution, after the potential thesis disappeared inexplicably, now it looks like the Tsuchiya family did it. Luli's lips curled up slightly. A talent like Ishiguro is too important to the club's development. He immediately called in the Falcon squad. The primary objective of this mission is to rescue our fellow human beings, while keeping his friends safe. Bring Ishiguro back alive under the premise that, when Luli gave the order, Robert has also taken over all networks on the island. Seeing this, Luli immediately activated time buffs. You have 20 seconds. Enjoy your hunt. The next second, the elevators all over the building opened. Falcon team members are fighting hard. In the blink of an eye, there are many houses everywhere. Suddenly the alarm rang through the building. I can't get in touch with my own people. Tsuchiya Jiro was incredulous. What are you playing at? Is the defense of my house so weak? Could it be an accomplice of the subject? Hateful. I can't believe someone developed superhumans before we did. But he can't change anything now. He immediately ordered his bodyguard to. Number 2 and Ishiguro were captured and left together. Meanwhile, number 2 in the dungeon heard the alarm. The first time he wanted Shirhaishin to let him out, he left together. Seeing him so calm and collected. At this moment, Shirhaishin has no doubt about the strength of the organization behind him. Soon they left the dungeon. But looking at the gate blocking the road in front of me, I had a headache. Just as the 2 of them were about to climb out of the ventilation duct, suddenly the gate opens automatically. At the same time, Ishiguro was shot by something. Look at the familiar needle in your hand. Then Tsuchiya Jiro came out smiling. You developed this neurotoxin yourself. You have 5 minutes to enjoy life. Voice just fell. Tsuchiya Jiro's security fell to the ground instantly. The next, a military knife pierced his chest. Stupid. He doesn't know what's going on here. He trembled and turned his head to see Peng Hao like a ghost. Peng Hao is a kick in the face of this. Look at the fallen Tsuchiya Jiro and the ghostly man. Ishiguro Nobiki is in place. But Peng Hao rushed to him the next second. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a young man smiling at him. Looking at how everyone treated Luli respectfully, Ishiguro finally understood. The man in front of me should be the boss mentioned by number 2. But seeing such a young boss, Ishiguro believes that this is the performance of the human body after evolution. He looked at Luli and said reluctantly, I have a lot of questions about human evolution that I'd like to ask you. Unfortunately, I'm about to be developed by myself. The poison doesn't have much time. Luli looked down at him and said, Professor Ishiguro, you seem to know very little about time. Then Luli presented the contract and introduced it. In my club, there are wise scientists, strong warriors and resourceful advisors. Our goal is to create a whole new world. The good world completes the ultimate evolution of life. Dr. Ishiguro, you're a lucky man, and you're exactly what I need. Join us. It's not just a contract, it's a talisman. As he spoke, Luli waved his hand to reveal his remaining lifespan. You have less than 5 minutes to live. The choice is up to you. Ishiguro looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. Can directly interfere with human longevity. This is God. He sighed and continued. I guess I'm in no position to bargain. I choose to join. Suddenly a surge of energy surged into his body. The numbness of the toxin is fading. My body is recovering. It's a miracle. See the stone black letter excited dance. Zhang Xiao walked in and reported to Lu Li. The boys are ready. Just give the word, sir. They'll be off cleaning up the mess. Lu Li smiled. No need to be so troublesome. Leaving the body clues, there is also a way to shock the tweezers. Then he ordered Robert to kill each other. Delete all study data on server. Back at the club, Lu Li also told Du Weiwen what happened. For this zero-loss rescue, there's a gain. A professor of human neurology, and he's very pleased. But Du Weiwen looked at Lu Li with a serious expression. This time our enemy organization is only second class internationally. I know you're better than anyone. But we're gonna have to deal with more and more enemies. The level of technology they have. In some areas, it may even be possible, far beyond what society is showing. We cannot guarantee that we will always be stronger than our enemies. I think it's important that you keep your head down. Lu Li smiled. I know what Teacher Du means. Then he took Du Weiwen to the office. When he saw the video recording, Du Weiwen froze. See how each team member is buffed by Lu Li's time. Clear division of action, high efficiency. Du Weiwen could not help but be shocked, because this isn't a dimensional battle. Seeing Du Weiwen's surprised expression, Lu Li smiled and said, You don't have to look at yourself. It's your reminder, that's why I'm holding this re-offer meeting. In legend, even gods suffer from arrogance. You're not just reminding me. It's a reminder to the club to move forward cautiously. This time, I want to thank you. Looking at the mature Lu Li in front of him, Du Weiwen always felt something strange. As the power grows stronger, he could feel that Lu Li had lost something normal people would have. But she couldn't imagine what they were. We're done here. Lu Li sent them away. And fork out the door to the people who come in. These 3 people are the ones who were killed a few days ago. Lu Li brings thousands of years of agents. Lu Li was surprised by the appearance of the 3. In just a few days, it will be full of rewards. Looks like you've mastered the technique. Hearing this, Wang Hai handed a few lottery tickets to Lu Li. It means the 3 of them came up with it. Just like the lottery, the buyer gets real money. The prizes vary according to the level of the award. But their lottery tickets take months to buy. In order to attract people, they deliberately set the lottery seed rate at 100%. Compared to previous acquisition methods, this saves time and effort and reduces costs. Hearing this 3-pronged approach, Lu Li sighed. You're a veteran of Africa. Logical and professional. Then he looked at the trio and said, "Just show me the profits from your new business." Then he waved his hand. The next moment, the remaining lifespan of the three people appeared. The trio acquired over 6,000 years. Luli was excited to see this. Because he's finally gonna experience a lifetime of change. He picked up his hand again. Suddenly golden light appeared. Green energy kept pouring into Luli's body. His lifespan is skyrocketing. Finally, the golden light dissipated, and his lifespan was fixed at 10,032 years. Then he looked at the three people. "The reward will be delivered to you shortly. You guys go back and rest." Hearing this, Wang Hai still wanted to flatter a few words. But Luli suddenly glared at him and said coldly, "To get you out of here, do you have any other comments?" After leaving, Wang Hai recalled the scene of the rash. And he began to speak to the two men who were with him. He always felt that every time Luli finished absorbing time, gives him a terrible feeling. Hearing this, both of them thought that he was thinking too much. He's not good about that either. Go on. At this moment, Luli, who was in his office, was watching. The energy in his hand is getting crazier and crazier. Suddenly, a vortex erupted around him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the river of time. Looking at the twilight in front of me, now he has a lifespan of 10,000 years. He secretly decided that he must find at this time the correct way to use backtracking time. The moment the ability is activated, but the river of time sucked him in again. Just as he was about to lose again, he noticed that the velocity around him had stabilized. But time is still running out. At this time, a large number of green light clusters appeared around his body. Inside the cluster of light, there are many of events that happened in the past. And it's all about clubs. Luli seemed to have thought of something. Is it understood as? I'm still standing in the club boardroom. But the clock is ticking backwards. Everything in the building is going back to the lake. Until the building returns to some historical point? It wasn't long before he saw the Ming dynasty of the club. This was a hospital back then. At this moment, a woman in the hospital, begging the doctor to save her husband Su Young. Hearing the word Xiu Young, Luli suddenly remembered the person who had set up the Zhang Sai, a businessman of numerous universities and famous families. Mr. Su Young. From a self-made poor kid to adapt to the times of civilian businessmen who led the family business. Nearly 20% of international textile trade. His terrifying earning power not only aroused the envy of his competitors, it has attracted many coveted hearts. He tried to save poor and backward countries in his own way. But because he offended the prison, he was assassinated and finally left with hatred. Thinking of this, Luli immediately activated his ability, and the next moment, he's crossing time and space into reality. At this moment, Luli came to Zhang Sai's bed and waved his hand. The next moment, Zhang Sai's lifespan was revealed. Luli looked at him and said calmly, "Mr. Zhang Sai only has 1 hour left. What regrets do you have in your life?" Seeing Luli's incredible ability, Zhang Sai thought he was here to take him away. Then he sighed. "Sorry to say, what worries me most is still the present China. A country is not like a home." Luli smiled and said, "Don't worry, sir. 100 years from now, the old rot will be gone. In its place, the dominant superpower stood proudly. And the schools you set up to invest in education. Those who have nurtured countless students. 100 years later, the teaching building is still built, and I, as a time merchant, I will grant you immortality. And you'll be able to see how the landscape changes. Do you have the courage to witness it?" This is like a dream, and it keeps hitting Zhang Sai's heart. He wanted to see for himself what Luli said about his homeland. But thinking about his family, he hesitated. Luli looked at him and said coldly, "Mr. Zhang, I want to remind you solemnly, whatever choice you make, at this point in time in this world, you're dead. And the reason I'm giving you this opportunity, because in 100 years, I'll need a business genius like you. Join me in the Eternal Life Club. Help me build a whole new world. Besides, don't you want to know what's behind it? What happens to the people who did this to you?" Zhang Sai immediately agreed to Luli's request. He really wants to see what happens to traitors. After signing the contract, he slowly approached his family. A final farewell to his wife. After settling his family matters, he arrived at the rendezvous point with Luli. Luli said lightly, "Your wife will live to be 97. And I'll allow you to come back and see her. But until then, you can't go back. Zhang Sai dared not go against Lu Li's request. Looking at Zhang Sai's back, Lu Li sighed. For me, it takes only a moment to go back to that time, and he's going to have a long life ahead of him. Time is a terrible thing. Suddenly a click interrupted his thoughts. Girls shy show that they are just. I wanted to try my father's gift. I didn't mean to. Lu Li doesn't mind girls' behavior. He's more curious about this time and space that doesn't belong to him. Will this image survive? Suddenly, there was a violent beating nearby. I saw a thug punching a kid. The girl immediately went forward to Theory. Seeing this, Lu Li quickly grabbed her hand. It means that this kind of small matter can be left to oneself. While he was still talking to the gangsters, suddenly he was dragged back into the river of time. Am I interrupting someone else's time? It seems that the rules of retrospection have yet to be explored. At the same time, similar to the previous reality of the river, Shin Yuchu was on the phone with his grandmother. The moment you hang up, she noticed that everyone and everything around her was still. The next second, Lu Li suddenly appeared in front of her. She recognized Lu Li immediately. She didn't panic when she saw what was going on. Instead, ask about the barbecue stall before. Is Lu Li helping himself at the club? She knew what had happened. There's an unknown force behind her. And Lu Li happens to be there every time. Lu Li became the first suspect. Lu Li was satisfied. Before that, he appreciated Shin Yuchu's character. And now she's acting like she's trying to be discreet. It strengthened Lu Li's determination to recruit her into the club. Then Lu Li smiled and looked at Shin Yuchu. What do you say, after we kick some ass? No one dares to bully you now, right? Hearing this, Shin Yuchu expressed some frustration. She's out of a job because of last time. But she was grateful to Lu Li for helping her. Looking at Shin Yuchu's dejected face, Lu Li knew she didn't have a job. Then Lu Li took out the club card and handed it to her. My name is Lu Li. I've created an eternal club. If you want to change your fate, come to me. People who should be in history books are now in reality. And this is the work of the immortal merchant. Lu Li sacrificed more than 1,000 years of his lifespan, travel back to the Ming dynasty 100 years ago, and bring the national businessman Zhang Sai under the devil. For this short journey of time, Lu Li realized. If you want to travel further back in time, more time must be reserved. Meanwhile, the Song family's motorcade is heading for the Eternal Life Club. In the car, Song Yaoru didn't understand the old man directly taking people over. Why did he feel that he should report to Lu Li first? Song Shixiang heard this and explained it to him. At present, the Song family and Mr. Lu are obviously not as close as the Rong family. If you don't want to be abandoned, you have to show your ability to win the favor of the teacher. And the old man I brought today. Famous Chinese family. It's not an exaggeration to say that wealth is comparable to that of the enemy. I'm sure Mr. Luck will be interested. That's why I have to deliver them myself. In case anyone else interrupts. It didn't take long for the motorcade to arrive at the club. The old man who got off the car was Zhang Sai. Zhang Sai looked at the familiar scene in front of him and was delighted. Then he looked at Song Shixiang and smiled. Song Xiaoyu. I haven't been here in over 100 years. Could you introduce me to the owner of this place? Song Shixiang was stunned to hear that it had been 100 years, but the brain said yes in the rock machine state. After Song Shixiang discussed it with security, several people quickly entered the club. Lu Li looked down at them and smiled. Old Zhang, don't come here. 100 years is but a moment. Hearing Lu Li's words, Song Shixiang's head forked once and the rock machine stayed in place. Seeing Lu Li appear, Zhang Sai hurried forward to hold his hand inside. Seeing Zhang Sai's delighted face, Lu Li asked faintly. Are you satisfied with the changes in this new dynasty over the past 100 years? Zhang Sai bowed and said. Sir, you really don't want me to play. So I dragged this rotten body. Fulfilling the promise I made to you 100 years ago. Lu Li then took him to his office. And asked him where he's been for the last 100 years. Zhang Sai said that he had taken a little property to X country to do business. He was involved in areas such as hotels, real estate, finance, etc. And now he has a stake in most of the mainstream economy in country X. Lu Li sighed to himself. In 100 years, he has accumulated amazing wealth again. Dragons are dragons everywhere. Lu Li praised this. Did a good job. This proves that I didn't pay the wrong time. Mr. Zhang, you are indeed a talented businessman. Zhang Sai's face darkened when he heard this. It means that you haven't done exactly what Lu Li said. When Mrs. Chang Sai left, he's been back to visit. At a time when our country was in crisis. He took the liberty of taking his children to country X. And then the money they made. Most of them anonymously donated to the motherland. He expressed his deep gratitude to Lu Li for this. Lu Li wasn't surprised. Because he understands patriotic businessmen like Chang Sai, there's always something you can't let go of. He doesn't care about Zhang Sai changing his original historical trajectory. On the contrary, the upper echelons of the government will definitely notice this. Lu Li looked at him and said coldly. And since you're standing here safe and sound, time doesn't care what you choose. I naturally won't be too harsh with you. But this must never happen again. You know, in this day and age, only complete loyalty to me. Time will not abandon you. After the discussion, the two of them came to the living room. Lu Li looked at Patriarch Song and said indifferently, I really want to thank you for taking the initiative to bring an old friend to see me this time. Zhang Sai ranked 118th in the club. He hasn't been back for nearly 100 years. Why don't you take care of him for me this time? Song Shixiang was delighted to hear this. He finally earned Lu Li's trust. Seeing the two of them hit it off, Lu Li smiled. Let the elites network and cooperate with each other. Watch out for each other. As the owner of the club, he can always reap the benefits. Meanwhile, Rong is watching the club's group chats. Since 118 was recalled, more and more old geeks at the top of the group began to speak. This scene also made Rong Lao sink into deep thought. I couldn't think of a reason at the moment. He handed the phone to the younger generation to see. Seeing this, everyone in the Rong family couldn't help but speculate. Mr. St. Andrew will give us some insignificant task, so the real big task should be handed over to these old people. Look at this. Number 118 must be 160 years old. I don't know if those numbers are more. What era is the person at the top? Then two girls came in. Rong Wenwei stepped forward to express his good sister. I want to ask Elder Rong for a favor. Old Rong recognized the girl as a Kong family member at a glance. He said he was free to say whatever he wanted. Then the girl handed a photo from the 1860s to Rong Lao. She found it in a book left behind by her great-grandmother. She heard Wenwei say that she had seen the man in the photo. That's why I want to invite Elder Rong to take a look. When Rong Lao saw the photo, he was shocked. He guessed that Lu Li had survived for hundreds of years. But when he saw the photo, he determined that Lu Li had lived for more than 100 years. The girl couldn't help but get nervous when she saw Elder Rong's shocked expression. You haven't actually met this man, have you? My great-aunt never married. This isn't the guy, is it? Elder Rong was a little sad when he heard this. Beauty grows old and young. But Mr. Lu is the only eternity in this world. At this time Rong Jijian stepped forward. Uncle, we've got an ID on that one. But the news came from the Song family. The Zhang family, which controls most of the economy and industry in Country X, their head just returned 2 days ago. And that person's name is indeed Zhang Sai. Hearing this, Elder Rong was a little worried. I didn't expect such a good opportunity to be taken away by Lao Song. Looks like the old man's been secretly upset for a long time. Then he looked at the girl and smiled. Yi Lei. Is your grandfather still playing finance in M country? The elderly have hundreds of billions of assets and hold half of the country's economic lifeline. Whenever China is in trouble, he will help immediately. That's what happened to a patriotic businessman who was under urgent official investigation. So the officials have been secretly watching Lu Li and the Immortality Club. When Lu Li and Zhang Sai met, officials have begun investigating the game. One of the most powerful Chinese families overseas. In the past, during the war, countless things were given to help the motherland tide over difficulties. That's how patriotic families suddenly associate themselves with the Club of Immortality. And he didn't report back to China, but came secretly. What shocked investigators most? This is not an ordinary member of the Zhang family, but the head of the Zhang family. Family affairs are also handled by several agents. Looking at the information in his hand, Fan Yangxiang always felt, the man in the photo looks familiar. Then he looked at his subordinates and smiled and said, our Mr. Lu is a master of time. Can I take a wild guess? Could this Shang clan head be Zhang Sai? Fan Yongxiang's guess was unbelievable. Zhang Sai was assassinated in 1926. And according to their investigation of Lu Li's past, there's no way they're related. If Fan Yongxiang's words are true, that means Lu Li has the ability to reincarnate at different times, or maybe he's just an immortal old freak. The thought of this subordinate cannot help but hit a cold cicada, because it's way beyond her knowledge. Fan Yongxiang smiled at this. At present, Mr. Lu has not shown a harmful side to China. We don't have to panic too much. Let's have a meeting first. Meanwhile, inside the club, Lu Li warned Zhang Sai seriously. The main task of your return this time is to find out. The city of Tin, where he is located, will build an important base for the Eternal Club. In the future, a large number of researchers and scientists will secretly travel to Country X. You have to be discreet and secure. Du Weiwen, who was beside him, felt a little strange. Lu Li and March X had just agreed on a base plan for Country T. And now we're adding another base. I'm afraid we don't have enough manpower. Lu Li could tell that she was thinking to herself. You can't put eggs in one basket. I'm sure you understand that better than I do. Our great plan is not just in front of us, but to look 100 years into the future. I'm afraid these bases won't be able to hold that many people. There are so many stars in mankind. I'm not gonna let any of them go. Du Weiwen was shocked. If Mr. Zhang calls, will many people like Mr. Zhang come? How many years did those people spend? Then what era is the gentleman from? One question after another unconsciously emerged in Du Weiwen's mind. Unfortunately, Lu Li would not tell her the truth. After Zhang Sai's longevity is extended, Lu Li went to the training room. He's trying to figure out a way to avoid the river of time. So we can go back and invite more people to fill the gap before the club. Modern scientists flourished in the 19th century. Major breakthroughs have been made in all disciplines. Countless talented scientists were born in this era. These were all people Lu Li wanted to recruit. To do that, he had to evolve his abilities. 10,000 years after the last agreement, he sensed the river of time. There's a connection with his speed. He immediately picked up his hand and cast 10,000 times time acceleration. Suddenly a ball of golden balls gathered in the air. Success is what you see. Suddenly, Lu Li's lifespan has decreased dramatically. He shook his trembling hand and broke out in a cold sweat. 500 years in a flash. It's even more ridiculous than a real crossing. 10,000 times faster. It seems that we still have to be cautious. Lu Li in the office alone thinking about the future development of the club. To implement a plan to recruit scientists across time. A large amount of time must be reserved as a condition for crossing. He's gonna have to work a little bit harder on time. Du Weiwen informed Lu Li to go to a meeting. He walked into the conference room against the expectant gaze of everyone. Lu Li looked at everyone and smiled. I've gathered you here today for this meeting. Is to talk ahead and set great goals that we've created before. Pushing our Genesis project. Today is our first official meeting of 01. Formal meetings of the World Commission on Population and Development. After careful consideration, I decided to build a city based on tin in X country. Miniature Sandbox World Lab 01. And a 2-point lab with Mordor as a supplement. And at the same time, underground in the capital city of T, which is even closer, and we need to build a large laboratory to support it. Next to the main lab. Build a point-type Earth biological gene laboratory. Not only that, but both bases have to, equipped with point-type Earth plant ecology laboratory. And auxiliary labs, auxiliary factories. Mainly used to undertake the logistics work of each laboratory. All these supporting facilities must be rapidly deployed at the same time. Is there anything that any of you would like to add or correct? After 2.5 seconds of silence in the conference room, suddenly several scientists broke out in a heated debate. It's all in the bag. We need to put some demands on the lab. Seeing this, Lu Li had a headache. Looks like we're gonna have to hire someone to handle trivia. Meanwhile, outside the club, Xing Yuchu found this place according to the name card given by Lu Li. Intern girl almost broke down on her first day. Because not only does she have to document the proposals of 3 top scientists, and summarize it and solve it. And that's what immortal merchant secretaries do. At this moment, after a discussion in the conference room, finally, some consensus was reached. Building Miniature Sandbox World 01. The project is assigned to experienced housemates. Du Weiwen whispered beside Luli. Before officially simulating the creation of the miniature sandbox World 01, we have to break down the key links one by one. In different laboratories. Although the club has its own talent. But in terms of manpower coordination, we still have too few professional scientists. Luli smiled and said. Please believe that our organization will gradually expand. Not just scientists today. Even the past. Du Weiwen was stunned. That's a lot of information for her. Then Luli said something about security dispatch and ended the meeting. After that, he took Peng Hao outside alone. Asking how the team that had been trained in secret was doing. Hao Shan smiled and said that those people had not seen the sale of time acceleration. At present, there is still a big gap with Zhang Zhao's team. Just when Luli was about to say something, a female voice interrupted their conversation. I saw Xin Yuchu coming under the escort of security. Turns out she was spotted by security when she got to the club door. After some questioning, I learned that she was here for an interview. Security then brought him to Luli. Luli was happy to see Xin Yuchu. He immediately brought Xin Yuchu into the villa to familiarize himself with the environment. Who knew that when I entered the villa, I met three people discussing something at the door. When the three of them saw Luli, they immediately went forward. And said that he had a lot more to ask for. Seeing this, Luli picked Xin Yuchu up. It means this is my intern secretary. If you have any questions, just ask her. Luli looked at Xin Yuchu awkwardly. These guys are tough. Let's just say it's you. Soon Xin Yuchu summed up the problems of the three people. Luli was very satisfied with the summary of the content. Then he looked at the three and asked some questions. Disaggregation issues related to accelerated cells, and asked them to calculate the results as soon as possible to convey to him. Old Tang was a little surprised when he heard this. This was the first time Luli had asked such a professional question. He could feel that something was happening to Luli. After asking the question, Luli took Xin Yuchu out of the room. It means that she is very appreciative of her ability to do the job she just showed, and invited her to be his secretary. At this moment, Elder Tang came out and told Luli, they've come to some conclusions about the question. Without affecting vital signs. Catalyzing 10 times faster evolution is the fastest. But this screening process lowers 0.1 life length of the final creature in miniature sandbox world. So they thought they could compensate by increasing the number. Luli was delighted. 0.1, the world is waiting. Just then Peng Hao came in with a girl. Xin Yuchu immediately greeted Peng Hao when he saw him appear. And thanked him for his help. Peng Hao said something different about Xin Yuchu's appearance. Seeing Peng Hao's confused face, Luli said lightly. Xin Yuchu will be my secretary from now on. Officially joined the Everlasting Club. Peng Hao didn't feel anything when he heard this. On the contrary, the girl behind him was very happy. As a housekeeper, you need a secretary. Looks like our organization is really big. The one sitting on the sofa should be Mr. Lu himself, right? Just as I thought. These eyebrows are not ordinary people. See the girl's smug face. Peng Hao quickly held her down and bowed to Luli. Mr. Lu, this is number 1 of the new secret team. It's called Sumu. Sumu was confused when he heard Peng Hao's words. What the hell? Is this Mr. Lu? How could he be so young? A lie. Luli replied with some concern. But Sumu did not answer Luli's concern. Instead, he looked at Luli and said. Mister, I'm here to ask you for a job. Luli immediately looked at Peng Hao. He thought Peng Hao was the one who told the story. But Sumu said it was through this observation. And the conclusion drawn by Hu Shanbao. And said that he would definitely do better than what they did and be more loyal to Luli. Because they were caught and they volunteered. I don't know about this. Luli was angry at the woman. He immediately exerted time suppression. Suddenly Sumu was pressed to the ground and could not move for a long time. Then he looked at Sumu coldly and said. Just a little touch. I can drain Ned's life. What makes you think you deserve this honor? Sumu, who had calmed down, said indifferently, is ambition. I want you to be my backer. After saying that, Sumu looked down and said that he wasn't an orphan until he joined the special training team. It's the fucking traffickers who took her brother. Parents abandoned their homes and businesses to find their brother. Unfortunately, the last brother was not found. Instead, they died in a car accident. That's why she hates traffickers. But with her meager income and have no ability to take revenge on them, that's when she decided she needed a strong backer. Protect yourself from bullies and help yourself punish the bad guys. Until she joined Panghao's team. About the Club of Eternal Life. She thinks Luli must be able to find it, the traffickers, and discipline them. That's why there was this rude scene earlier. Luli said lightly. Since you want me to do what you want, you have to prove it. Show me if you're qualified. Take your team with you in 2 months. Bring back 10 volunteers under any blessing. Luli ordered Pang Hao to personally give Hu Shanbao a few large pockets. Sumu, who received the task, immediately investigated the recent case of missing persons. Because she's going to arrest all these damn traffickers. Soon she had a clue. By working with the team, they also easily brought back human traffickers who wanted to commit crimes in the vegetable market. Luli looked at the woman in the container and said calmly, "You've been traveling all over the country. 53 cases of abducting and selling children of famous farmers and workers. The above immoral acts is why you're here. And now you have 2 options. One is to volunteer to be a subject for our research. 2, that's death. Ma'am, think about which one you want to choose." Women think Luli just wants money. Then he said that he could give them all the money he earned. Just let yourself out. Luli sneered and looked at her. Since you volunteered, then you're useless. Save your money and eat something nice before you go. Seeing Luli's expression, the woman panicked. She knew Luli was telling the truth. In order not to die, she immediately volunteered to be an experiment. Luli smiled and said, "I like a man who knows his place. Good luck with that." Luli left with Sumu. In the office, Luli looked at Sumu and said indifferently, "Have to admit, you did a good job this time. Here's what you deserve." Luli waved his hand. Majestic golden light suddenly appeared around Sumu. The next moment, she's in front of a giant clock. She was pleasantly surprised after the baptism. "Is this the power of Sir? I actually felt time." Luli said that his body would have temporary discomfort in the early stage. And ask her where she wants to go next. Sumu looked at him confidently. "I'm going to country Y. Men in their 30s are being robbed by nations." Because he led the scientific research team to overcome countless difficulties, and that's how a brilliant scientist is dying. It turns out Harris has the same genetic disease as her mother. Father of a fellow top scientist. Half a lifetime of research has failed to crack the genetic disease, and eventually his mother died of it. Now he's under house arrest by a mysterious organization in a hospital in country A. To keep his father Levin working for him. When Ho Lao learned this from Levin's mouth, he will immediately destroy Luli and his eternal life. Tell Levin about the club and persuade him to join. Because he's been actively promoting genes. The group plan was exactly what Luli needed. Luli can solve his son's problem accordingly. Levin didn't immediately agree. He knew Ho Lao had no reason to lie to him. The two have known each other for many years. He doubted Ho Lao's incredible time ability. In order to be safe, he told Ho Lao that if he wanted to add people by himself, he has to get his son out of here first. Ho Lao told Luli about it as soon as possible. "I heard the club recruited 2 more top scientists." Luli immediately summoned Pang Hao and ordered him to escort them back. And bring back confidential information from the other party's research institute. It just so happens that Pang Hao's men haven't had actual combat after special training. This time, let's give these raw melon eggs a try. At this moment, in a hospital in a country, Levin came to visit his son as usual. But today's topic is very different from usual. He told his son he had found a cure for him. And he's getting discharged today. Take him there. Levin had hardly finished speaking when the doctor from the prison came in. Tell Levin visiting hours are over for the day. Levin was used to this. Because the whole hospital's been spooked by those people. To coerce him into doing research and development. And today Levin turned to look weak and angrily rejected him. He also said that he must take his son out of the hospital to G country for treatment today. Then he invited 2 men in. And the person who came was Pang Hao's subordinate. It turned out that after Luli finished his quest, They came to country A immediately. Stop Levin before he can get to the hospital. Then he told him the plan. You'll receive a fake email later. You can use it to remove your son from the surveillance. And we're gonna dress up as your hired bodyguards and deliver the baby. Levin thought it was funny to hear such a simple plan. Then he suggested that they find more people to come back. However, as soon as the voice fell, the two people who were still outside the car disappeared. And while he was wondering, suddenly there was an impatient urge in the back row. So, what's up? Have you thought this through? Our time is precious. Levin was shocked to see this scene. Is this the power of time that Ho Lao said? Maybe they can. At this moment, everyone in the ward is trapped in a stalemate. In the face of two security guards and Levin's tough attitude. The doctor, who was in a state of uncertainty, immediately said he wanted to consult his superior. The person who has been observing this from behind the scenes coldly said, "If someone wants it, kill them." The doctor immediately said that he would send a car to take them to the airport. It saves time and effort. Levin broke out in a cold sweat. He knows what that means. But they were happy to hear it. I also thanked the other party for saving a lot of oil money. After seeing his son and the two of them get in the car, Levin left on business grounds. And the car heading to the airport right now. Suddenly a man flew out of the window. After solving the problem, the two immediately sent a message to Levin. Levin came to the lab as soon as he got the message. Because after they finished planning their move, and asked him to take the data from the institute. The moment you plug in your USB drive, all of a sudden, the doctor walks in with two security guards. Seeing this, the doctor said coldly, "Mr. Levin, do you really think you're little? Can kindergarten help you escape? In fact, we've got eyes and ears. Now the evidence is conclusive. We're gonna keep you under close surveillance 24 hours a day." He slowly raised the USB drive and continued. "Next time you better find a professional team. And professional equipment." Just as he finished speaking, the lights in the laboratory suddenly went out. Robert's voice came over the radio. He's fighting back against what the doctor said. Now everything in your den. All four of them are displayed in front of me. Do you still think what you just said was true? The doctor was so scared that he ordered security to take Levin away. As soon as he finished speaking, a red shadow flashed by. The next second, except Levin, the other three were killed instantly. Robert said lightly. "Don't worry, Mr. Levine. Everyone in this underground facility has been purged. Your next assignment is to go to China. With your son. It's an event that's causing the global scientific community to shudder. 5 top scientists in different fields lost collectively in a short period of 1 month. And the number of missing scientists continues to rise. And all of it points to the Everlasting Club. It turns out that in order to catch up with World 01, the secret teams of the Eternal Club are known around the world, transport scientists racing against time everywhere. Therefore, the club has been investigated by many international organizations. And that's just the first step in the club's journey from the shadows to the light. And they're gonna keep recruiting people from all walks of life ready for the new world. Now the birth fork of a bracelet. Take the club to the next level. And this is the energy balance bracelet developed by Shihexen. Simulating neuronal common activity using low-frequency electrical signals. It activates muscle fibers in the resting state of the body to increase the strength, endurance, speed, and flexibility of ordinary people. The first step in evolution from human to superhuman. Listening to the wonderful stories. Looking at the little bracelet in his hand, Luli could not believe it. Hearing this, Shirhaishin immediately ran to the sandbag and asked him to try it himself. Who knows that Shinjuchu immediately said that he would come after listening to him. Shinyochu's body has grown a lot since he put on the bracelet. At this moment, she felt a strong electric current filling her body. And then one punch to smash the sandbag. Everyone was shocked to see the scene. Ishihai Xin looked at her with a wicked smile and said, "The average person activates up to 10 to 15% of the muscle fibers. But judging by what happened to this bag, this young lady seems to be very talented. I have a bold idea. I wonder if I could give it a try." Pang Hao was dragged to the trial ground after seeing him again. At the command of the experimenter, Shen Yuchu instantly launched towards Pang Hao. But he dodged all his attacks. Seized the opportunity, Pang Hao snatched a punch. Good to stop at the critical moment. And that punch shocked the researchers. Because this punch has broken through their previous data threshold. Luli couldn't help but think of a question. The bracelet elevates an ordinary person to an amazing strength. But Pinehao, who has been trained under accelerated time all year round. But you can win with your physique and experience. What happens if you combine the two? Then he looked at the stone black channel. Nice bracelet you got there. Can you equip all security personnel? Just then Anthony came up and smiled and said, Mr. Liu, how can he be fully equipped for such a money-burning project? The old man was complaining last night that this bracelet costs tens of millions to listen to. And my project is something that gives clubs, a cash cow that brings endless wealth? He then took Luli to his lab. Introduction of superconducting battery with value of 10 billion. This technology, if it can be replicated. From power stations to cell phones, you can save 2/3 of your electricity. Although it is still in its infancy. But he's broken through the hardest part. All that's left is a straight path. Luli smiled and said, apply for a global patent now to establish superconducting energy group. I'll give you the greatest convenience in research and development. After saying that, he ordered Du Weiwen to contact the authorities, exchange technology for resources. Beijing uses this normal temperature superconducting technology, at least 30 years away from the gringos. Luli turned around and went back to the research institute created by World 01. He's gonna help them with a few tricks. For a partial experiment on World 01. Looking at the seawater in the room, Luli was puzzled. See this whole Lao explained. We've recreated the origins of life. The composition of the Earth's oceans. And infused these molecules with basic genomes extracted from terrestrial organisms. Induced in a miniature ocean. Can largely restore biological evolution. These macromolecules react 10 times faster than normal macromolecules. And inherited the most basic genetic sequence of life on Earth. The evolutionary path that opens up on this basis would save a long evolutionary journey. And waiting for the eukaryotic cell to evolve. Preliminary evolutionary experiments are complete. Levin immediately lit up an energy emitter equivalent to a solar source. It means that this can simulate day and night on Earth. Luli's eyes lit up when he heard their explanation. It's a beautiful work of art. And he's going to start the first steps in the evolution of life in this world. He picked up countless clocks in his hands behind him. And then it speeds up into the ocean 1,000 times over. And suddenly the seawater reacts. Seeing this, Luli was shocked. Good violent reaction. It seems that the evolution of the primitive ocean is also a magnificent history. The previously calm seawater is now emitting a magnificent golden light. Levin and Ho Lao immediately put biological macromolecules into the ocean. It's beautiful. It's the origin of life. Seeing this, Luli sighed. I didn't know the process of creating life was so complicated. Now there's a 10,000-fold acceleration of time, so every day in the miniature ocean is equivalent to 4.32 seconds in the real world. That's 8,000 years in a month. And what kind of spectacular spectacle will it be then? Kind of looking forward to the new world I'm building. What does it feel like to have your future self standing in front of you? And that's what happened to the immortal merchant. It turns out that when Luli reached 100,000 HP, his ability fork once ushered in a qualitative change. Not only can you talk to your future self face to face, but also through the future of their own spy to the secret of time. And I've mastered part of the ability to make time rules contracts. All thanks to 4 of his time clients. They brought Luli nearly 20,000 years of lifespan. One of the most amazing is Sumu. For a rookie to buy 12,000 years of life. Seeing this, Sumu said indifferently, I'm going to a country with a huge population. And the poor are 80% of them. In a country where women have a very low status. As a woman, I can easily gain their trust. And get gratitude from them. One of them is a repeat customer. However, this time, the cost of funds is a bit large. If you don't like it, sir, I'll pull back next time. Luli smiled and said, money enough. You have nothing to worry about. Then he waved his hand and 4 gold contracts appeared. This gives clients the right to sell for a year. This was also the ability Luli gained after breaking through 100,000 HP, and he's gone from being the executor of time to being the master of time. And when we're done. He came out to welcome March X and the elder. Delighted to see Lil March X. About the underground lab in the capital has taken shape. 48 main buildings as support points for the entire underground city. Enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people living underground. Luli immediately said that he has become a first-class member of the Eternal Club and get 5,000 points. Just as March X was about to return for a year of life. Shin Yuchu suddenly came in and interrupted the conversation of several people, and explained that while it was rude to interrupt, but Sir said that everything about World 01 is a priority. Hearing this, Elder Rong was shocked, because he never heard of World 01. This also means that the current level of the Rong family is far from enough. And then he comes in with a suitcase. Look at all the people in the office. Ho Lao subconsciously hid the box behind his back. Luli said lightly. Old Ho, it doesn't matter what you say, let's see what happens. Then Ho Lao took out a reagent from the iron box and said. At the beginning of the experiment, 4 months and 2 days later, the first prokaryotic cell appeared, but there was no nuclear membrane. Genetic material is concentrated in areas of low electron density with no clear boundaries. Na is the ring molecule of Luolu. These prokaryotic cells are growing in number. Easily captured and observed. After our extraction tests, there's a part of the life response that retains 10 times the growth rate. Which means life on World 01 is evolving in the right direction. With the help of an ultra-powerful microscope. And you can see that it's from the very first life hundreds of thousands of years ago. Luli immediately ordered Ho Lao, go to Country X personally to encourage their reproduction and evolution. And now we're in the office. March X and Rome Lao and the inner rock machine have been completely in place. March X didn't expect that Country X already had such a laboratory. And the direction of the experiment is to create a new world. And what Rong Lao feels is more pressure. Compared to Zhang Sai, the Rong family's contribution is still too little. After that, Elder Rong took the initiative to think back and contribute to Luli's project. Luli said lightly. Actually, I'm gonna leave you two here, for the second phase of the underground base. What you just heard. It's just that scientists have been working, the first effort to make a small, fragmented vision. There will be a second and a third. Tens of thousands of talented people will be gathered. The scene will be spectacular. So the venue question is the next question to focus on. Your Highness March. And then around the new experiment. The underground base built by the environment depends on you. Hearing this, March X was delighted. Don't worry, sir. I promise it will only be better than the initial stage. Seeing this, Luli slowly took out his pocket watch and looked at March X. You still have 1 year left to redeem. March X was delighted to hear that. He was worried that Luli would forget about it. See how Luli extended the life of March X. Elder Rong immediately volunteered to go to Country Tea to contribute to Luli. After leaving the club, Rong ordered his nephew to finish the Kong family's business as soon as possible. The Rong family has fallen too far. As a result, many club news cannot be known in the first place. And the Kong family represents banking. Has enormous influence in the banking world. Introduce them to join and develop underground bases together. Sir will be pleased. A few days later Shin Yuchu came to the office early to inform Luli. It means Peng Hao is ready to go at any time. It turns out that World Experiment 01 has made revolutionary progress. For this reason, Luli and the others had to go personally. And as the car sped along, time accelerated and started itself. Luli was confused. But looking at the floating lifespan, he knew immediately what had happened. This familiar feeling. Looks like someone's trying to assassinate me again. Look for suspicious vehicles behind you. He immediately got out of the car to check. See Fan Yangxiang, co-pilot, Luli. I recognized him as the head of the mystery department. But he doesn't know who's behind the wheel. They've been watching Luli since before he left the club. And the man behind the wheel. It is precisely this time that the higher-ups specially sent down, in charge of Luli and the Eternal Club. It's all about spoiling them in the same weak, compromising way we used to. And this time he's going to subdue these people. Seeing this, Fan Yangxiang couldn't say anything more. After all, he is his own boss. Unlocking time stops. The two of them were scared silly. Luli was sitting in the back row, smiling coldly at them. And Luli is going to teach these people a lesson today. Men aren't curious when they see Lu Li. Instead, he pulled out his gun and aimed it at Lu Li. Mr. Luck's tricks are getting better. Too bad you'll never get another chance. As soon as the man finished speaking, the gun ran into Lu Li's hand. Lu Li looked at his frightened expression and said lightly, "It's in the town up ahead. There's an uncle pretending to buy cigarettes. There are street cleaners. Or maybe it's the sniper on the roof. These are your guys, right? I thought we had an agreement. Do you have any idea what you're dealing with?" Before the man could explain, Lu Li pointed his gun at him. A phone-on shot. But the man is completely fine. Suddenly, he noticed a hot seed dust appearing out of thin air in his hand. Lu Li was standing outside the window and looking at him with a sneer. "Fresh from the barrel, still warm. Consider it a welcome gift. I know you don't like. But you have to admit, that's the threat from the Cherokee." Then Lu Li turned and left. Seeing this, the man hurriedly ordered the team to cancel the operation. Then he looked at Fan Yongxiang and said, "Is this guy really human? How can you do so much in one moment? Time acceleration is horrible." Fan Yongxiang sighed and replied like a survivor. 0.06 seconds to be exact, based on the conclusions drawn from previous data. He's obviously faster than before. Now you understand what we're dealing with. At this moment, in the laboratory of Country X, Lu Li was shocked by what he saw. "See this hole," Lao explained. "We've been able to use all the available archaeological data, has restored our world as pristine as possible. Subsequently, the drift of continents will be manipulated to test the impact on biological evolution." Elder Tang looked at Lu Li excitedly and said, "All departments are ready, sir. Please proceed to the time house in miniature world. Let the world work. Come to the time room, put on your protective suit." When Lu Li picked up his hand, he would have 100,000 times faster time, and all of a sudden, the prokaryotes of miniature world react. From plants to mountains and lakes to living things. Old Tang was delighted to see this. Literally creating a new world. Then he looked at Lu Li and said, "Sir, it's time to move on to the next phase. We're going to simulate the first mass extinction. 90% of marine life. But each extinction brings new life to the world." Then researchers discovered a strange animal. The sharp-eyed Ho Lao immediately recognized that this was the ancestor of the Confucian animal, and ordered it to be protected from extinction. The researchers were puzzled. Now that we simulated mass extinctions, why intervene? Elder Tang said indifferently, "Is accidental. In a disaster on the scale of a mass extinction, the contingency that survives is something that cannot be reproduced anyway. In order to create the humanoids we want, we have to make sure history follows its original trajectory. It's like a movie cut. To get great results, you have to cut at key points. So any chance associated with it must be eliminated." Hearing this, Lu Li couldn't help but think of a terrifying guess. "I don't know. In the distant history of the Earth, there is no such thing as an observation from the Creator above to study our birth. And is human existence also the result of premeditation? Meanwhile, the extinction is still raging." At this time Ho Lao hurriedly reminded Tang Lao, "The extinction rate is now 70%. I think that's about it. Or they'll all die." Lu Li suddenly said, "We can't stop now. The extinction rate must be above 80. Mass extinction continues when one of the apes suddenly becomes intelligent. You'd believe it's the result of biological evolution. Or is it the Creator's intention? The ape has been born after the mass extinction of World 01. Seeing this, Lu Li immediately ordered his men to capture it, trying to activate its cerebral cortex, infused with human genetic code. After being modified by Old Tang and others, the ape soon unified the tribe. But with experimental intervention and evolution of primitive apes, the population gradually developed into two branches. Some can even see human form. Lu Li was curious to see the life he had created. Could their future be the same as Earth's today? And as time speeds up, they're very fast. I learned how to make a 5-weapon hunt and how to use fire. Slowly, they developed their own language. Lu Li is delighted to announce the success of World Experiment 01. Old Tang asked Lu Li if he wanted to take advantage of the momentum to push forward. Luli said lightly. In order to accelerate the evolution of miniature world, 100,000 times faster than I turned on. Horrible consumption has caused me to run out of time now. But I've come up with a win-win solution. Time buying and selling into their genes. It's like fear of darkness. Inherent fear from the heart. So even if each person contributes only a little bit of their life, it is also a time granary with amazing returns. After a lot of hard work, the story of the gods is written into their genes. For the weather to be good, everything needs to be sacrificed to the gods. But when Luli saw the new sacrifice, his expression changed. That's a little too calm. That's interesting. That's you. He immediately ordered the machine to catch the sacrifice. Attica saw Luli on the screen and immediately understood that this was a god. Then he asked Luli to solve the drought and save the tribe. And punish the victim severely. Luli smiled and said, care for the common people and revenge. I really like you. Then Luli took out the commission agreement and handed it to him. Sign him as my first agent down below. You will gain the power to control the fate of others. And you can do anything you want. How? Dare you try? Attica immediately signed the agreement. The next second, he's back in the tribe. First, he kicks off the sacrifice. Then he looked coldly at everyone and said, I received a gift from the gods and returned with an oracle. Over the years, the tribe grew stronger under his leadership. Children here need to be able to get to the right age. Join the awakening rite, become a true warrior and participate in tribal warfare. Awakening ritual is to make a teenager into a strong youth in an instant. This is also a mode of Luli's life harvest. But it's more the longevity of war. Every war he fought, he collected a tremendous amount of life. Attica took 300 years to unify under Luli's influence. During this time, he launched hundreds of wars and brought countless lives to Luli. But that's the end of his life. Seeing this, Luli came to the lower realm to choose a new agent. He pulled out 2 contracts and looked at Attica's 2 sons. Will you continue to serve me like your father? After dealing with all this, Luli returned to reality. Seeing this, Old Tang asked. Attica's domain covers almost all of the eastern continent. There's a hint from Sir. I'm sure his descendants will be able to expand their territory. Luli smiled and said. That's not enough. Human civilization has developed step by step in constant struggle. Too comfortable and arrogant. You're just standing still. A hero's son doesn't have to be a hero. I'm gonna have to give them something to fight for. Help them to be stronger. Luli then used the same method to support a barbarian leader. The 2 sides have been fighting for decades and countless wars have been waged. Finally, the barbarians were defeated. Civilization developed rapidly after the war. Population explosion. Luli's lifespan reached 6.19 million years. Seeing this, Luli called a small meeting. The population of World 01 is about to drop 10 million to push the limits of the world's environment. Luli felt it was time to start building World 2. You know, the more powerful a person is. And ambition at the same time? When the immortal merchant reaches 6.19 million years, he set his sights on 1700. To all scientists between 1900 and 1900. To build World 2, he had to recruit all of them under Masha. Du Weiwen privately asked him to say that at present, I'm afraid the lab's manpower will be difficult to support the construction of World 2. And the Everlasting Club, no matter what, is inviting scientists from all over the world? Or entrust people with expanding their business. These actions have prompted investigations by numerous international organizations, and now there are quite a few organizations that have touched the outside of Shidu City. If we don't solve it in time, I'm afraid there will be a big trouble. Therefore, Du Weiwen suggested that after solving the problem, and these questions are behind the construction of World 2, Luli immediately found Pang Hao. Demands to spread the word as soon as possible. Club members gathered back and hid. He doesn't want the club to be exposed to the world just yet. And while he's cleaning up, Luli is ready to cross time again. Try to recruit as many top scientists as possible for the club. He immediately ordered Shin Yuchu to make a report from 1700 to 1900, of all the scientists in the world. Luli looked at the information of many scientists and realized that Where to put these people is the big question. And for that, he's looking for someone who's also a citizen of China, and loyal to his illustrious generals. That's how we'll be able to secure our new underground base. After a search, he set his sights on Yuzhong 300 years ago. Then he informed Xin Yuchu to prepare for a business trip with himself. Bai Jing Xin Yuchu is a top student who graduated from liberal arts. She's the one who's got to explain some of the ancient sayings. Soon, the three of them arrived at Yuzhong's residence hundreds of years ago. But it's a food court now. After some investigation, then Luli led them into a hot pot restaurant. Seeing this, Peng Hao asked, "Sir, is this where you want to start?" "How long are you going this time?" Luli said lightly. "Time travel isn't as precise as a ruler. I can only close the gap as much as I can. He'll probably be back before the meat's cooked." Luli and Xin Yuchu disappeared as soon as they finished speaking. "See you again and you're in the river of time." Seeing Xin Yuchu's surprised expression, Luli said lightly, "We are now inside time. You must follow me closely. Otherwise the consequences are unthinkable. Our destination is 1745. Soon they arrived outside an ancient military camp. At this moment, Yu Zhong was lying on the bed in the military camp, and constantly told his son Yu Jun to die. The savages can't know about this. However, Luli and Xin Yuchu, who had changed their clothes, walked slowly over. Yu Jun saw this and immediately went forward to greet them. "How dare you break into the barracks? Somebody take this kid down." No one answered the door. Yu Jun immediately pulled out his knife and prepared to solve it personally. Seeing him so annoying, Luli picked up his hand and pinned him where he was. Then he came to Yu Zhong's bed and said, "I am a time merchant. To travel through the world. You can call me Luli or Mr. Lu." Hearing this, Yu Zhongluan looked at him differently. "Are you teaching? This is outrageous. You know it's capital punishment to shave your hair without permission. I could even have you executed right here." Luli didn't want to explain too much to this old fool. He waved his hand and Yu Zhong's life information appeared. Looking at Yu Zhong's surprised expression, Luli said lightly, "Today I'll show you what I do." Suddenly, a golden light surged into Yu Zhong's body. After being baptized by time, his face was incredible. Not only is he healed, but he's better than ever. Is this the time merchant? There is such a strange person in the world. Then he looked at Luli and asked what his purpose was. Seeing that they could finally communicate normally, Luli said lightly, "I heard that the general is a loyal descendant. That's why I'm here to make you a deal." Then Luli told him about the end of history and the direction of the world. Yu Zhong couldn't calm down for a long time. "I didn't expect that the Celestial Dynasty, which I have been protecting for my whole life, would be so complicated. Besides, there are other kings in this world besides China. And they're both ambitious. He hates himself for not being able to change anymore." Seeing this, Luli revealed his current lifespan and said, "General Yu, you've already died once. The rest of your life is mine. A second chance at life. Doesn't the old general want to have sex for once? Go out and see the wider world and see what I call a new dynasty?" Yu Zhong was shocked to see that he had lived for more than 100 years. "Is Mr. Lu really a god?" Yu Zhong said lightly. "Then do as you say. I'll borrow 100 years from you. Let's see if our future is as you said." Luli smiled and said, "One final word of caution. Lifetime random flowers, but you must die." Luli then disappeared. When time stop is lifted, Yu Jun looked at his father who was stretching on the bed. "Father, where are the two demons? They didn't do anything to you?" Yu Zhong hurriedly interrupted him. "They're not demons, but real gods." Then he looked solemn and called Yu Jun to the front to say something. After settling his affairs, he arrived at the rendezvous point with Luli. Luli said lightly, "Where you're going next? The distance from China is like the ends of the earth. But that's exactly why. It keeps you out of trouble. Set up a secure base for me. And you will not return to China for 200 years. Yu Zhong said seriously. "According to you, 100 years from now, China will face disaster. If you let me go from now on, I'll be wronged." Luli said lightly, "There's one thing you need to understand. Just one person is unable to stir up the great flood of history. even if you intervene, and I can't change a decaying world on my own. This will happen in China. On decaying soil will naturally produce hardy weeds. And your mission is to prepare for the future and develop secretly, hiding in the dark, stirring the world's direction. In this way, no matter how the world situation changes, we can still get the most sophisticated talent. Let China regain its glory. Luli took out a note indicating that this was his future quest. The time written on the paper and the names of various scientists used are somewhat different. What is this physics and chemistry? Luli smiled and said. That's what you need to learn, General. You have plenty of time. After sending Yu Zhong away, Shin Yuchu asked Luli. So we're going to travel to the next era? Luli looked at his lifespan. Look at the rich time. Luli looked at Shin Yuchu and said. Let's look at other countries of our time. How long does it take to mummify a living person? And the man's answer is that 1 second is enough. After leaving China, Luli's first stop was country E. Because he remembered that the first queen of Russia also came from this era. At this moment, a group of strong men in Russia are hunting a woman. And this person is Anna, the leader of the serf rebel army. Ever since Anna's identity was revealed, the royal family put a price on her head of 1,000 gold coins. So many greedy people came after her like crazy. Anna knew she couldn't run any longer. It's better to fight to the death than to die slowly. She immediately used the terrain to fight back. After successfully killing 2 minions, she was furious at the last one. For the deputy leader of the rebels, he chose to carry 1,000 gold coins. Just then, a golden light suddenly shot down from the sky. Luli and Shin Yuchu make their debut. Looking at the shocked eyes of the two, Luli asked calmly. Who's Peter Pansing? Anna was stunned by Luli's words. She doesn't understand this guy from the sky. Why do you know your own name? See Anna's surprised look. Luli knew she was the one he was looking for. Then Luli looked coldly at the man. I guess you're the threat. Luli waved his hand. Suddenly the man's body began to change. The body keeps losing water and ends up as a mummy. This scene scared the 2 girls beside him silly. Because that was so fast. Anna woke up from her shock and immediately. He invited the 2 saviors to his residence. Seeing this, Luli spoke first. I'm a time traveler. Eternal merchants who visit heroes and great men. But what I didn't expect was the guy with the 50,000, a hero of the rebel serfs who almost beat up the imperial palace. A brave woman warrior. Anna explained. I inherited my name from my brother. He was tortured and killed by the farmer. And then he impersonates him and leads the serfs to avenge his master. More and more famous, more and more crushed people come to join us. And that's how the rebels came into being. The benevolent people all hope that they can replace the tyrannical emperor. However, after her female identity was exposed by the traitor, they see themselves as witches who deserve to be burned. Luli said lightly. In your empire, there was more than one great queen. And you're just a little unlucky and helped. You seem like a renegade loser. But with my help, you can totally rebuild your organization, Queen of the Underworld. And my request is, and those losers who offended the royal family, all of them into my club. Because as one of the world's great powers, although the number of talents in the country is small, but they're all important scientific giants, has contributed greatly to the development of the world? It's just that at that time, in the defeated empire of Nafu, the clash of power completely overshadowed scientific progress. Anna was a little confused. Where am I supposed to find these people? Hearing this, Shin Yuchu immediately handed the sorted list to Anna. Don't worry, we'll have the resources for you. There'll be someone to help you out later. Anna was delighted to see this and agreed, it's a deal. For saving my life today, I'll repay your kindness. Hearing this, Luli immediately raised his hand to extend Anna's life. Think of this as a down payment. How can you lead tens of thousands of rebels to attack cities and seize territory? For a long time. Climb slowly. Anna was shocked to see this amazing scene. He knows my real name. There are no secrets before God. Then she looked at Luli and said seriously, I'm gonna keep my word. Luli took out his pocket watch. I'm waiting for you on the other side of time. As soon as he finished speaking, Luli and the other two disappeared. See you again and you'll be on top of a snowy mountain. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Shin-Yuchu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The progress of human civilization at the expense of something so beautiful. What a shame. Then she looked at Luli and asked, so where are we going next? Luli was silent for a moment and then suddenly said, America should still be deserted. Coming, when Luli's lifespan exceeds 1,000,000. He's no longer satisfied with his own needs, but rather the development of civilization as a whole. He wondered if he could compare the history. All the most talented scientists gathered together. What kind of magnificent scene would that fort be? So Luli, who had just finished his journey through Russia, bringing Shin-Yuchu to America during the Industrial Revolution. And the first scientist he wants to find is André Ampère, founder of electrodynamics. A legendary scholar who can't get around physics class. Ampère didn't care about Luli's sudden appearance. Warn him, vampire or ghost. Until he's done with the numbers. Hearing this, Luli and Shin-Yuchu looked beautiful. A scientist with such a personality is really difficult to deal with, but he wasn't really going to wait until dawn. Because the last thing he needs is time. Snap your fingers. Time transient. And Pinguin's tired body. I thought it was morning. But when I looked at my pocket watch, I was surprised to find that only 10 minutes had passed, but he knew he couldn't calculate the numbers that fast. Then the problem is naturally the two mysterious visitors behind. Luli could see his doubts. There is nothing wrong with Ampère's feeling. If you calculate it according to normal time. It's been a night. But before Luli could finish, Ampère picked up the ink and threw it over. He doesn't believe ordinary people can pause time. The next second, but the inkpot is floating in the air. Ampère was shocked by the scene before him. It's a means of completely subverting his perception. Luli smiled. I'm not some false god. I'm an immortal merchant traveling through time and space. And traveled through time specifically for you. Said, reaching over and modern city of the future projected in front of Ampère. Whether it's a tower, or a plane soaring in the sky? It's all a shock again, Ampère. For explorers who see science as life. Ampère had no reason not to accept Luli's invitation. Self-attainment. Luli picked up his hand and showed Ampère's residual life. Ampère, who had only 38 years left to live. Instantly, Luli forced him to drink for 200 years. But then something shocking happened. 200 years of life for only 2 years of Ampère life. Something seems to be blocking the lifespan. This was the first time Luli had encountered such a situation, and while he was thinking, Ampère is still entangled in the thread of time. Luli quickly stopped Shin-Yuchu from helping him. Because this timeline chaos. It's easy to suffer from backlash if you touch it casually. He suddenly realized that mountains have heights, and so do people. Ampère's theory of electromagnetism. It laid the foundation for all future research on electricity. Is it possible to extend the life of such a palace scholar? Does it cost more? Disconnecting thoughts, Luli raised his life again. Unexpectedly, this time it was directly bounced out. After repeated experiments, Luli finally understood the mystery. Looks like it's your own offer. The other party's not very satisfied. Shin-Yuchu looked at Luli doubtfully. The other party? Luli smiled mysteriously. Whisk out 4 words. The law of immortality. It's not so much an obstruction, more like an auction between me and the law of immortality. Said. Luli took out his pocket watch and gently caught it. The key of time trembled violently. When he opens his eyes again, I am already in the river of time. And poor Mr. Amp was involved. The next second, a brilliant time circle appeared out of thin air. A tall figure with antlers appeared. Luli smiled. Time masters. Make your bid, because I'm gonna nail this guy. When mysterious beings who control time. How does it feel to be standing in front of you? And Luli encountered this strange phenomenon. He looked at the terrible Lord of Time without fear. Instead, he directly asked them to bid. Because Ampère, as the founder of electrodynamics, is crucial to human development. So he had to take it. The Lord of Time did not speak. Golden orbs condensed in his hands, reaching out to map out Ampere's future achievements. Obviously, this is putting pressure on Luli. But Luli insisted. Seeing this, the Master of Time looked coldly at Luli. Gathered energy with both hands, pulling him in front of you in an instant. And then he pops it off. This terrifying pressure made Luli a little confused. Is this the power of the Time Lord? But he's still not scared. Since time is so important to Ampere's future achievements, then he has to show enough sincerity. Then he clicked his pocket watch and used the power of time that belongs to him. In an instant, two streams of child energy collide. The first encounter with the Lord of Time. How could he give up so easily? Even though Luli's remaining lifespan was rapidly decreasing, he's not surprised. He's happy. There was a sudden thrill of challenging authority. Since you need time, so what if I give it to you? Shin-Yuchu sat alone on the other side. Because Luli and Amp had disappeared for a full minute. She's worried about her boss. The next second, Luli finally escaped from the river of time. Shin-Yuchu was delighted. Hurry up and ask about the situation. Luli chuckled. Pushed his glasses. It was a wonderful experience. But it's just an injection. Give Ampere 200 years, but it's been eaten up for hundreds of thousands of years. Shin-Yuchu was almost scared to death. Hundreds of thousands of years of lifespan consumption, she can't even think about it. Luli didn't care. He has millions of years left. This investment also consumes the beginning. Just hope our Mr. Amp can create a more magical future just as he predicted. After this battle, Luli's understanding of time was deeper. The more influential the scientist, the more time it takes. Although his lifespan seems long now, but blessed by the law of immortality, he still needs to save a little. Then he turned to Shin-Yuchu. Who are we planning to do next? Shin-Yuchu reported the names of one legendary figure after another. Luli smiled. He wanted to keep all the great men who had pushed civilization forward. But time is limited. He'd better start with the electric talent. So Luli brought Shin-Yuchu back and forth. Jumping back and forth between years and countries. Although the life value is extremely lossy, you can watch a discipline grow from nothing. This is also a unique experience in the world. Finally, when the bell of history rings, he came to the last stop. July 10, 1857. The man who will shape the future of the world is going to be born today. Nicholas Tesla. The man closest to God in history. Edison is regarded as the king of invention. But few people know that Tesla is the real genius. His invention could push civilization forward at least 100 years. And Luli's last target was him. Unlike before, Luli did not choose Tesla's adulthood, because he felt like witnessing the growth of genius. And it's interesting. For more than a decade thereafter, Luli brought Shin-Yuchu to settle down in the town. Tesla also slowly grew from a baby to an adult. However, genius naturally cannot bypass the eternal setting. Isolated, unsociable. He was even scolded by his father for studying strange things. But he grew up believing electrical engineering is the future direction of technology development, and he wanted to invent something that would change the world. Hearing my son's unrealistic dreams, father did not encourage and support. Just sigh and walk away. This scene was naturally seen by Shin-Yuchu, who was secretly observing, and gave him a bag of parts. Tesla was overjoyed. The next second, the parts were snatched by a boy in a cape. The boy disappeared in a few quick strides. And the boy managed to escape. But disappointed in the spoils in front of him. I knew it was a useless piece of scrap metal. He wouldn't have to use his last ounce of strength. It's an exceptionally cold night today. The boy who hadn't eaten for days was already hungry and his eyes were empty. Slowly closed his eyes. Shin-Yuchu quickly went forward to check. Mister, he's burning up. Luli looked on coldly and said nothing. Because he knew the boy only had 8 minutes to live. Shin-Yuchu looked at Luli in surprise. You could have stopped time to save the boy. But why won't you do it? Luli didn't have any internal fluctuations. We as transmigrators. Every second spent here comes with a hefty surcharge. Why would I waste my time? Waste it on a useless beggar. Besides, time is my bargaining chip. What can he bring me? Heard these words. Shinyuchu was silent for a moment and slowly spoke. Mr. Liu, you're acting like a capitalist who only talks about profits. So you collect so many elites. What's the point of establishing the Club of Eternal Life? Where's the fork? Is this the cold-blooded new world you want? Luli has no fluctuations. He did not expect Shinyuchu to dare to contradict himself. But this conceptual difference. But it made Shinyuchu very angry. Mr. Liu, if you lose your humanity, what's the point of being alone? Don't be assimilated by the law of immortality, sir. Suddenly Luli was stunned. Assimilation. It's a question he never thought about. Scene changed. Luli sat on the sofa and sighed. I don't know if I was moved by Shinyuchu's words. He saved the boy after all. And extended his life by 10 years. The boy muttered his mother's name. And then I wake up. Because he found it warm. It's an unfamiliar environment. Arthur's instinct was to flee. But how the hell did he get out? The boy cried out in terror. See no effect. Kneeling down and shouting for mercy, Master Wizard. Luli looked at the boy and found it funny. Then asked him why he was stealing outside. Arthur didn't hide anything. Turns out his father was a bad drunk. He had nothing to do but beat and scold his mother. And he was forced by his father to steal. If he can't steal it, not only will he be beaten, even the mother who protects him will be implicated. After sleeping for so long, poor mother must be getting tortured by him again. As he expected. Arthur's father, who has waited a long time to return, he takes it out on women. Whips and whips. Women are weak. After all this pain and suffering, he died straight away. Luli, who was a step late, looked gloomy. But he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he opened his mouth to buy a house from a man. I heard that men are very wrong to hire. But never heard of buying a dead wife. Luli took the opportunity to walk to the woman. But it doesn't show any longevity information. That means women are dead. For the absence of any signs of life. No matter how much life he had, he couldn't get it in. At this moment, Luli was ready to kill. Throw a gold coin at a man. So can we sign the contract? Men have doubts. But he couldn't refuse money that was delivered to him. And when I figure out how to resell the body. You can totally ditch Luli and go it alone. He smiled at Luli. Are you still buying bodies? I've got a couple of names in mind. We've dealt with them in 2 days. Luli stared at him coldly. So, do we have a contract? The man smiled wickedly and nodded. Of course, I can't wait. Do you hum when you hear that? Luli's face immediately turned cold. So, contract concluded. You can die now. How terrible is it to offend an immortal merchant? Men were supposed to have 30 years left. But he was instantly pulled away and turned into a dying old man. Because Luli saw him kill his wife. This nonsense. Only worthy of being the nourishment of time. Look at the man's frightened expression. Luli showed no mercy. The key to time spins wildly. Men age at a visible rate. He looked at Luli in disbelief. Who are you? What is wrong with me? Luli smiled. His eyes were cold. You are so forgetful. I was talking about buying specialty items. But it didn't say your wife's body. Because I'm only interested in your longevity. Men realize they've been lied to. Rushing frantically towards Luli. Facing a dying man. Luli dodged easily with just a slight dodge. Watching a man fall to the ground. Luli didn't have any pity. He who commits many acts of injustice will surely die. He deserves what he gets. The man raised his head trembling. When he saw he had 5 minutes left, he collapsed. Kneel down and apologize incoherently. He begged Luli to give him his life back. But Luli was not moved. Just the beginning of apathy countdown. I'll change, feel the approach of death. Men are crazier. He tried to block his ears. But with Luli's last word, a man's heart stops in an instant. Finally ended his sinful life. Scene changed. Seeing Luli back. Shin Yuchu quickly went forward to ask about Arthur's mother. When you hear you're a step late. Shin Yuchu was stunned. From the bottom of my heart, poor child. She begged Luli not to tell the child the truth. Let's say his mother snuck out. Hearing this, Luli immediately laughed. Put away your virgin heart. Who are you to deny him the right to know the truth? Shin Yuchu wanted to stop talking. She still thinks it's too cruel to tell him the truth. Luli smiled. This is what he has to go through. And remember. If I hadn't given him life. He died yesterday. If you can't handle this setback. Why would I save him? So the only thing we can do now. Is to give his mother a proper burial. Return to the room. When I heard that my mother had been killed. Arthur burst into tears. Dead after all? The pain of losing your mother. He gnashed his teeth in pain. Mister, where's that scum? Where is he? Luli smiled. By now, the dogs must have eaten them all. Then Luli suddenly approached Arthur. Since you're so vindictive. Then why don't you save your mother yourself? Before Arthur could answer. Luli laughed again. I see. Because you can't do it yourself. You can't blame your father for being too violent. Blame yourself for being weak. If you don't want to be bullied again. Is only one way. Make yourself strong. You can cry for your mother today. But tomorrow at your mother's funeral. I don't want to see your tears again. Next morning. The funeral was a little quiet. No condolences, no flowers. Arthur looked silently at his mother's grave without tears. He thought Luli was right. Only when you are strong can you not be bullied. Mother also wishes she could be stronger. Funeral was over. Luli brought him to a new house. And gave him some gold coins to do business with. Can face Luli's gifts. Arthur kept his head down and said nothing. The next second, it's like gathering courage. Arthur looked up sharply. I refuse. You avenged me and gave me hope. Please let me stay with you. I'll do anything to repay your kindness. Luli was silent for a moment. But he didn't show any surprise. Just let Arthur go first. Give him an answer tomorrow. Watching Arthur happy to leave. Shin Yuchu saw a little clue. Mister, did you know Arthur was planning this? Then why are you testing him? Luli sighed. As I suspected earlier. If our contact with historical figures is a historical necessity. So is this Arthur the same thing? The historical figures I collected were all willing to follow me. And I'll be connected to you for the rest of my life. But if Arthur doesn't realize that, the bond must break. That time, his existence is not inevitable. It's a potential threat out there, uncontrollable. Luli's tone was gentle, but Shin Yuchu felt a chill run down his spine. So, sir, you start by saving him. And you already thought of that? If Arthur just didn't choose to follow you. Luli turned around and replied coldly. Without contact with me. The power must be removed without mercy. So I didn't save him. He didn't deserve it. What experience is it when your father never ages? Arthur, as an adopted son, encountered this miracle. Since she was 7 years old and saved by her father. After more than a decade, both father and mother are still young. That'll show Arthur. Parents are no ordinary people. Yet today, it's the day they say goodbye to themselves. Luli waved his hand and summoned the time formation. He looked at Arthur calmly. There's no such thing as a table that doesn't fall apart. We'll leave sooner or later, but if you sign this contract and become a member of the Eternal Club, I will grant you 100 years of life and endless wealth. We'll see each other again. Arthur may have suspected his father's identity. But it's still a shock. The next second, he kneels without hesitation. Because my father saved my life. What's a contract? Luli looked at Arthur, who was bathed in the river of time, with satisfaction. Because there are so many rules bound by the law of immortality. Only 100% loyalty to him can be signed. At this point, the golden light dissipated. Arthur's remaining lifespan was 110 years and 4 months. And after saying goodbye to Arthur, Luli brought Shin Yuchu to the new world. Ready to find adult Tesla. Help him solve the battle of the King of Electricity. Everyone who knows Edison knows. He is more an entrepreneur than an inventor. He has many patents. Most of them are taking the results of their teams. This is also the main reason why Lully chose Tesla to give up Edison. Just as he expected. When young Tesla came up with an improved version of DC, Edison's eyes lit up in admiration. And he didn't mention the bonus he was promised. Tesla looked somewhat embarrassed at Edison. The bonus you promised me. Edison laughed at this. I think I made a promise like that. But, lad, you seem to be putting too much faith in American humor. So there's no bonus. That was just my way of motivating you. Tesla looked incredulously at Edison. It never occurred to him that the man. He's a man who breaks his word. At this moment, faith collapsed. In the face of Edison's arms, he gave him a nose. And left the cabin. Shin Yu-chu, who had been observing in secret, was also resentful. She never thought about Edison. He's such a petty man. And Lully had seen it all. He knows better than that. After Tesla left, Edison was jealous of Zen, the talent of this youth. The competition specifically found 2 liars in Tesla to set up a company. But it was a scam. In the end, Tesla's patent not only failed to flourish. And I was cheated out of everything. I had to work on construction sites for a living. More ironically, Tesla worked on the construction site. Still, it's wiring Edison. So how could Lully let the genius continue to talk? The next second, he appeared directly in front of Tesla and smiled. Mr. Tesla, long time no see. Tesla was shocked to see his old friend suddenly. He looked at Lully in disbelief. Understand the doubts in his heart. Lully waved his hand and cast a time array. In fact, I'm a businessman traveling through time. Time is my bargaining chip. And you're the perfect person for me. Tesla looked at himself in self-deprecation. For someone who's covered in dirt? Lully didn't say anything and reached out. I'll take you to the future. The moment you hold hands. The key to time spins wildly. Tesla froze momentarily. What's flying in the sky? The house can be built this high. Lully said calmly. I can give you a little hint of what you're going to accomplish. AC power generator, radio systems, turbines. Amplify the transmitter, etc. Tesla looked at Lully in disbelief. I did all this? Get Lully's affirmative answer. Tesla wept with joy. He kept muttering. I was right. Lully looked at Tesla and smiled wickedly. So the most important thing for you right now is not to keep complaining about your life, but to prove himself by using his talents. He took out the time contract. Mr. Tesla. And now you're willing to join me. Come with me to witness the new world of the future? I am willing. Mr. A man just makes a phone call. Whether it's the Russian Queen or the American Godfather. All dropped everything just to see him. So men are immortal merchants traveling through time. After recruiting so many of his men. Finally traveling through time and back into the real world. And the first thing Lully did when he returned. That is to ask Peng how to issue a call order. He wanted to see the geniuses he recruited 100 years ago. What is it now? But I didn't expect Yu Zhong to be the first to return, in order not to attract China's attention. After Lully left, he moved to South America. Over the years, not only did he become the mastermind of South America, even secretly planned an island as an overseas experimental base for the club. And Anna and her on the other side. After learning that it was Mr. Lu's summons. And he flew in on a private jet. But they all missed. I hate to admit it. But in Lully and Shin Yochu's hearts. Or the child you raised? At this point, Arthur expected. But looking at the young figure of his parents is still shocking. Scene changed. 4 or 5 helicopters flying through the endless rainforest. Anna looked at Yu Zhong in surprise. Old Yu, you've hidden it deep enough. How many talents have I handed over to you over the years? I can't believe you didn't invite me around. Yu Zhong laughed. Sun Zi Yu Yun. The good guard hides beneath the 9 earths. Besides, I don't know you that well. Anna wasn't angry. Instead, he gave her a teasing wink. If you were decades younger. I'll take you down. Luli also discovered the secret of this place. He looked up and said, "What an unusual place to live. This is the real 9 Earths." Along the way, the convoy moved slowly. Yu Zhong kept telling Luli about the composition of the experimental base. The island has a resident population of 56,000. But most of them are researchers. He also carefully selected the best talent to send in. Before he could finish, the next second, everyone was shocked, and here we have the scale of a small city. It's not just the noise. And even Chinatown is a one-to-one replica. It's a city that never sleeps. Luli was very satisfied with this situation. Yu Zhong's ability to handle affairs is also highly appreciated. Then 2 researchers who had just left work came from a distance, while discussing experimental data. But when one of them saw Luli's face, but suddenly froze. "Hurry up and confirm again." This rash move almost provoked Peng Hao to come forward and beat him up. Yu Zhong saw this and quickly made a smooth transition. "Mister, this is Andrus Ampere. I've been a little neurotic since I got old." Luli was surprised. "I didn't expect Ampere to age to this extent." He then turned to look at the group of employees behind him. "Looks like it's time to make them young again." Scene changed when the crowd reappeared. All of them have returned to their original appearance 100 years ago. They all sigh that they are still more energetic when they are young. At this time, in the bustling bar, Ampere burst in excitedly. "Show everyone your youthful body." And no one believed him. Just a young man's joke. Beijing, they've never seen an immortal merchant. That's just a myth. Ampere did not know how to explain it for a moment. But the next second Luli smiled. "These are my employees?" He. Then he took out the key of time and waved it suddenly. The room suddenly flashed with golden light. Everyone felt as if they were being forced by an energy. Wait for the golden light to dissipate. Everyone looked at their hands in disbelief. They're all young again. Only one person laughed. "Long time no see, my friend. Do you know how hard it is to create a new Earth? Men have gathered all the top scientists since time immemorial. To create a perfect world too." Hearing Luli's genius idea, the scientists here are going crazy. Luli smiled and asked everyone, "Before we get started, I'd like to know, what do you all have to put into this new world?" The scene was quiet as soon as he said this. After a moment of silence, only a man with hair like Sion speaks. "It's not like we didn't get results, but with the miniature worlds you created years ago, it's kind of lame." Old Tang was surprised to see the speaker. "You're Mendeleev, the genius who created the periodic table?" Mendeleev grinned. "That's all in the past tense. It's nothing compared to what I'm doing right now." And then his face turned grave. "Mr. Liu, 10 years ago, me and Oster, to create the controlled fusion laboratory, so-called artificial sun. 962 seconds can be achieved since the previous package, long pulse high parameter plasma operation. 94 seconds shorter than the current world record." Hearing Mendeleev's words, Old Tang and the others were all scared. "If you can reduce the volume, then this technology is at least 500 years ahead of the outside world." Anthony's face was serious. He was about to join Mendeleev's experimental team. The next second, Luli's words shocked them all. "I imagined a new world. If you can make an artificial sun, let's create a new universe that starts with a star." Scientists are going crazy again. And start talking about feasibility immediately. Everyone says what they see. And the plan to create a new Earth is getting better. Luli smiled as he watched the discussion. "Anybody got anything new?" Then Tesla, who had been silent for a long time, raised his hand. "Tidy up your sleeves and walk up to the podium." But everyone is excited about the legend. The closest thing to God's genius is the nose. They all think it's an exaggeration. Tesla heard all the small talk. He turned his head and looked over coldly. "A lot of my theories were still experimental. Had to be suspended because of funding problems. But I once said something. If I want, I am confident that I will split the Earth in half." Then he reached out and took out 2 floating iron pieces. Mendeleev smiled. Maglev technology package comes out. It's a little late for that. Tesla said calmly. The power supply for this little thing I built. But in the trunk outside the door. Everyone was shocked when he said this. This is wireless energy transmission system? Isn't that the technology Iron Man uses? If this technology can be used in large numbers, whether it's an aircraft or the exoskeleton of the human body will develop rapidly. Everyone was superhuman. But not only is Tesla crazy. You have invented many theories in the development of Earth civilization. Why don't you just take it as a given? In the new world? Who first mastered this rule? Who will be at the top of the chain? By then, we're going to create a completely different world line. There, our theoretical practice will become a real miracle. Hearing this, the crowd started to discuss. Only old Tang suddenly woke up. So the end of science is theology? It's a horrible idea. As the founder, Luli was even more impressed. Things are getting interesting. Don't know our world. Could it be somebody big's experiment? Do you know what the consequences of angering God are? When the humans of Miniature World 01 awaken their intelligence, people are finding out that their lives are short. But if we can avoid the contract of the client of the gods, the growth cycle will be extended. So more and more smart people hide themselves and secretly elected wise men to found churches against the gods. Luli had just discovered this. Today is 01, the day the world ends its lifespan. He suddenly discovered that it only had a lifespan of 666 years. This is a lot different from previous values. Luli was surprised. Are you sure all the clients in World 01 have turned in? Although Du Weiwen gave a positive reply. But Luli still felt that something was wrong, because it took at least a third less time than the last time. So he immediately set off for World Base 01. The researchers are all here. After hearing Luli's description, Old Tang lowered his head in shame. This is a mistake in his work. Tesla said that a set of data statistics equipment must be installed immediately to prevent this from happening again. Luli didn't bother with that. Things that are late can be done by others. The priority is to negotiate a response plan. Like if we could use some kind of punishment to teach these fools who have rebelled against the Creator a lesson? Old Tang was shocked when he heard this. Sir, are you suggesting a flood? But when it did, Ho Gaoming immediately jumped out to oppose. This is all a miracle he worked so hard to cultivate. You can't just destroy it. After a moment of silence, Tang Lao also said, rebellion is the path of civilization. Because it's a little extreme to be able to wipe out the entire tribe. At this point Tesla offered another opinion. Or you can replace it with volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, plagues, whatever. Ho Gaoming jumped up and quarreled again. Luli interrupted coldly. All of you are right. But this is the preparatory phase for World 02. I don't have time for this place. So the humans of World 01 must be taught the greatest lesson. I want to do this myself. Let them know that they are ants. Their world has a real creator. At the same time, inside Miniature World 01, all gathered in the square. All I saw was a man in a cape shouting, God clients are liars. God promised to protect us, and the weather was a joke. There is no such thing as suffering in our world. Look at us. We don't exist because of God. We are nature's choice. We are free souls. Follow me. Follow Xi and I against the gods. Lord, take back our own time. The crowd suddenly raised their arms in unison with the enemy. Time follows the wise, my lord. Long live the wise too. Just then, the monitor representing the eye flew above everyone's head. A fanatic wants to pick up a gun right away. Knock out the eyes of this god. Stop. The wise man suddenly stopped. That giant monster is not flesh and blood. There's nothing we can do about it now. But those who have flesh and blood will not escape. We're gonna kill them now. Luli on the other side has already put on his sensors. Ready to project to Miniature World. It's Robert's latest invention. Not only does it allow Luli to fly and land in Miniature World, You can also customize your skin and shape. And the miniature world is changing again. Led by wise men. All the people are hunting down a lot of God clients. And every time they catch one, they'll be dragged to the harbor and executed. South is sending a new signal to the gods. Starting today, we're completely free. Just then, suddenly there was a roar of thunder in the sky. Everyone looked at the sea in surprise. Look over there. What's that at sea? When captive humans awaken to self-awareness. Should we kill or let go? World 01 has evolved over millions of years. Population growth has reached 1.3 million. It could have gone on peacefully. But foolish wise men think they know the secrets of the world. Not only refused to surrender his life, it's gathering civilians to preach atheism. Prepare to fight together against non-existent gods. But while he was still talking, but I don't know that there are huge waves behind me. Civilians on the coast had no time to react. And you're caught up in it in an instant. In a short time, the floodwater, which was 1,000 feet high, flooded the whole town. The commoners kept crying out for help, wise man. But instead of paying attention, the wise man. And he's running fast. At this time, the wise man fled to the highest place in panic. He kept repeating impossible. But a giant ship flew over his head. The fort crashed into the town. And it just shattered all his fantasies. Suddenly he looked dully at the horizon. It's a giant, horrible creature with 6 eyes. Scared him to the ground in an instant. It completely shattered his perception of the world. Just then, the surviving congregation found themselves crying about church casualties, hearing the collapse of a newly established power. The wise cannot believe it. Shouldn't be like this. I was supposed to be the new god. And then he turned around and shouted, "Tell everyone to move to higher ground. We need to stay hidden." Then the congregation slowly looked at the approaching terrifying creature. The voice gradually became gloomy and low. "But you are the Son of God. Why did you see my son Guri asking for help? And you didn't hesitate to say no. He's your biggest fan. I wonder if God doesn't exist, as you say. Just now, you'd be able to save him?" The wise man looked at the congregation in panic. "You want to betray the doctrine too?" The man's face darkened. "Not, as I said earlier. I believe you are the chosen one. You are the only one who can save the world. Since it was your choice that angered the gods, then offer you up as a sacrifice. And you can appease God and save the world. Wise Lord." Meanwhile, on the other side, Robert is nervously monitoring the death toll in miniature world. At least 1 million lives have been lost in the Great Flood. Ho Gaoming immediately lied, begging Luli to stop. If this continues, the little people inside will be extinct. But Luli didn't intend to stop. Because 2 years ago, he created World 01. Is simply a tool for collecting time. If the world isn't 100% obedient, then it doesn't have to exist. Then the conversation turned. Have we found the leader of this uprising? Hearing this, Ho Gaoming immediately urged Robert to find. Yes, sir. He's right in front of you. Luli's consciousness returned to miniature world. Are you challenging my authority? Just a little word. Hearing the little man's ears ring like a bell, the two of them raised their trembling heads and looked behind them. Luli didn't say anything. Raise your hand and wave it to the platform. But the new body is still a little rusty. Just sent the hapless congregation flying. The lucky wise man was shocked. Destroy everything with a wave of your hand. Is this God? Luli suddenly changed his mind. Just get rid of him. There will inevitably be a second and third foolish wise man. Why not grant him eternal life? And make him completely submit? But the little one couldn't understand Luli. I thought it was God's language. Luli immediately granted him the ability to understand the divine language. You can hear Luli. The wise are even crazier. Luli raised his head and asked angrily. Even if you are a god, and you have no right to interfere with our time, open your eyes and see the world, God. Haven't you brought enough misery to the world? Luli looked coldly at the little man. Foolish wise man. I gave you your lives. What right do you have to resist? saying, waving his hand to stir up 1,000 waves, the coldness in his eyes is even better. Remember, God is God. Those who dare insult the oracle must bear the wrath of God. The best way to punish a man is not to kill him, but let him watch the world he loves be destroyed. The terrible end-time flood lasted for months. 1.3 million humans, less than 3,000 escaped. But compared to the prosperity and serenity of the past, now it's just a matter of survival. The man knelt sadly on the ground. Angels. I pissed you off. But why didn't you kill me? Finally, the man broke down. He started kowtowing. I'm the one who ruined the world. I'm willing to dedicate all my life. Forever submit. Please stop. The sad scene made Robert and his wife feel a little sad. But they dare not persuade. I can only peek at Luli carefully. Luli was silent for a moment and slowly said 4 words. It won't happen. Ho Gaoming breathed a sigh of relief. Turn on the artificial light quickly. And manipulate the sea level to fall. And this doomsday operation is exactly what he expected. 99% of miniature world's population dies. It would take at least 200 years to recover to 1 million people. And 200 years is just a blink of an eye for Luli. The real world recovers in less than a month. Thinking of this, Luli couldn't help but smile. It takes only a month for a civilization to rise. It's kind of magical. I don't know. Their descendants, will you remember the horror of the gods? Meanwhile, 100 years from now, World 1. 2 young men are discussing the authenticity of the divine punishment. After all, no one has ever really seen a god. The next second, an old voice suddenly sounded. Don't talk about God. That guy's got a good ear. The 2 of them quickly shut up. The elders of the clan said he was the sinner of the whole clan. Over 100 years ago, it was he who angered the gods and caused disaster. The bald man looked at the old man and sighed. Maybe he's proof of God's existence. Luli no longer cared about all of this. Because Tesla noticed unusual fluctuations in the recent seismic zone. To the center of the Earth. Maybe there really is an unknown world out there. Luli took this matter seriously. Soon all the researchers were present. Tesla pointed to the geological map. There's a lot of activity. In some places, the ups and downs are even greater than Mount Everest. That is to say, the roughness of different substances underground is also different. If we can prove the existence of the underworld, it's gonna be like the discovery of the new world in Gotham. At this time, Du Weiwen, who had never participated in the discussion, turned back to deny it. As far as current scientific research is concerned, there is no evidence that the Earth's core is empty. The results of various drilling also tend to be that the Earth's core is liquid outside and solid inside, and the temperature of the Earth's core can be thousands of degrees. How could life exist in this environment? Hearing Du Weiwen's refutation, Tesla turned his head in surprise. You're right. In fact, many people in history all claim to have witnessed or fallen into the underworld. But they don't agree. And with all the variations, it's always been a joke. But whether it's the Shambhala mystery of Zizing, or 1,000 miles underground under the Andes, all of this points to the theory of the hollow earth. Except there's no proof yet. It's like my AC back then. People think he's a killer. Weinan has always opposed such unrealistic practices. Especially now that World 02 is just beginning to be created. At this time, part of the resources and energy are divided. Give a discovery that has not yet been fully substantiated. Isn't that inappropriate? Luli was silent for a long time. Just ask Tesla one thing. How confident are you? 90%, Tesla replied confidently. At this time Ampere and Mendeleev also stood up to express their support. They also believed that there must be some unknown space at the center of the Earth. Luli stood up abruptly. In that case, I announce the creation of the Earth's Core Development Committee. And upgrade the exploration of the Earth's core to the first-order quest. He looked at the 3 of them. And you are the members of the Earth's Core Development Committee. General Manager. Coming. What would you do if you had a 100 million year lifespan? Men choose to open a new universe. Ever since Miniature 01 got back on track. Under the leadership of the client. The whole population lives by strict rules. Luli, as the only god. And 600,000 years of life every day. It's a perfect replica of what the granary of time does. This allowed Luli's plans to be implemented smoothly. And today is the day to test the miniature Universe 02. Tesla looked proudly at Luli. How's it going, sir, cock or not? Luli looked at the wonderful scene before him and praised it. That's Tesla. To be able to do this in a matter of months. Tesla smiled. With World 01 as the base reference, Universe 02 was nothing more than a carefully calculated and stacked package of matter. But it does take a little longer to simulate stellar radiation. Then he turned to Luli. Mister, please give her life now. Luli's eyes focused and the corners of his mouth curled up. I can't wait. Meanwhile, inside the lab, Mendeleev was also nervously preparing. Because their controls must be synchronized with Luli's acceleration. At this point, the tiny planet in the universe has begun to slowly orbit the artificial sun. And then rotation. Researchers monitor the data nervously. The temperature has risen to 4,000 degrees Celsius. 75% hydrogen, 26% oxygen. Luli no longer delayed. A wave of the hand accelerates time 100 million times, for the first time in my life. I can't wait to see what kind of magical life will be born. The researchers all gathered outside the light. I was scared silly by the scene in front of me. Time acceleration. Constructing the universe is crazy. Mendeleev immediately said coldly. Keep your chin up. If we miss the delivery of the chemical crystals, I'll kill you first. Mendeleev was also more nervous than ever. Building the universe. This is God's creation. And he's involved. Second's life environment has exceeded initial value. Ampere shouted. Is now. Protein nucleic acid biological delivery. As the last effort ends. Everyone is nervously waiting for the changes in World 02. But Luli was the first to feel it. He smiled wickedly and nodded slightly. I can already feel it. Life was born. When the Earth restarts, will dinosaurs still be the first overlords? Luli would never have thought of that. When Universe 02 was born. Even if scientists stop interfering, the origin of species is still so similar. The only difference is a biological evolution. Individual species have their own elemental attributes, and creatures without the awakening element. But it absorbs energy and evolves. This was something Luli hadn't expected. Tesla smiled and explained. Although we do not interfere with the development of species, but the physical environment of the 02 universe is simulated by Earth. And that causes them to evolve much like Earth. Tesla controls the machine. And we're going to extract this dinosaur and we're going to preserve it as a sample. Luli looked at the test tube regretfully. These creatures are as strong as they are now. That would guarantee the birth of a human being. And make humanity the overlord of the planet? I don't expect these dinosaurs to give me time. Tesla mysteriously looked at Luli. Mister, don't worry about that. Based on current ecological calculations, and yes, the dinosaur population did have the upper hand, but in terms of using elements, the intellectual is the group that can play its role best. Luli laughed. How ironic. It's evolved into a super creature. But still can't be the lead? Tesla's eyes are deep, and he turns his head. Because the advent of man is no accident. Time flies. 2 months, as Tesla said. In an ecological environment similar to Earth, Homo sapiens, who use tools and learn to think, have the upper hand. And the Homo sapiens who are skilled in elemental magic. And quickly became the top of tribal society. And bring the tribe to power. And they split into tribes. Among them, the Asian continent. The slave dynasty established by the yellow race rose rapidly. On the other hand, the war between the white city-states has gradually subsided. And that's when civilization came along. Luli was very satisfied with the development of Universe 02. Looking forward to such a magical world. What kind of surprises will it bring me in the future? At this point Tesla suggested that time could be accelerated and slowed down a bit. So you can look at the history of human development. Luli didn't refuse. And you're leaving with something. World 02. The sun was suddenly covered in shadow. And then there's a violent jolt. The man looked up in shock. Little did they know that the ground beneath them had already been lifted into the air. Tesla looked at Lu Li's actions with some regret. Sir, what are you doing? Lu Li smiled. I'm curious. When a planet is finally on track for magic and technology, the homologue isolated here. What does the fork look like? Scene changed. This miniature world separated by Lu Li. It's been installed on the coffee table. Lu Li looked at his pocket world with satisfaction. It's a wonderful experience. And then he waves his hand and gives me 10,000 times the time acceleration, seeing Lu Li's calm expression. Even the proud Mendeleev broke out in a cold sweat. Who can treat a piece of the world like an ornamental fish? Probably only Mr. Lu. What is the experience of being the creator of a planet? They say 1 day in the sky, 1 year in the earth. And for miniature world at 10,000 times acceleration. But 1 day equals 27 years. Just 2 months. The world in the basin today has been developing for thousands of years. Civilization is evolving again. The first humans to understand the elements of the world. He became a god in the eyes of ordinary people. As time goes by, cultivation and seeking has also become the main theme of the world. The sword lights on the martial arts field. Men clap with one hand and chant mantras. He immediately summoned countless lightsabers and swept them away. Junior brother was scared silly by the scene in front of him. Call me brother, show mercy. But then there was a young voice. What a powerful move. Brother, can you teach me this move? The man glanced at him disdainfully. You haven't even learned a thing about spiritual roots. A loser deserves to sweep the yard. The teenager was instantly enraged. Shouted at senior brother's back. One day. I want to break through and become a god. When the day comes when your cultivation reaches perfection, I will tear the void and see. What does this heavenly Tao look like? Lu Li didn't know about all this. Because the head of the Kong family suddenly visited us. And handed him a picture. It was left behind when he first traveled through time and space. It reminded him of the girl with the camera. Lu Li turned to Kong Yi. So what are you saying? Kong Yi has narrowed his eyes as if he is recalling. Mister, my cousin's life. I've been waiting to see you again. For this reason, she never married, but it wasn't until she died, and I've never regretted it. Mister, today I just want to ask you for my sister. Do you remember this woman? Lu Li didn't answer. Because I taught her once by accident. But that woman waited her whole life for him. Kamanchu, famous female photographer during the Republic of China. Poets and novelists. In the early 20s. At that time, it was the era of the alternation of old and new ideas in the Republic of China. She refused to be used as a tool for marriage. Almost expelled from the family. Later, she founded a girls' Chinese school with the support of her cousin. Dedicated his life to women's education. He died at the age of 80. After reading Kong Manchu's information, Lu Li was stunned. Until I saw the message behind the photo. There's an inexplicable throbbing. Never married? I accidentally let down a woman's friendship. Scene changed. Xin Yuchu was suddenly summoned to Lu Li's office. Lu Li didn't say anything, just looking up and down at her. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth. I want to ask you a question. A girl like you would prefer to stay in the modern age 100 years ago? Hearing this question, Xin Yuchu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Modern, of course, sir. Not only can I learn a lot here. All aspects of life are also very convenient. But if you travel back in time, it's not just women who don't have a chance to learn. Even very old-fashioned. And there is no freedom to do anything. Lu Li who got the answer. A moment of silence followed by a smile. Xin Yuchu thought Lu Li was taking her on another business trip. I was just about to raise my head and say yes, only to find that Lu Li's figure had already disappeared from the chair. At this moment, Lu Li had already stepped into the river of time alone. Looking at the photo and sighing. Even though I only met you once. But I hope I can help you the most. It's worth the friendship in this photo. To the portal. Lu Li confidently reached out his hand. The current him has been able to pinpoint wherever he wants to go. Coming. Lu Li's emotional connection finally arrived. If there is a girl who has no regrets waiting for you all her life, what would you do? And in the face of Kong Manchu, who had only met once in those years, Lu Li didn't like it. But I can't help but feel a special throb in my heart. The gold FO made him want to cross back and see. At the same time, Kong Manchu was being forced to marry by his father. But she was different from other women. She tried so hard to learn so much knowledge, not to be a family bonding tool. Seeing your daughter rebel against you, Father Kong was even more angry. You've been raised for nothing. What's wrong with young Master Du? Money is as good as status. It's good that they like you. Void. Lu Li was amused to see this argument. I didn't expect that shy girl in my impression. There is such a side. It really surprised him. Kong Manchu, who escaped from his home, was not in such a good mood. She's walking down the street alone, feeling a little lost. Everyone thought she rejected the marriage because she hated it. Little did she know that her heart was already filled with Lu Li. Bastard! You're nowhere to be found in Mordor. Where have you been? The next second, a yearning voice rang in my ear. Speak ill of others behind their backs, it's not something a lady should do. Kong Manchu covered her mouth in disbelief. Really? Is it really you? Silent as Cambridge tonight. Kong Manchu thought for a long time and asked that sentence. So who the hell are you? It's like you're not eating the fireworks. Lu Li looked at the river and smiled sadly. Then let me introduce myself formally. And snap his fingers. Kong Manchu only felt that time and space were stagnant. The next, Lu Li was flying into the sky. My name is Lu Li. Time merchants from another time. Kong Manchu felt a little regretful. So do you know magic? Lu Li laughed. Not magic. It's manipulation of time. I can travel through time and manipulate time. And the longevity of the manipulator. Hearing this, Kong Manchu asked several times with uncertainty. After receiving a positive reply, she looked at Lu Li with longing. Then you should be able to see the future. What's my future like? But in the next second, Kong Manchu's smile slowly faded. Because she noticed that Lu Li's expression was serious. It's like there's a story in those eyes. After a long time, Lu Li sighed. At least you did your thing. And won the praise of the world. Kong Manchu was silent at first. And then he laughed. This is good too. It means I really didn't marry that Du Gongzi. So he must have lost his family's protection. Every step in the future is difficult. It's all predictable. Lu Li looked over teasingly. Regret it now. The future can change. Hearing this, Kong Manchu raised her head stubbornly. I don't want that. I came back from studying in Russia, not locked up in the back like my mother. I like photography. I want to document all the beauty. Even if the future is difficult to walk away, I'm going to go on. Lu Li didn't say anything. Instead, he raised his hand and summoned two phantoms. In the future, everyone can live and learn freely. A woman like you who knows photography in foreign languages. I'm sure he'll be considered a great photographer. Kong Manchu was very excited to hear this. He grabbed Lu Li's arm in an instant. I want to go to the future. Can you take me there? Lu Li laughed and pushed her away. I can't just take you. You're still going through 100 years of pain and suffering. Through aging and poverty. Until the day I come to you. And even then, would you? Unexpectedly, Kong Manchu did not hesitate at all. Express one's willingness with absolute certainty, because it's a shame to be manipulated. I'd rather be stuck on my chosen path. He sighed again. Not to mention, I've already known the secret, haven't I? Lu Li looked at her with admiration. This tough woman in front of me was about to say something. The next, I feel a vibration in spacetime. His eyes focused, knowing that this was a warning from the law of immortality. Did the fork once affect the development of history? The old man originally had 80 years to live. And I almost got sucked into a dry one. Just because a man likes her daughter. And you're called a piece of garbage. Get out of here. Lu Li smiled disdainfully. A rotten soul in a tough body. Then I'll send you to your coffin early. Before Kong Manchu could stop him, Master Kong was instantly sucked into the air by Lu Li. The time circle keeps running. My father began to age visibly. All the elders were instantly scared silly. They didn't expect Lu Li to have such abilities. And seeing the father sucked dry. Kong Manchu was also stunned. She didn't expect Lu Li to be serious. But in the next second, old Master Kong fell intact. Lu Li sighed. Rest assured, all I did was take his life and give it back. Just give him a taste of decay in advance. Master Baijingkong likes to manipulate other people's lives so much. It's fun to experience fate being controlled once in a while. After a little discipline, no one in the Kong family dares to stop him. Lu Li nodded in satisfaction. Before leaving, he smiled at the young man beside him. So I guess I'll see you in 100 years. Kong Yi was shocked. But she didn't know what Lu Li meant by that. In the blink of an eye, Lu Li had been here for 10 years. More and more traces are left in this era. But he gradually discovered, because of my own influence, more and more people's lives are changing. And this change has not been corrected by history. It seems that as I get stronger, the law of immortality has begun to yield to itself. But staying in the past decade is the limit. Looking at the happy Kong Manchu, even if there are all kinds of reluctant to part, Lu Li still said that he wanted to leave. 1 second heaven, 1 second hell. Kong Manchu thought that as long as he didn't mention it, Lu Li will never leave. I didn't expect it to come. Lu Li sighed. Sorry, but time doesn't give a damn about me. Even if I could manipulate time. I've given you 100 years of life. If you can be strong through these years, we'll see each other again. Voice just fell. The law of immortality instantly covers Lu Li. The next second, they're gone. And Lu Li, who had traveled back, the first thing you do is call Kong Yi. Remember when you first met me? I heard that Kong Yi has some strange houses. Mister, didn't we just meet this morning? Voice just fell. Kong Yi has already thought of a metaphor. Wait, I seem to remember something. Mr. Lu, did we meet when we were kids at the Kong family mansion? At this time, Kong Yiji's memory is constantly being modified. I saw every scene of Lu Li when I was a kid. They emerge as new ones. Kong Yi suddenly woke up. What's going on here? I remember this morning we met for the first time. Why is there suddenly an extra memory? Lu Li didn't answer. It seems that the timeline of the past has been destroyed. It's starting to correct itself. Come to Kong's residence. At this time, Kong Yi's head is still dizzy. Every now and then, there's a conflict between the past and the present. For example, he clearly remembered that his cousin had been dead for more than 10 years. How come it doesn't seem to be dead? I think she's out of the country. No, it doesn't look like she's even out of the country. Lu Li sighed as he looked at Kong Yi, who was confused. It seems that memories that appear out of thin air, ordinary people are not so easy to digest. In that case, then let me help you. A time array appeared behind Lu Li. Against the law of immortality. Kong Yiji felt numb from being struck by lightning. In the blink of an eye, the two of them came to the river of time. Lu Li pushed his glasses. Forcefully begin to repair the chaotic timeline. Although I can feel the resistance to the law of immortality, but in the realm of time, he's the king. At the same time, in an alley, two children are preparing to skip school and surf the internet, but a shadow blocked his way. Hello, Jin Xiaoming, so this is where you guys hang out. Write each word 5 times in the vocabulary. And you, Wang Defa. The study committee members all skipped class. Copy it 10 times. The next second, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Teacher Kong, can you take a picture of me? The woman immediately proved it. She looked back timidly. Really, is it really you? The man is only 26 years old, but he fell in love with a female teacher 80 years older than him. Crazy love in the face of young men. The female teacher's eyes widened in shock. Are you really Lu Li? How can you still be so young after more than 100 years? Lu Li looked at Kong Manmei dotingly. I came as soon as I heard about you from the Kong family. How have you been all these years? At this time Kong Manchu has changed from surprise to timidity. Quickly turned around, he didn't want Lu Li to see how old he looked. Seeing this, Lu Li realized that he had not considered it carefully. He waved his hand to stop 2 students trying to sneak away. Then launched the power of time to wrap Kong Manmei. The next second, Kong Manmei's body began to change rapidly from inside to outside. When she opens her eyes again, I'm back to my youth. Kong Manchu stared at her hands in disbelief. Is this what you call rejuvenation? Lu Li smiled. Come with me. To our eternal club. Kong Manchu's face lit up when she heard this. She had long wanted to see the club Lu Li was proud of. But the next she sighed. I can't go now. Because I have more important things to do here. So change me back. I can't be teaching in this skin. Lu Li looked at the lively campus on the playground. I don't understand Kong Manchu. She could have been a high school teacher. Why do you have to live and teach in such a primary school? Kong Man Mei was busy correcting homework and didn't pick up her head, because I'm needed here. They're all left behind children from nearby villages. Families are not very rich. Some are even poor. But children have to read to have a future. Lu Li didn't say anything. He looked at Kong Manchu's figure with some disappointment. Understand that it's her choice. Lu Li didn't insist. He could wait. Beijing time is not a problem for him. Then a man walked in. Ask them if they've seen their daughter. Lu Li felt familiar when he saw this person. Then the fork was suddenly shocked. Isn't this the 14th episode of the 3-in-1 Great God Effect? It looks like he's starting to go the right way. After Chang Xiao entered the house first. Without even looking at Lu Li. I don't know if I don't remember or if I don't want to say hello. Just as Lu Li was thinking. A little girl shouted happily, Daddy. Hearing your daughter's call. Cheng Xiaoxian quickly squatted down and told her. Don't run away. Dad's gonna be worried. When Lu Li saw the girl's face, he was stunned. This girl has less than 6 months to live. Looking at Cheng Xiaoxian's happy smile. Lu Li couldn't help but say. She doesn't have long to live. Unexpectedly, Cheng Xiaoxian suddenly became angry when he heard this. What the fuck are you talking about? Lu Li almost got into a fight with the parents. Kong Manchu quickly went up to the barrier. Lu Li knew when he saw Cheng Xiaoxian's reaction. He must have known about his daughter's illness. See the process effect that is still angry. Lu Li smiled coldly. You really don't remember who I am? Cheng Xiaoxian, who heard this, was silent first. Just leave a harsh word and then turn around and leave. At this time Kong Manchu also realized. So you and Mr. Chang already knew each other? Lu Li did not explain. Instead, he went outside first. We're old friends anyway. He left without even saying hello. But I didn't expect that. Once upon a time, Sanha, before he could finish. But he was immediately interrupted by Chang Xiaoxian. Please don't say that in front of my daughter. Mr. Lu, all I want to do now is forget the past. Take your daughter and live a good life. Lu Li watched the father and daughter leave without saying anything. Perhaps out of pity. He just doesn't want to see kids die young. And the girl was silent the whole way. Until we get home. I couldn't help but speak slowly. Dad, am I dying? Cheng Xiaoxian did not expect his daughter to say so. He immediately stood up and hugged his daughter. Don't believe that nonsense. You have a minor illness. Daddy will fix you up. The girl's eyes are extremely lost. I have a rare heart condition. If failed to. I can't believe what I heard. I never mentioned it to her. How does the daughter know? And the next thing he knew, the girl's words had him frozen. I heard my old mom and dad talk about it. The night before they lost me. Cheng Xiaoxian was stunned. For a moment, a mixture of feelings welled up in my heart. National map. There is a kind of fairy in the world. He can give health and happiness to every strong child. Now this immortal has chosen the national cause. After all, he is a child. The girl was immediately attracted to her father's words. Ask which god it is. Cheng Xiaoxian said with tears in his eyes and pretending to be strong. Manhwa is the great god. He'll help the cause. However, sometimes the hemp rope is cut at a very fine point. Bad luck is picking the poor. The next day, in class. Lu Li suddenly realized that the girl's condition wasn't good. He immediately checked her lifespan. He was relieved to see that there were 5 months and 29 days left, but the next second, he froze. The girl's life expectancy began to shorten rapidly. Less than 2 seconds turned into 23 hours. This sudden change. Lu Li had never met anyone before, unless something unexpected happens. Unsurprisingly, the girl was just accidentally bumped into by a classmate. But it made her already fragile heart suddenly tighten. And she kneels in pain. I was sent to the hospital because of what happened. Cheng Xiaoxian's head is sweating anxiously. I quickly put down my work and rushed over. But seeing Luli here. And then without asking why, he started yelling. It's you again. Surnamed Lu. Every time I meet you, nothing good happens. What the hell did you do to Tuin? Seeing him so upset, Luli didn't hesitate to punch. I don't know why you're judging me. But I'll tell you the truth. If we don't operate, your daughter has 23 hours to live. But it's expensive. So you're just gonna stay here and get angry? Hearing Luli's words, Cheng Xiaoxian lowered his head and began to laugh. And then you cry your eyes out. You're right. I'm a fucking loser. I thought I was drunk and happy enough. One day at a time, it's fine. So there's no plan for the future. The money you get for your life. It's only fun for a few months, and it's all gone. Until that day. I met in. I was alone. Just bought her some burgers. I never thought I'd have a sidekick. The more you talk, the more painful it gets, but after INTU called me dad, I fucking changed it. But it was too late. As her condition worsened. And there's nothing I can do about it. At this time, Cheng Xiaoxian collapsed on the ground, and screaming in pain over and over again. How he wished he could save his daughter. Luli looked at Cheng Xiaoxian expressionlessly. In fact, I don't mind lending you money to save my daughter. But you know it. My generosity is not free. Cheng Xiaoxian was stunned when he heard this. You mean, my life can still be exchanged for money? Yes. But you have to think before you make a decision. With his own life. Get a girl who's not related to you. Is it worth it? Cheng Xiaoxian lowered his head and was silent. Yeah. It's just a kid I've known for a few months. Then he jerked his head back and shouted. But she called me dad. Then she's my daughter. Mr. Luck, I'm willing to change, please save my daughter. Hospital bustling. The air was heavy. Cheng Xiaoxian sighed. I don't know how much the surgery costs. And I don't know that I'm dead. Can you cover the cost of follow-up treatment for the cause? Luli smiled and pushed his glasses. And then he turned the key to time. Since you're trading your life for money, I have no reason to refuse. So, Mr. Chang, based on your income, I'll take 5 years of your life. Luli looked at Cheng Xian like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Do you want to see it this time? How much longer do you have? Cheng Xiaoxian smiled frankly. I don't think so. I don't want to live in fear. Luli smiled and turned to leave. Cheng Xiaoxian was stunned when he saw this. Is the deal done? But why does he feel like nothing's changed? In the blink of an eye, Luli arrived at the ward. Look at the little girl's surprised expression. Luli smiled mysteriously. Open palm. A ball of time is instantly condensed. The little girl curiously wanted to touch it. Luli, however, was very funny and amused her. You touch it, you buy it. Frightened, the little girl quickly raised her hands. To see such a childlike scene, Luli burst out laughing. Maybe only with the purest of kids. To make him feel human. Looking at the little girl, Luli smiled gently. This is a gift from Uncle. No charge. The ball of light was floating in the air and getting bigger and bigger. And instantly turned into a dot of starlight into the girl's body. This is over. Luli didn't greet anyone. And I went straight back to the Everlasting Club. As life expectancy increases, he also needs to carefully plan his future development. The next was interrupted by a loud bang. Mister, here's a file for you. Luli widened his eyes in disbelief. Where did all these files come from? Shin Yuchu looked at Luli angrily. So many days at a time. These papers are waiting for you to sign. Luli coughed. Pick up the pen and get ready for work immediately. Seeing this, Shin Yuchu sighed. Mister, the results of the first team's investigation into the underground world are in. They asked me to tell you, there could be signs of life underground. Hearing this, Luli stood up abruptly. There is life. Then he composed himself. Go notify Falcon Team. It's time to put them on the field. Pinghao, who learned that he had a mission, was even more excited. Direct order for all members to assemble. But exploring the inner world is no joke. Before departure, Tesla went out of his way to explain to all the members the inner structure of the Earth's core. And in particular, notice that, from the surface of the Earth, Every 70 feet. The temperature rises by 1 degree Celsius, so theoretically, the temperature of the Earth's core will reach a terrifying 200,000 degrees Celsius, but the temperature of interstellar space is decreasing. Take space, for example. The lowest temperature should be around 200 degrees C. But the space shuttle has to be equipped with heat sinks. So, Tesla sighed as he looked at the group of dull-eyed men. So all we have to do is avoid areas humans can't adapt to. Find the best entry point. Explore the path down the cave. And then all the way down to the center of the Earth. Peng Hao sighed. So is this mission dangerous or not? Tesla was stunned when asked. Of course it's extremely dangerous. But when it did, the crowd, which had been silent a moment ago, instantly cheered. They love exciting tasks. Tesla was not so optimistic. Because exploring the center of the Earth requires extremely strong physical fitness and adaptability. This process is definitely a narrow escape. Tesla's eyes narrowed. But if we find anything, you could be the first discoverers to go underground. And then you're gonna have to do something. It'll go down in history. Coming, Luli is finally going to explore the Earth's core. After a long period of study, Tesla discovered a mysterious and abnormal ground crack in Sangmu area. Although it looks ordinary on the surface, but underneath it is a huge cave with no bottom. There have been many villagers and geological expeditions, but they all failed because of the terrain. But Falcon Team is clearly well prepared, all wearing special pressure suits. Before leaving, Tesla looked at the crowd with a serious face. This crack is at least 1,000 meters deep. But according to radar, there should be more room. So your mission is to find out the population of this space. Prepare for the development of the following deeper people. Soon Falcon Team assembled. Just in case, Luli cast 10x acceleration on all players without any sound. And the team members who get accelerated support. In the blink of an eye, we reached more than 400 meters. Tesla suddenly shouted. Careful. Do not touch sharp stones. In this state, even a small brush can cause serious damage. Peng Hao Gang agreed indifferently. And the next second, the slide tightens. Everyone's nerves tensed up instantly. It took a while for Peng Hao's voice to come out. There was a sharp turn and we almost hit it. Peng Hao looked at his feet with lingering fear. This crevice is awfully deep. Tesla stared nervously at the monitor. Did you find anything? Peng Hao chuckled. I'm afraid we're going to need a little longer rope. Scene changed. Most of the falcons have returned. Only Peng Hao went 800 meters deep. Just as he was gritting his teeth and insisting, he suddenly felt something flash past him. I was just about to ask. And the next, he shut up. Because he's 800 feet underground. Found a mural. Peng Hao was shocked. Does that mean there was life here? In the blink of an eye, Peng Hao returned to the command room with photos of murals. Robert also rushed to start searching with this image. But all the museum records so far. And there's no equivalent literature anywhere. Luli's lips curled up slightly. Because there is no. That's why it's a big discovery. Tesla, on the other hand, has a heavy look in his eyes, because according to the mural style, the time when the mark was left should still be in the primitive tribal period. But Peng Hao took this on a rock crack hundreds of meters deep. It's too shallow for the underworld. Could it be that for some reason? These people gradually developed civilization deeper underground. But it's also possible someone came up from below. It left its mark close to the surface. No. The more Tesla thought about it, the more mad he became. No professional identification equipment. You can't get results from photos alone. Luli smiled mysteriously. What's so special about that? Don't you see it with your own eyes? Tesla was shocked. Mister, don't you think? Luli didn't answer. He turned to Peng Hao and said, This time I'm coming down with you. Peng Hao immediately became nervous and wanted to stop him. Sir, although you have extraordinary abilities, but physical fitness can't be compared with us rough people. Luli was determined to see for himself. And ordered Robert to study underground drilling rigs as quickly as possible. No cap on funding. Scene changed. Soon Peng Hao brought Luli to the crack again. 520 meters. Robert nervously reported the dive data. Based on previous experience, the mural is at 864 meters. Sir, you must be careful. However, Luli had already found the mural. He looked at the mysterious pattern and smiled. Let me see what happens next. Who the artist of this painting is.